ways, get off your grass and earn some cash with an increased rebate from the SNWA. We'll show you how to replace your thirsty grass with desert landscaping in 3 easy steps. New Home Technologies can help you save water with very little effort. Learn how WaterSmart homes are designed for the earth-conscious homebuyer. Plus, avoid the most common water waste issues with our irrigation tips. And get WaterSmart with a controller that helps you manage your outdoor water use. Ready to water less and save more? Replace your water-intensive lawn with drought-tolerant landscaping and earn some cash. The SNWA now offers $3 for every square foot of grass you replace with desert plants. Crystal Zelke has more on the boosted incentive.
There's no better time to get off your grass and earn some cash. The Southern Nevada Water Authority increased the amount of its WaterSmart Landscapes rebate. Don't wait to apply. It's easy and WaterSmart. As the historic drought continues to impact Lake Mead's water levels, Valley residents are asked to step up their conservation efforts even more. To help, the SNWA's Board of Directors approved an increase to the WaterSmart Landscapes rebate program. Under new program guidelines, applicants can earn up to $3 for every square foot of turf they convert to WaterSmart landscaping, up to 10,000 square feet per project, and $1.50 for every square foot over that. The maximum incentive for any property in a fiscal year is $300,000. The SNWA created the WaterSmart Landscapes rebate program in 1999 to encourage homeowners and businesses to convert their water-guzzling lawn to WaterSmart landscaping. Since then, Southern Nevadans have replaced more than 185 million square feet of turf, enough to cover 94% of the Earth's circumference. In total, the program has helped our community save more than 119 billion gallons of water.
As we look at the forecasts and projections for the Colorado River, there's a greater than 50% probability that we will see a shortage condition within the next couple of years. And that means that there will be less water available from Lake Mead. But we'll be able to continue to meet water demands even under shortage conditions because of conservation. I mean, Southern Nevada has reduced its water use by 26%, and that has allowed us to be able to be well prepared for any shortage conditions on the horizon. And while we may be one of the most water efficient communities in the nation, we've got more work to do. It's conservation that has prepared us for coming shortages, and it's conservation that's going to keep us ahead of the curve.
With the increased rebate, there's no better time to replace your unquenchable grass. For most of us, the bulk of water use occurs outdoors in our landscapes. In the summertime, 70 to 90% of the average residential water bill can be attributed to outdoor usage. The biggest culprit? Thirsty grass. The best way to reduce that water use? A WaterSmart landscape. You could cut your water use by up to 75% and eliminate weekly mowing and heavy maintenance. The SNWA estimates a water-efficient landscape can save homeowners approximately 55 gallons of water per square foot per year. Those savings add up. For an average 1,000 square foot conversion, that's 55,000 gallons of water saved every year.
Well, what people don't realize is that here in Southern Nevada, people are typically putting 8 to 10 or 12 feet of water on their lawns. And so it's important that we have lawns only where we need and use them. But where they're purely ornamental, we've got a lot of other beautiful plants can do that job on a fraction of the water.
It's okay to keep some grass areas in your WaterSmart landscape, but if the only time you walk on your grass is to mow it, it's probably not a functional part of your outdoor living space. No matter how much grass you decide to convert, it's easy to get started. First, enroll online or call our Conservation Helpline for a printed application. Once the completed application is received, SNWA will schedule a site review visit to evaluate your lawn and conversion areas and answer any questions you may have. You must participate in the pre-conversion site visit before removing your lawn. Next, dig in. You have 1 year to complete your conversion.
So there's 3 key elements when you do a landscape conversion in our program. The first is the irrigation system. So you're taking out a spray system that's watering the grass that uses a lot of water, and you're converting it to a drip system that's much more efficient. The second thing is you're removing the grass and putting in some type of mulch. So you're using either rock or bark or artificial turf, but some type of material instead of grass. And the final thing is we do require plants.
Need inspiration? Visit the Springs Preserve Botanical Garden to see the variety of plants that thrive in our desert climate. Experts give free guided walk tours each Saturday and Sunday, but the garden also is open daily to venture on your own. You may want to take a free drip irrigation class that equips you with the skills to design and install a drip watering system. Once you complete your landscape, you can cash in. The added benefit is the long-term savings.
Grass uses 2 to 3 times as much water as desert landscaping, so you pay more in your water bill. So if you're thinking about saving, definitely look at converting. We provide a lot of tools that help you do that in design and just giving you different ideas. There's a lot of variability with desert landscaping that you don't have in grass. So there's a lot of incentives and a lot of things that will help you to convert and to give you the tools necessary to do it.
If you're ready to save water in a big way, there's no better way than a WaterSmart landscape. With the SNWA's $3 rebate, saving water has never been so easy and so rewarding. Reporting for Waterways, I'm Crystal Zelke.
Conservation continues to be our biggest tool in the fight against drought. And as you'll see in our newest ad campaign, the community's efforts to save resources is one of the reasons Southern Nevada is prepared to meet the challenges.
A drop of water is where it starts. And that drop of water, well, it makes a ripple of difference. It's essential to keep conserving for our future, one drop at a time. So thank you, Southern Nevada, and stay WaterSmart.
Summer watering restrictions allow customers to water landscapes up to 6 days a week through August 31st. Sunday watering is prohibited. Time of day restrictions also prohibit watering between 11 a.m. and 7 p.m. However, you may water heat-stressed plants and grass with a handheld hose anytime. Here are a few more tips to water wisely this summer. Keep an eye on your landscape and increase watering only as needed. Beat the heat and set your irrigation clock to water before sunrise. And shut off your sprinklers on rainy and windy days to save as much as 500 gallons of water a day. It's easy to waste water in the summer and not even realize it. Residents and businesses commonly run irrigation more often and for longer periods of time, which often leads to wasteful runoff. Avoid the most common water waste issues with these tips from Jason Gifford.
As the record drought continues to loom in Southern Nevada, it's more important than ever to guard against water waste. We can all help to reduce water waste by reporting it when we see it and fixing our own irrigation issues before they become bigger problems. On average, Valley residents use about 70 to 90% of their water outside in a typical month. That means outdoors is where residents have the greatest potential to conserve water. Mandatory watering restrictions help our community conserve water and reduce water waste. While ordinances vary slightly by jurisdiction, water waste is broadly defined as water that flows or sprays off of your property. Common violations that may result in a water waste fee include watering outside of assigned watering days and violating time of day restrictions. Landscape watering is prohibited between 11 a.m. and 7 p.m. May 1st to August 31st. Sunday is not an optional watering day. Oftentimes, customers are unaware they're wasting water. But overwatering is an obvious water waster even to the untrained eye. Standing or pooling water can be seen, or water sheets off sidewalks and curbs when the turf and hard soil can't absorb the excess water fast enough. Overwatering is the result of applying too much water to your landscape. So, what is the right amount? It all depends on the type of grass, root depth, degree of the slope, soil quality, sun exposure, and more. That may sound complicated, but to avoid overwatering, simply test your irrigation system. The Water Authority recommends the cycle and soak method for lawns. Set your sprinklers to water 3 times a day, 4 minutes each cycle, at least 1 hour apart. These shorter sips of water are better for turf because the water absorbs faster and creates a healthier lawn. It also helps to keep water from flowing off the lawn and into the gutter where it can't be recovered. Inspect your grass with the sprinklers running to see if it needs more or less water. To customize your watering cycles, manually turn on your first sprinkler station and begin timing the run immediately. Monitor how many minutes elapse before water begins to pool or run off. Stop the cycle at that point and subtract a minute. That's your run time for that station. Repeat the process for each station since run times may vary. Allow the water to fully soak in before running another cycle. This generally takes about an hour. Drip emitters watering plants can also cause runoff. If you notice pooling water, you may need to move drip heads away from the sidewalk or reduce the runtime. If dry spots crop up, ensure there are no misaligned heads and hand water them instead of running sprinklers longer. To help your lawn absorb water, aerate at least twice a year in spring and fall. This process of punching out cores of soil allows water and nutrients to flow more completely into the root zone rather than off of it. Another common water waste issue is overspray. To isolate an overspray problem, test key components of your irrigation system. Sprinklers can easily twist or turn. Briefly turn on your irrigation system after each mowing. Adjust any misaligned sprinklers by turning with the firm grip of your hand or gently turn them with pliers. Check your drip system too. If drip heads popped off and you see water shooting into the wall or street, make sure a pressure regulator is installed on the drip system. Improper nozzles are another cause of overspray. If overspray leads to water waste, you may have the wrong nozzle for the size or shape of your turf area. Manufacturers indicate nozzle measurements by color, crosshatch patterns, or numerals and more. It can be confusing, so ask a pro if you're not sure what you need. For uniformity, it's best to stick with the same brand and not mix and match parts. The next common water waste problem is one property owners dread: an irrigation leak. One indicator of a leak is an area of your landscape that's more green or wet and marshy than other areas. Many times a leak shows up more gradually as a slow but consistent trickle of water. It's often noticeable near the curb or street, since this is typically a landscape's lowest point and that's where water gathers. A leak then trickles down into the gutter. Whether or not you can fix a leak yourself depends on your comfort level and willingness to literally dig into the problem. You may have to remove a fair-sized chunk of grass to get down into your system and find the source of the leak. You could have a broken sprinkler or perhaps a break in the irrigation line itself. If in doubt, you may want to call in a professional. Obstructed spray patterns are another water waster. One common sight is a sprinkler that shoots onto something other than the grass. The solution might be as straightforward as installing a nozzle with a different reach, angle, or spray pattern. But spray obstruction is often the result of inappropriate design for that area, so you may need to change your design or relocate an irrigation line to resolve it. Low-lying sprinklers also can cause obstructed spray patterns. Water only hits a few nearby blades of grass instead of the entire irrigation zone intended for that sprinkler head. Retrofit existing sprinkler heads or install 4-inch tall pop-ups to effectively water the area. For more information about how to water more efficiently, visit snwa.com. If you see water waste anywhere in the valley, report it to your water provider or call SNWA's Conservation Helpline at 702-258-SAVE. You can also fill out a report online at snwa.com. Reporting for Waterways, I'm Jason Gifford.
Your irrigation controller can also help you avoid water waste, especially in summer when homeowners tend to overwater their landscapes. Jen Inaba explains how a smart irrigation controller can help you manage your outdoor water use and make it easier to comply with seasonal watering restrictions.
Make landscape watering easier with a clock that's smarter than the rest. A smart irrigation controller automatically adjusts your landscape watering so you don't have to. Be water smart and money smart when you invest in this newer technology with an instant rebate from the SNWA. In the summer, between 70 and 90% of your home's water bill can be generated by outdoor water use, especially if you still have grass here in the desert. Seasonal watering restrictions help Southern Nevada curb water waste, but there's much more to using resources wisely. For instance, installing the right irrigation system for your landscape's needs and adjusting your irrigation clock seasonally are key components to water conservation. If you have an older irrigation system, it may be time to replace the heart of that system, your controller, with new technology. A variety of smart irrigation controllers can take a lot of the work off your hands. These state-of-the-art controllers automatically adjust watering run times in response to environmental changes. They use sensors or weather data to manage watering times and frequency. Smart controllers can turn off your sprinkler system when it rains, which is useful during the valley's monsoon season. Some of them will also shut off if winds gust or temperatures dip.
Smart irrigation controllers is a new technology in irrigation controllers. Your traditional controllers has a fixed schedule, so you put in what days of the week you want to water, how long you want to water, things like that that are set, and it stays like that until you change it again. Smart irrigation controllers actually have weather input. And so weather actually will kind of dictate what your schedule is. So you will put in what type of plants you have, what type of irrigation system you have, and the controller will come up with a schedule. By having a smart irrigation controller, you can save thousands of gallons of water. So on a residential property, you can save between 10 and 20% of your water. So throughout a year, you're talking 20, 30,000 gallons of water. On large properties like commercial and multifamily, they can save hundreds of thousands of gallons of water a year. So there's big savings from a smart irrigation controller.
The Southern Nevada Water Authority offers a rebate coupon to help you upgrade to a smart controller. In many cases, the rebate will pay up to half the cost of the controller. Find out which controllers qualify, get program details, and print the rebate form at snwa.com. Saving money is easy. You'll receive an instant rebate when you bring your coupon to participating retailers. But if you purchase a smart controller from a non-participating retailer, you can still mail in your rebate form. The good news about smart controllers is they get smarter with time. With smart technology on the rise, monitoring your landscape is as simple as tapping into your phone, tablet, or computer. New apps now help residents remotely control their home irrigation system.
New smart irrigation controllers are controlled by apps. So you can put it on your phone or a tablet and you can control your whole system without having to go in the garage. That's one of the big barriers, is people hate going in the garage 2 or 3 times a year and having to change their controller. Now you can do it from the app on your phone. And so by doing that, it gives you better access. When we change our watering schedules throughout the year, you have easy access. It's easy to go in and change it right there and not having to go in the garage.
The Environmental Protection Agency stamps qualifying irrigation controllers with its WaterSense label to help consumers make water-smart choices that save money and maintain high environmental standards. The EPA says WaterSense labeled irrigation controllers can save an average home nearly 8,800 gallons of water annually. As with all WaterSense labeled products, the EPA independently certifies irrigation controllers to ensure they meet tough WaterSense criteria for efficiency and performance. Smart controller savings aren't just for homeowners. HOAs and commercial properties also can receive a rebate. Larger properties are perfect candidates for smart technology since the controllers are capable of irrigating larger landscapes that often have varied plant needs in each watering zone. While smart controllers are designed to increase watering efficiency, they do require initial setup and occasional monitoring to ensure optimal water savings. If you need help setting up the technology, you may want to consult an SNWA WaterSmart contractor or visit a participating retailer for assistance. Some landscapers in the WaterSmart Contractors program also accept the Smart Controller Rebate Coupon. Visit snwa.com to see a list of WaterSmart contractors. Let a smart irrigation controller take the guesswork out of manually adjusting your irrigation clock. The SNWA rebate not only will save you money, but time you can spend outdoors enjoying your landscape instead. Reporting for Waterways, I'm Jen Inaba.
Single-family residents consume the largest amount of water in southern Nevada, more than golf courses, resorts, and commercial properties combined. Since the SNWA is committed to helping the community reduce water use, it makes sense to help residents create a water-smart lifestyle from the ground up. Corey Enos explains the value of a water-smart home.
Everywhere you turn, Las Vegas is building. Home construction is especially on the rise. But we're not just building more, we're building smarter and more sustainably. Many newer communities are water smart. These homes have technology to help home buyers live a water smart lifestyle without sacrificing the comforts of home. When you build from the ground up, your toughest choices usually involve whether to purchase the upgrades such as granite countertops, crown molding, or covered patios. But when you buy a water smart home, a water efficient foundation is already laid for you. Your purchase is a guaranteed step in helping Southern Nevada conserve its most precious natural resource, water. A new water smart home can save up to 85,000 gallons of water more per year compared to a home built in 2003. That's huge water savings for Southern Nevada and conservation gains for homeowners, who can reap energy as well as water savings. Water smart homes include high-efficiency appliance and fixtures, such as washers, toilets, faucets, and shower heads. Participating builders must meet standards for hot water delivery indoors and water-efficient irrigation systems outdoors. The Water Authority launched the Water Smart Home program in partnership with the Southern Nevada Home Builders Association. The program provides customers the opportunity to purchase homes that exceed water efficiency standards, and it's one of the largest water efficiency programs for new homes in the nation.
the Water Smart Home program did start in 2005, and it was the first of its kind, the first program to test and certify new home water efficiency on a very large scale. It has been very successful. There have been many builders that participated over the years, and each of these water efficient homes saves thousands of gallons per year compared to homes built 10 years ago.
With home construction rising again, more Water Smart homes are on the market. Last year, builders constructed more than 800 new Water Smart homes, bringing the Valley's total to more than 12,000 since the program began.
As the Valley continues to grow, it's very important that we try to minimize the water impact on new home construction. And for this program, we used a points-based system that it encourages home builders to use new water-efficient technologies, things such as ultra low-flow toilets, high-efficiency shower heads, smart weather-based irrigation controllers. All of these items can help draw down the water use for each home.
Under program guidelines, participating builders agree to designate and build individual neighborhoods that qualify as water smart and are more efficient than current drought and plumbing codes mandate. This requires all homes within a water smart neighborhood to meet standard requirements established by the SNWA. All Water Smart homes landscapes are guaranteed to comply with current laws and codes. And since Southern Nevadans on average use far more water outdoors on landscapes than they do indoors, the potential for outdoor water savings is high.
For outdoor water use, we know that on average, 70 or 80% of the total water use can be outside. So it's very important that we look at water efficiency outdoors. We look at landscape. This is low water use, desert adapted landscape, and high efficient drip irrigation systems. Of course, there is not going to be front lawns in these homes because the water use is very high.
While outdoor conservation has a big impact on our Valley's water supply, it isn't the only way Water Smart homes save water. These homes feature state-of-the-art appliances and fixtures to advance water savings even further, such as high-efficiency toilets that use 1.28 gallons of water or less per flush, kitchen faucets that release a maximum of 2.2 gallons of water per minute, low-flow bathroom faucets limited to 1.5 gallons per minute, shower heads that use 2.5 gallons of water per minute or less, and hot water systems that deliver hot water quickly, reducing waiting and waste. While all fixtures in a Water Smart home must meet EPA WaterSense standards, appliances that are pre-installed or offered as upgrades also must meet energy standards, which include water efficiency standards. Homeowners will save both energy and water with specified high-efficiency dishwashers, washing machines, air conditioning systems, and drinking water treatment systems. Home builders agree to have a percentage of their newly built Water Smart homes inspected by the Water Authority to ensure program conditions are met. The inspection includes a detailed checklist to verify that each component of a Water Smart home is properly installed.
The program incorporates both energy standards from the Energy Star program as well as water efficiency standards for the Environmental Protection Agency's WaterSense program. So between those two standards, we look at the water use in appliances as well as fixtures, toilets, and shower heads.
Conserving water and energy is a natural way of life for most Southern Nevadans. But imagine how much more you could save if your home's technology did much of the work for you. It's possible with a Water Smart home. Reporting for Waterways, I'm Corey Enos.
Pardee Homes recently joined the SNWA's Water Smart Home program. The home builder has a long history of building sustainable homes in Southern Nevada. One of Pardee's newest Water Smart home collections, Linnea, is located in Henderson's master plan community in Sparata. Linnea's water-efficient features include WaterSense labeled low-flow faucets, Energy Star dishwashers and clothes washers, as well as high-efficiency toilets. Water savings are also realized outdoors.
We work with the landscape architect not only to use the right materials, but also design the drip irrigation system and go into with the clocks to make sure we have a multifunctional clock that can have the different seasons, have the days of the week, multi-programmable. We also now offer an option to make that a Wi-Fi controller, so someone now can use an Apple or an Android phone and actually monitor their water usage through their clock.
In our environment in Las Vegas, being a desert arid environment, we find it an opportunity to conserve water, which is also important to our homeowners. You know, many of them aren't just important for them to save money, it's also important for them to contribute to the environment and not have a footprint where they're actually wasting.
Hardie launched its Living Smart program in 1998 to offer home buyers sustainable, cost-efficient homes. The program focuses on 5 areas of advancement: Health Smart, Energy Smart, Earth Smart, Home Smart, and Water Smart. The Water Smart component includes desert landscaping as well as high-efficiency fixtures and plumbing designed to conserve water. Local water quality providers have released their annual water quality reports. The reports are provided each June and detail your drinking water sources and quality, along with the results of the 2017 water quality analyses. The Southern Nevada Water Authority takes water quality very seriously and wants you to know your drinking water meets or surpasses all Safe Drinking Water Act standards.
This is a story of the numbers that make your water flow. 90% of our water comes from Lake Mead. Traveling through 6,500 miles of pipeline, your water is treated thoroughly, analyzed more than 300,000 times a year, and monitored 24/7 by experts. All to ensure your water meets or surpasses the highest quality standards on its way to the place that matters most, your tap. For objective information about water quality and in-home treatment systems, visit snwa.com.
The American Water Works Association recently recognized the Las Vegas Valley Water District as one of the safest utilities in the nation. The Water District received the 2018 Wendell R. Ledoux Utility Safety Award during AWWA's annual conference in June. The AWWA selects the nominee with the most impressive safety record for the past 5 years. During the conference held at Mandalay Bay, Water District teams displayed their skill in a hydrant hysteria competition, as well as a pipe tapping contest. The men's hydrant hysteria team assembled hydrants as crowds cheered, but didn't make the finals. Since there's currently no women's hydrant hysteria competition, 2 all-female teams from the district demonstrated their knowledge, speed, and accuracy to encourage a competition in the future. And the district men's tapping team competed against more than 30 other international teams in a high-energy competition to install a tap on a pressurized iron pipe, ultimately making it to the finals. That's it for this edition of Waterways. If you have any comments or questions, contact us at Waterways, 1001 South Valley View Boulevard, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89153. Or send us an email through our website at snwa.com. Stay connected with SNWA through our social media channels. You can find us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube. Thank you for watching. We'll see you again next time, right here on Waterways.
Drowning is the leading cause of death in young children in Southern Nevada. Remember these safety steps. Patrol. Always have an adult actively watching children in the water. Protect. Provide defensive barriers between your child and the pool. Prepare. Create a water safety plan for your family. Enroll children in swimming classes and equip your pool with safety equipment. Be ready to call 911 in an emergency. Keep it fun and safe all year long. Visit GetHealthyClarkCounty.org.
Whoa, that's an earthquake. Thanks, Captain Obvious. You think you know everything about earthquakes? Because I do. Oh, really? Which state has the most earthquakes after Alaska, California, and Hawaii? Yeah, Nevada. And I happen to know that if a big one hits, you want to drop, find cover, and hold on until the shaking stops. Most injuries happen during earthquakes because of falling objects. Don't put heavy objects above your bed. Fasten bookshelves and water heaters to walls. Yeah, and put the heaviest items right on the floor or on the lowest shelves. Go to Clark County's website for more earthquake safety tips. Told you I knew everything.
You're watching Clark County Television, our community, our home. Clark County, Nevada.
All right, thank you everybody for coming tonight. Obviously, I'm not Bill Brown, who usually does this role. I am David Damore. I'm a professor of political science at UNLV, and I'm also a non-resident senior fellow at the Brookings Institution in Government Studies, like Molly. So this is actually the last of the Brookings Scholars Lecture this year, so thank you for coming. So Molly's going to talk to us tonight a little bit about her title of her talk is essentially looking at the conflict between Republican-led states and the Republican-led Washington, D.C. Where are the fault lines, what we've already seen, as well as what we might see in the future here. This is what, your second trip out here?
It is my second trip out.
So Molly's second trip out there. She is the author of a book on the filibuster, Expectations to the Rule, about the politics of filibuster, limitations in the U.S. Senate, which explores basically how Congress tried to get around their own rules to pass legislation. Most recently, we saw that with the tax legislation that came out in last year there, and of course that's how Obamacare got passed as well, way back when here. Her current research projects include work on the congressional budget process, the consequences of partisan dynamics on how the budget actually works and does not work more often, and how federalism and the consequences of federalism on national policy making during the era of a unified Republican Party control in Washington, D.C. Molly received her PhD in political science and public policy from the University of Michigan and her BA in government from Smith College. Prior to working at, actually we're at Brookings before. She was working as a research coordinator in the government studies program in Brookings. She's also done some teaching at Jordan Innovation. She did some teaching today in my class, in fact. So we'll turn it over to Molly.
Great, thanks Dave, and thank you all for coming. It's really great to be back here at UNLV. I am really excited about how warm it is outside. This is definitely still winter when I left the East Coast, so that's been a lovely change. And tonight, as Dave said, I'm going to be talking about some work on a new project that's actually joint work with one of my Brookings colleagues, Elizabeth Mann, and we're calling it When Interests Collide. And it's on sources and areas of conflict between Republican-led states and Republicans at the national level. And just to tell you a little bit about how we got started on this project. The idea first came to us in the aftermath of the 2016 election. I actually was looking in preparation for this lecture at all of my files from the project, and I think our very first notes on this project are from the week after the 2016 election, when the very emergent, immediate conventional wisdom was, once Republicans have control of the House, the Senate, and the presidency in 2017, the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, is sort of dead from day one. And we sort of took a look at that conventional wisdom and started to think, maybe that's not quite true. As we all know, I'm going to talk quite a lot about the ACA tonight. As we all know, it's ultimately still alive in some form. But part of why we thought initially that it might survive is because of the existence of a number of states, including states led by Republicans, where the ACA was working and had been implemented to full effect. And so Elizabeth does a lot of work on the state-based implementation of federal policy. I do a lot of work on Congress, so this seems like a natural place for us to work together. So to start us off, I'm going to walk us through 4 events from 2017. Many of them, if not all of them, will be familiar to you because they all involve your governor, Brian Sandoval. So the first comes from January of 2017. And in January of 2017, Governor Sandoval, at the very beginning of January, sends a letter to House Republican leaders indicating that they should, any changes they make to the Affordable Care Act should make sure to leverage the advancements that were already made. Later in the month, he joins, so Governor Sandoval is the vice chair of the National Governors Association. He joins the other governors in sending another letter that is more specifically about Medicaid, and asks that if Congress is considering changes to Medicaid, it need to continue to have a big federal role and to take advantage of the Medicaid expansion that had happened under the Affordable Care Act. So we see very immediately some pushback from Republican governors against repealing the ACA. Republicans in Congress, on the other hand, go full speed ahead, setting up, this is a picture from a vote in the Senate in January of 2017, sort of set forth the framework to be able to repeal the ACA under filibuster-proof procedures. So, first example of Republican governors going one way, Republicans in Congress going the other. Let's fast forward to June. At this point, the House, after a couple false starts, has successfully passed a bill repealing the ACA. Governor Sandoval joins 6 other governors to, again, send a letter, this time about the bill that the House has actually passed. Again, focusing largely on the Medicaid provisions. Says the Medicaid provisions are particularly problematic. He also has this relatively notorious press conference with Senator Heller, who, given the lighting here, is sort of in the shadows over there, which seems sort of appropriate. But it's this press conference where Governor Sandoval and Senator Heller indicate that the approach that the House is taking is unacceptable. Republicans in Congress, again at this point in the Senate, continue to go full speed ahead. There was a thought for a while that the Senate might take a different tack than the House. They ultimately introduce a bill in the Senate that looks quite a lot like the House bill. President Trump had called that House bill mean in June. The Senate chooses to take a very similar approach despite hearing this pushback from governors. So in July, we see again Governor Sandoval joined this time 9 other governors to oppose the emerging Senate proposal on the ACA. So this letter, which is to the Senate leaders, Mitch McConnell and Chuck Schumer, not only indicates their displeasure with the Medicaid provisions, but it also specifically says that the Senate should reject this skinny repeal proposal, which, if you were watching the debate, was this idea that the Senate would do kind of the bare minimum merely for legislative momentum purposes. The Senate would just pass something so that this process could continue. The Senate, again, disregards this position from the governors, tries to pass this skinny repeal bill. This is a picture of John McCain just before he gives his thumbs down to vote no. You can see Mitch McConnell off there in the background looking very displeased about what's happening. But again, this is sort of the third example of where there is pressure from governors to go in one direction and Congress at least tries to go in the other. And then I'm going to end this kind of lead up with something that happened in September, which is that, so Congress goes on recess in August, they all go home. At the beginning of recess, they all seem sort of resigned to the idea that they're done working on this. They start to hear from constituents, particularly well-placed Republican constituents, that no, they really need to take one more crack at trying to repeal the ACA in 2017. At the beginning of September, there's a kind of key, wonky, but important event where basically the Senate parliamentarian, whose job is to provide guidance to the senators on what the rules say, basically says, all right, senators, if you want this chance to repeal the ACA under these procedures that protect the bill from a filibuster, you have to finish it by the end of September. If you don't finish it by the end of September, and you want to do another bill that is exempt from a filibuster after the 1st of October, you only get one shot. And you want to use that shot for a tax bill, so you've got to make a choice. Either hurry up and do a health care bill now, or try to do healthcare and a tax bill together after October 1st. There was no real sense that that part of the plan would work. So that really kind of lit a fire under Republicans for one last shot at doing this. This is, again, a letter from Governor Sandoval and 9 other governors indicating that they opposed the plan that was emerging for this last-ditch effort. It's a proposal that I'll refer to as the Graham-Cassidy proposal. Alternatively, Graham-Cassidy, Heller, and Johnson. Those were the 4 Republican senators who were prominently involved in pushing this. Again, Senate tries quite hard to do the opposite of what these governors are requesting. They ultimately realize they don't have the votes. You can see Bill Cassidy, senator from Louisiana, looking pretty glum on the far side of that picture. September ends, and with it, any real serious legislative effort at repealing the ACA. So these are kind of 4 key moments in the process of this ACA repeal fight from last year. And at all of them, we saw governors wanting one thing, including some Republican governors. Governor Sandoval was not the only one. We also saw prominent activism from Governor Kasich of Ohio, Governor Baker of Massachusetts, Governor Scott of Vermont, and Governor Hogan of Maryland, Republicans all. And they were diverging from their national co-partisans, national Republicans, on this major policy issue. So just to give you a little sense of where we're going with the rest of the talk, I'm going to talk a little bit about how we should think about this behavior by Sandoval and other Republican governors. And I'm going to bring in some political science research from kind of a couple different areas of the field that will help us think about this. I'm going to talk about what we actually saw happen in 2017. So I gave some highlights using the example of Governor Sandoval, but I'm going to present some data that Elizabeth and I have been collecting on more systematically what's been happening. Also going to draw some comparisons to previous health policy debates. In this talk, I'm going to talk mainly about a law that was passed in 1997, creating the Children's Health Insurance Program. As Elizabeth and I continue to work on this project, we're also going to be comparing this case in 2017 to major legislation in 1995 and the original passage of the ACA. And then I'm also going to talk at the end about a little bit of what we should watch going forward. What are some other both areas of tension in the healthcare area, and what are some other policy areas where we are seeing this tension between Republican governors and a Republican national government. So before I do that, I want to just remind us quickly sort of why the ACA is a really interesting case to study this tension between national and state level Republicans. And it's in large part because the ACA is set up in such a way that responsibility for implementing it is shared between the federal government and state governments. So one major area of this is the Medicaid expansion. So under a Supreme Court decision in 2012, states could not be required to expand Medicaid. As of today, there are 32 states that have chosen to do so. There are a couple states, including Virginia and I think Utah, that are now considering expansions. And this set of 32 states includes 11 states that had a Republican governor at the time, excuse me, they chose to expand. Another area where responsibility is shared between states and the federal government is in the marketplaces. And these are these websites that individuals use to purchase coverage on the individual market and to access the subsidies that they might have available to them from the federal government to do so. Under a 2015 Supreme Court decision, individuals can access those subsidies whether or not a marketplace is created by an individual state or maintained by the federal government, and the law gives states the option of choosing whether or not to create their own marketplace or leave it to the federal government to do so. A third way in which responsibility is shared here is through what we call waivers. And basically, waivers are the ability of individual states to apply for permission from the federal government for some flexibility in how they implement the law. So there's long-standing waiver authority under Medicaid, where states can ask the federal government for flexibility in implementing Medicaid in their states. There's also provisions in the ACA that are specific to some of the ACA's state-based provisions, where basically states, if they can justify that they'll cover as many people and that it will cost no more to the federal government, they can access some flexibility. So this is all to say that the ACA provides, because it creates a shared responsibility for implementation between states and the federal government, it provides us with an interesting way to study this dynamic. So one possibility is that the same set of things that predicted how individual states implemented the ACA in the first place will be the things that predict whether we see Republican tension between governors and the federal government. So the first thing we know about how states chose to implement the ACA is that it's largely a partisan story. So the biggest predictor of whether a state was going to oppose particularly expanding Medicaid was whether the state's governor was a Republican and whether Republicans controlled the legislature. This partisan story also helps explain how fast states went. So Democratic-led states that chose to expand Medicaid generally went faster than Republican-led states. And this is important, but it doesn't really help us understand why we saw some governors, like Governor Sandoval, choose to push back against the feds in 2017, because this would suggest that they would have simply gone along with what the federal level Republicans were doing. So there are other things, though, that mattered, and these might help us understand better what some of the source of this tension was. So one thing that seemed to matter quite a bit for predicting whether a state was going to expand Medicaid in particular was how strong was organized business support in the state for the decision to expand. The presence of pro-expansion healthcare providers was also a driver, and states that had existing higher levels of Medicaid benefits also tended to move faster in expanding. Interestingly, there's little evidence that maybe what we would call need drove decision-making at the state level about how to implement the ACA. So there's not a lot of evidence that states with higher uninsured populations, or where there were more high-need hospitals, or states with lower per capita incomes, they didn't seem to expand Medicaid or be more aggressive in implementing the ACA. So another possibility is that this is an electoral story, that it's not necessarily about the ACA specifically, but it's more broadly about whether governors, what their electoral situation is. So one possible explanation here would be that governors are afraid of being blamed for their national colleagues' decision to cut benefits. So if Republicans in Congress decide to cut Medicaid, governors might be afraid that that is going to affect them negatively in their reelection efforts. So for this to be true, for governors' kind of concern in this area to be well-founded, voters would need to be able to distinguish between which level of government is actually responsible for something. So if voters can tell that governors are doing one thing and the federal government is doing something else, then maybe governors don't need to be worried about this. But if voters are bad at that and are just going to conflate what's happening at the national level with what's happening at the state level, then maybe governors should be more concerned. And what we know from the literature is that voters can make these distinctions, but only sometimes and only in certain circumstances. Things like voters who are pretty well informed can generally tell the difference between which level of government is responsible for what thing. If they're kind of reminded of or cued into which level, they can generally effectively report back in a survey, that sort of thing. So This suggests to me that there's a real possibility that if something was happening at the national level, that governors might legitimately be blamed by voters for what was happening. So a second possibility is that what happens in state level elections is just really about what's happening at the federal level. And so a different way to put this is it's really just what's happening with the president all the way down. There's some pretty interesting work that suggests that state legislators of electoral fate is largely determined by presidential approval. There's also some evidence that voters will punish the president's party at the ballot box, even for things like local tax increases that the voters themselves enacted through a ballot measure. So this is to suggest that there's sort of the nationalization of electoral politics might be playing a role here. There's also some work that suggests that when responsibility for a particular policy area is shared, voters will just blame whichever level of government is controlled by the other party. So if you are a Republican in a Republican-controlled state and there's a Democratic president and there's a policy area where they share responsibility, you're just going to blame the Democrats and the Democratic president for what's happening, not your own party members. And so this could really cut both ways for governors in 2017. On one hand, if Republican governors think that Republican voters will like that national level Republicans were fulfilling this long-held Republican campaign promise, they might reward governors for a repeal of the ACA in this setup. But if voters don't like the repeal of the ACA, then they might just choose to punish governors anyway because they're unhappy with what the federal level office holders are doing. So the last thing I want to touch on before I show you some data is what do we know about the ACA and political behavior specifically? So there's some good work that suggests, on one hand, that Medicaid beneficiaries are significantly less likely to register, to vote, to take other kinds of political action. There's also some evidence that the Medicaid expansion increased political participation, but that's both increasing turnout among new beneficiaries and a backlash effect among conservatives who were unhappy about states having expanded Medicaid. It's also not clear that these effects really persisted past 2014. So what this evidence suggests to us is that it's probably not the case that governors were really concerned about specific electoral punishment from the population who benefited the most from the Medicaid expansion, but that the other evidence suggests that there may be some electoral and political motivation going on here. So one of the things that we did to kind of start this project is just try to get a sense of, well, how active were governors on this issue in 2017? So this is a graph of all 50 governors. And along the bottom are the number of newspaper articles that mentioned one of the governors and his or her position on repeal and replace between January and September of 2017. The red bars are Republican governors. The blue bars are Democratic governors. Alaska has an independent governor. That's the green bar. There are roughly 900 newspaper articles that we looked at in this analysis. And you'll see, first of all, that there's lots of variation. So the governor at the top of the list is John Kasich of Ohio, who was mentioned in more than 100 newspaper articles about repeal and replace. The governor of Hawaii was mentioned 0 times. Don't have a great explanation for that, but we see a lot of variation here. We also see, for example, that 6 of the top 10 most frequently mentioned governors were Republicans. And this is a mix of people who supported repeal and who opposed repeal. So number 1 and 2 are Governors Kasich and Sandoval, who are both repeal opponents. Governor Baker of Massachusetts is number 3. Number 4 is Governor Doug Ducey of Arizona, who was a prominent repeal supporter. We also see in the top 10 Governor Hutchinson of Arkansas, who was a repeal supporter, and Governor LePage of Maine, who was a repeal supporter. So this is interesting data to look at. It really gives us a sense of how much variation there was among governors across both parties in this debate. But what can it tell us about whether these electoral incentives seem to matter? So I want to focus here on the 17 Republican governors in 2017 who led states that expanded Medicaid. So within this group of 17, there were 5 governors who were term limited and can't run again. And we would think that might be important because if you can't run again, you're going to have really different electoral incentives. Basically, you're not running for re-election, so it matters less to you personally what's happening because you're not going to be on the ballot again. There were 7 governors in this group who were running for re-election in 2018. So these are the governors who we think might be most sensitive to any electoral incentives. And then there are 5 governors in this group who aren't running in 2018, either because their state doesn't have a gubernatorial election in 2018 or because they had simply chosen not to run. So the most active group here were the term limited governors. So these 5 governors who were term limited and couldn't run again, they averaged about 40 mentions. A lot of that is driven by Sandoval and Kasich, both of whom are term limited, and we're at the very top of that graph that I showed. The second most active group were these governors who were running for re-election, who we thought might be most sensitive to electoral incentives. So this includes proponents of repeal, like Ducey and Hutchinson. Ducey notably was a proponent of repeal and tried to persuade John McCain to also be a proponent of repeal. He famously called John McCain the night of that failed vote in the Senate and told him it was okay to vote for repeal. This group of governors who were running for re-election also includes Governors Baker, Hogan, and Scott, who are all opponents. So we see both groups of governors being, both sides of the issue being active in this group. This group averaged about 28 mentions in that graph. And then the governors who simply weren't running in 2018 and weren't term limited, they averaged about 15 mentions. So this suggests to us that there is something about an electoral story happening, that some of the behavior we see is consistent with governors responding to the electoral incentives that are in front of them. So what about sort of policy effects? You know, there are a couple different ways this might work. One would be, you know, kind of what we would like to be true in an ideal world, which is that if a state is going to be hurt by repeal, electoral incentives aside, a governor of that state should oppose repeal. Whereas if a state might benefit from repeal, electoral incentives aside, the governor should advocate for that. Another possibility is that states that were going to be really hurt by repeal, that they might have particularly active interest group coalitions that would be pushing the governor to oppose repeal. If you think back to when I talked about some of the work that looks at why the ACA was implemented in the way it was in the first place, one big factor there was whether sort of hospitals and other business groups were really pushing for expansion. So this is some data that Elizabeth and I put together in September when the Senate was thinking about this Graham-Cassidy Heller-Johnson proposal. And what that proposal would have done was basically take the money that was that's currently available under the ACA, convert it into a block grant where it just goes to states as a big chunk of money, with states having some ability just to decide how that money was spent. And it would also implement certain caps on Medicaid spending. And so the Kaiser Family Foundation took a look at what the projections and the projected changes for different states would be under this proposal. So on this graph, the right side is states that would benefit from the change. The left side are states that would lose from the change. And it's in billions of dollars. And then the bars, red bars, are governors who came out against this proposal. Green bars are governors who came out for the proposal, and then the gray bars are governors who didn't make a public statement about it, including the governor of Texas, where the proposal was written such that it would potentially benefit Texas quite significantly. So if we look at the pattern here, we can see that all of the governors who came out against this proposal were from states that were projected to lose out. So that's the governors of Maryland, Massachusetts, Nevada, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico, Ohio, and Vermont. On the supporting the proposal side, we see it cut both ways. So we see some governors who were projected to whose states were projected to benefit coming out in support, but we also see some governors whose states were projected to lose coming out in support of the proposal, including again our friends governors Ducey and Hutchinson, who are again in that group of governors who are running for re-election in 2018. So was 2017 unusual? Was kind of the level of activity that we saw governors engage in different than past healthcare debates over issues that have shared federal and state responsibility? The short answer, at least when we're comparing 2017 to 1997 and the creation of the Children's Health Insurance Program, is yes. So remember I told you that there were about 900 mentions of governors and their positions on ACA repeal in newspaper articles in 2017. There were a total of 24 mentions of governors in relation to the creation of CHIP in 1997. The highest number there is Governor Lawton Chiles of Florida, who was mentioned 4 times. So if you think about that in comparison to the over 100 times that Governor Kasich was mentioned in 2017, we do see a big difference here. So what are maybe some of the reasons for that difference? So one is that in 2017, we had unified Republican control at the national level, whereas in 1997, there was divided control at the national level. Republicans controlled Congress, and there was a Democratic president in the White House. And this may have led governors in 1997 to think, we need to be less active on this issue because we know that divided government at the federal level might produce a compromise that reflects a mix of Democratic and Republican preferences better. As opposed to 2017, when unified government potentially had the ability for Republicans to implement something that was on a more party line basis. Another reason that we might have seen this difference is that in 1997, we were looking at a prospective new program, a gains for governors, whereas in 2017, we were looking at the prospect of big losses for some governors. And one thing we know from sort of the psychology literature is that people tend to be more sensitive to losses than they are to gains. And so if we're thinking about kind of the downstream electoral consequences, voters might be more aware of losses that they incurred in 2017, and that would trickle up to governors who felt the need to be more active. The 1997 legislation was bipartisan from the start. The 2 biggest champions of it were Senator Kennedy of Massachusetts, a Democrat, and Senator Hatch of Utah, a Republican. It was also a much smaller change, so again, governors may not have felt the need to be quite as active. And it had very popular potential beneficiaries. It's really politically popular to insure kids. This is a quote from the governor of Nevada in 1997, who pointed out that governors welcomed the opportunity to build on their previous successes in extending health insurance to more kids. So one of the things that we're going to be working on in this project is continuing to explore some of these explanations for what makes some of these cases different than others. So just to sort of conclude, and then I'll talk a little bit about what we should watch going forward. So we think there's probably little reason to expect that governor's behavior in 2017 was driven by a really specific concern that they would be punished electorally by Medicaid beneficiaries if the federal government made these big sweeping changes to Medicaid. But an electoral story that emphasizes the broader place of the ACA in national politics is more likely. So the idea that governors, even governors in states where that would have lost out from the law that was proposed in 2017, if those were governors who are up for re-election this year in deep red states like Arkansas, those governors might have felt, because of the overall national political environment, it was the politically optimal thing to do to come out against or in favor of repeal, I should say. Whereas we saw several of the governors who came out against repeal are Republican governors from bluer states like Maryland and Massachusetts, where the ACA is broadly popular. And then there's some suggestive evidence that these policy effects may have played a role. The governors were paying attention to what actually would have happened in their states and were responding by pushing back against the federal government because of that. So what else should we pay attention to going forward in this area? So now that we've seen what's the likely end of major legislative efforts to repeal the ACA, where else might we see state-federal tension in the healthcare area? So a couple things to watch here is Massachusetts, which is a state with a Republican governor, is currently proposing adopting a drug formulary, which basically means a list of prescription drugs that Medicaid would cover. Currently that's not permitted as part of Medicaid. And this seems like the kind of thing that a conservative administration would be interested in approving. It's very focused on controlling costs, that sort of thing. But the Trump administration has expressed skepticism about approving Massachusetts' request to do this. So that's one kind of interesting case of tension that we might watch. The other is in Idaho, where the state of Idaho has a proposal to basically allow insurance companies to sell health insurance plans that don't comply with the ACA. Again, given the Trump administration's hesitancy about the ACA, we might think they would be excited about this prospect, but they've so far been a little lukewarm towards it. They've basically said that Idaho can't do exactly what it wants. Maybe it can do something else that might have similar effects. But again, these are two Republican-led states that are pushing back and in some conflict with the federal government on health policy. What are some other policy areas that we might watch here? So one that Elizabeth and I have written a little bit about that we're paying attention to is education. So if we think back to the confirmation of Betsy DeVos to be the education secretary about a year ago, that was very contentious, in part because there were Republican senators, two of whom, Susan Collins of Maine and Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, ended up voting against DeVos, who heard from a lot of their constituents that Secretary DeVos's pro-charter school, pro-school choice agenda would not necessarily work well for states with large rural populations. And so that's one place where we might see more tension. And then lastly is some interesting environmental policy areas. So we saw, I think earlier this year, the Trump administration propose to expand offshore drilling. And immediately, the state of Florida said, we don't want this. Again, it's Florida, led by Republican Governor Rick Scott. And then the Trump administration changed its proposal to exempt Florida from the expansion. So again, lots of interesting places to watch as Republican-led states either go along with or push back against what the federal government is up to. So I will stop there, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Molly. Questions for Molly?
Yeah.
Was there significant international reaction to the repeal of the individual mandate at all?
So in December, when So as part of the tax bill that was passed in December, Republicans were successful at repealing the individual mandate. We haven't collected the newspaper data, but from just kind of paying attention to this, I don't think there was nearly as much, and there are a couple of reasons for that. Number one, the individual mandate doesn't necessarily have effects that differ a lot across states because everyone was subject to it. So it's not the case that because you live in Nevada, which has expanded Medicaid, versus living in a state that hasn't, you're going to feel really different effects of the policy. The other reason is because the individual mandate was far and away the least popular part of the Affordable Care Act. People hate being told they have to do things like buy insurance. And so even as other parts of the law grew in popularity in the face of Republican efforts to repeal it last year, so we saw things like the protections for pre-existing conditions become more popular and that sort of thing, support for the individual mandate never really got more popular. And so even for governors who are generally in favor of keeping the Medicaid expansion and other parts of the ACA, it would be a pretty hard political lift to come out in favor of the least popular part of the law. Yeah?
What was the impact of the Freedom Coalition in Congress and their impact on the states where they were present?
It's a good question. And one thing that we did a little bit of work on and never really came to a clear explanation of was, so there were Freedom Caucus members from a number of states who were pushing for this amendment that is ultimately part of what got the bill across the finish line in the House that would provide state-based flexibility. And in that case, we saw some House members who weren't part of the Freedom Caucus align with the Freedom Caucus, despite the fact that it would be quite unpopular in their states. So I think at the end of the day, a big part of this story is just that this was a major Republican policy promise that folks in Congress really felt like they had to follow through on, and they were willing to do, in some cases, kind of whatever it took legislatively to try and get across the finish line. But it's an interesting thing to think about, and I think the Freedom Caucus was quite influential in how this went through Congress. Yeah.
I want to say a question, but I don't know how to word it right, so maybe you can help me.
I can do my best.
What do you think about political figures that are in politics for like a long time, and then they try to use that stuff in their benefit, but like for example, the healthcare that you were talking about one. But let's say that they were against it, but they said they were for it, and then later on they said that they were against it. Do you think that the longer you are in politics, the less that works in your favor?
So I certainly think the longer one's political career lasts, the more likely it is you're going to find yourself in situations that pressure you to take one position versus a different position. Yeah. So I mean, this was quite famously happened to John Kerry in the 2004 presidential election. He was for it, and then he was against it, and he was accused of flip-flopping. So I think just the longer you have a political career, the more likely that is to come up. And then the question of, well, does it matter, is really going to depend on your particular electoral situation at a given time. So it'll be really interesting, for instance, to watch whether Senator Heller's going from being against repeal to being pretty aggressively pro-repeal over the span of just a couple of months in 2017, whether that has any implications for his ability to win re-election here in Nevada this year. And I don't know. You all are more Nevada political experts than I am, but that'll be, I think, an interesting thing to watch. Yeah, you're welcome.
Good question.
Yeah.
So right now, the federal government's still paying a big chunk of the Medicaid expansion. Do you think these attitudes are going to change as the states are required to pick up more of the tab?
I think that's potentially true. one of the things that was really interesting to watch governors take a position on, and senators from states, Republican senators from states that had expanded Medicaid, was during the debate over how long the period over which the Medicaid expansion would phase out would be. So there was, will it phase out over 5 years? Will it phase out over 10 years? That sort of thing. And I do think it's possible that as states become more responsible for covering more of the Medicaid expansion, it will become less popular. But at the same time, I think many people regard the Medicaid expansion as the most successful part of the law. And particularly as it's also proven to be a part of the law that's been less susceptible to kind of administrative change at the federal level. That's changing a little bit with the push towards implementing work requirements for Medicaid, which the Trump administration has started to do administratively. But it'll certainly be interesting to watch, and including to get back to something I mentioned in the talk, the fact that there are some of these governors who were the highest profile supporters of keeping the Medicaid expansion won't still be in office. They're term limited out. So it's hard to say kind of what the next order consequences of what we're looking at here will be. But I do, one of the big takeaways that I think we've had from this project so far is that this activism by governors was really relevant in the debate.
All right, I got another one for you.
Okay, go for it.
So do you think part of the struggles for Republicans, repeal was the easy part, but the replace part? Because, at the end of the day, this is started as a Republican idea as the alternative to Clinton care. Yes. Romney is the first to do it in Massachusetts.
Yeah, so I do think, and if we go back all the way to the beginning of the talk, when I talk about what happened in January of 2017, this question of whether Republicans were going to repeal and replace at the same time, or repeal now and replace later, was actually a big sticking point. And from my perspective, that was kind of the place where things really started to go off the rails for Republican efforts. I don't think that Republicans, particularly Paul Ryan in the House, thought he was going to have as much trouble as he did uniting his caucus behind kind of a grand strategy, not even the particulars. So there was one part of the Republican conference in the House who said, if we repeal the bill now, but give ourselves 2 years to come up with a replacement, we're never actually going to repeal the bill. We're going to say we did it, but we're just going to keep kicking the can down the road. There was another part of the House Republican Conference who said, if we repeal the bill now without a replacement, we're never actually going to replace the law. And that first group tended to be kind of the Freedom Caucus types. That second group tended to be more moderate establishment Republicans. And together, they had enough votes to basically force some sort of agreement, which ended up being, we're going to repeal and replace at the same time, which proved to be really hard to do. Yes?
You're dealing with Congress, you're dealing with the government. Do you think voters are even cognizant of any of this?
So, I think that because the ACA was sort of a high enough profile issue, that I do think that registered with a lot of voters, that there was activity on this issue, that there was the potential that the law was going to be repealed. Whether voters were actually distinguishing between what the governors wanted and what Congress wanted, I think am also sort of skeptical, and I think a lot of the research I talked about supports me in that skepticism. But to the extent that voters would identify what was happening with Republicans, I think they are definitely capable of doing that, but not necessarily assigning credit or blame specifically across the levels of government.
Any other questions for Molly? All right, we can all get home and get the hockey game starts in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On our next edition of In Your Neighborhood, Commissioner Lawrence Wheatley and I are high above the strip at the High Roller Observation Wheel. That's In Your Neighborhood, right here on Clark County Television.
Welcome to Club Ride. Club Ride is the free employee benefits program that encourages and rewards the employees that would like to or currently carpooling, walking, biking, taking transit, or even motorcycling to and from work.
Club Ride has excellent programs and services for commuters,
Such as Guaranteed Ride Home, Club Ride discounts, Easy Rider, and the monthly price drawings.
Club Ride Rewards is a program that rewards commuters every month for clean green commutes to and from work. As a Club Ride member, you can win cash and prizes every month. It's a great thing.
Oh, we love winning the awards. We've been carpooling over 11 years now.
We were doing it before it was the thing to do.
I think I'm a better driver.
No, I'm the better driver.
Carpooling was just kind of a natural thing. We could ride to work, we could talk to one another on our way, and saved us time and gas. But that extra prize makes it extra fun.
I was carpooling before it was cool, and before we got the Rockstar parking for carpooling. Club Ride has this really cool website. You go in and you log your trips each week, and it calculates for you how much money you've saved, how much of an impact you've had on the environment in terms of less emissions and so on. So I know for a fact I've saved $300 each year carpooling.
After 20 years of driving in Las Vegas traffic, I think I'd had enough and I was ready for a change. I currently commute by taking the new transit buses. There's a new park and ride in my neighborhood, so I just drive over there and hop on the bus.
I commute with this bad boy right here. My employer not only supports it, she lets me park my bicycle right in my closet at work. I love the Club Ride discount program because I get to use it at Jason's Deli, Cold Stone Creamery, and then I'm even able to use it at my bike shop, Bicycle World. I wish I would have learned about it earlier.
One of the great benefits for employers is the outreach that we do. We set up a table, we give away free t-shirts, we talk to them, we educate them about the program, and then of course the incentives that are available to them. Once employers realize what we do for them, they love it.
Club Ride is extremely successful at Bellagio. We've been a partner with Club Ride since 1999, and currently we have about 1,200 employees enrolled. We provide our employees with reserved parking, bike racks, motorcycle area, as well as pre-tax payroll deduction for the passes.
I think the Club Ride program is very well thought out, very well engineered. Cox is really committed to being a Club Ride partner. We have swipe machines at every entrance where employees can log their commutes. We also have bicycle racks. We have the ability for employees to work compressed work weeks and flexible schedules. And we have pool vehicles that are available for those employees that commute who need a vehicle to use to visit a customer or to go to another office.
Having a strong commute options program is really important to the city of Henderson. Currently, we have over 400 of our employees that are enrolled in the Club Ride program. We have lots of prize winners every month, and I really make a big deal about it. I hand deliver all the prizes. They're just really excited, especially if one of the other employees sees that they're getting this prize. That kind of motivates them and they want to be part of that.
I'm Joan with Cox Communications. I'm proud to be a carpooler, and I think you should be too.
Less traffic and cleaner air, and that's a good thing.
Less traffic, cleaner air. Carpooling is a good thing.
I'm Joey over at the Rio, and I love being a Club Ride member.
I'm Bill with Cox Communications, and we're a proud partner with Club Ride.
Commute options are a good thing. Partner with Club Ride today.
To find out more, visit the Club Ride website.
Or call 228-RIDE or go to your HR office and speak to your transportation coordinator.
That's a wrap. That sounds good. That's a wrap.
Or can I do like Janis Joplin? That's all, folks.
On the next edition of Clark County Chronicles, flash flood season is here, an annual reminder to turn around, don't drown. Operation Mustang was an extraordinary full-scale drill testing our first responders, and the Las Vegas Aces are already assisting our young future basketball stars. Those stories and more coming up on the next edition of Clark County Chronicles, right here on Clark County Television.
Although my car almost tipped over on its top, it didn't. So you can see I'm floating down in the middle of this weather. I've called 911. They told me to roll down my windows and stay in the car, and hopefully they'll be here soon.
I was born here in Las Vegas in 1913.
Born in Las Vegas in 1936.
August 1931.
October 1953.
Born here on February 22nd.
I've been here since the first day of 1950.
Came to Las Vegas in 1949.
I came to Las Vegas in 1953.
October 3rd, 1949.
1952 September.
I moved here in 1955. Came to Las Vegas in 1943.
In 1961.
I was born here in Clark County before Las Vegas.
Gail and I were going together, and we were at an air show. And all of a sudden, over the loudspeaker, it came, all military personnel is to return to Las Vegas Army Airfield immediately.
And then they came on and said that Pearl Harbor had been bombed.
It was just a madhouse, people leaving, trying to find ways to get back to town. There were no buses or anything like that.
But the exodus of kids at this air show was amazing.
I remember going out and hawking newspapers to the people that were coming back.
And I made some pretty good money because we put out several extras and people were paying me quarter, 50 cents for a newspaper, and it sold for a nickel.
We just turned on the radio at the time. We thought at first it was another Orson Welles thing. I mean, nobody could really believe it. You know, they thought, oh, this can't be possible. But
I don't really think too many people on December 7th, 41 really realized what was happening to us.
Then when the next day, when President Roosevelt came on the radio, we were going to war. And
they needed workers for war work. And so a lot of kids quit school and went to work.
We quit high school. We quit our last year of high school and joined the Navy. Then when I graduated from high school, I went to work out at the magnesium plant. And I worked out there for a while until my number came up in the draft, and then I went to the Army.
I got drafted in April 1943. And
Daddy went to sign up, and they said, no, we won't take you, because running a radio station is a vital industry. And if the Japanese bomb the West Coast, the only way we will have of controlling evacuation would be Radio Kino.
The war effort was enveloping. Everyone was affected by it.
Leather, tires, gasoline, everything was rationed.
A milk delivery, believe it or not, as part of the war effort, they hooked the horses up to trucks.
During the war, we had no lumber, no critical materials to sell, and Dad just barely held on.
Housing was very scarce. There were boxes and tents all along the Boulder Highway. And
in fact, we had drives where we would pick up scrap and send it. Our pictures in the annual are all group pictures because paper was rationed, printing was rationed, ink was rationed, film was rationed, and so we were really lucky to even have an annual to put out.
During the war, when you crossed the dam from the Nevada side to Arizona, Nevada, you were required to have your windows rolled up, and you were escorted across the dam by an armed guard.
When you go over Hoover Dam, you better go over 10,000 feet, otherwise you'll be shot down. Because the dam was heavily guarded.
When we came down off the hill to the deal, there were some big guard gates there, and there was Marines there with rifles. Bunker on the hill on the opposite side on Arizona was still manned.
The Army said that if you don't close the cat houses, why, we're going to put the town off limits. And of course, they thought that there was more money to be made, you know, with the soldiers coming into town. And of course, we didn't want the soldiers locked out of town, for crying out loud.
Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the...
You ready? Good morning. I would like to call today's meeting for Tuesday, July 17th, 2018, the Board of County Commissioners to order. Ms. King.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. The first item is we have our invocation from the Reverend Bonnie Pauley from the Christ Church Episcopal.
Reverend, good morning. Thank you. Please stand.
Let us pray. O God, the fountain of wisdom, whose will is good and gracious, and the whole law is truth, we beseech you to guide each one of these county commissioners assembled here today. Give each of them the spirit of wisdom and understanding, that they may discern the truth in all that they undertake. Show them your purpose as they exercise their duties as leaders in our county. Teach us all to seek you and fill our hearts with thankfulness as we strive to serve each other. We ask this in your most holy name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. We have some special guests with us today, so go ahead, Ms. King.
The first item on your agenda is public comment.
This is the first time set aside for public comment. Anyone wishing to address the board on any item on today's agenda, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Ms. Coleman, good morning.
Good morning. My name is Margaret Ann Coleman, and I'm addressing you on 32. I had addressed you last meeting. It was 33. This is to a comment to approve and adapt and authorize the chairman to sign a resolution to authorize a refund as shown on Exhibit A. This is concerning my court order. Can you put it on the screen? This court order is called Num Pro Tune. Shannon Moe Hughes was the deputy clerk of 1982 that issued this court order, and is called Num Pro Tune, that she chose to choose it as Om Pro Tune. She opened up a network called the Hughes Network, Om Pro Tune, in North Carolina. I'm here to do my job and do my report. Of 3,206 people, she has the community of running 25 best radio stations. She chose 175 students summer in Carolina internship to help students pay living expenses while they gain work experience. Instead of giving me my money, as she was instructed by the Chief Judicial Judge, she chose to manipulate and send it to North Carolina. As you know, she's associated with Howard Hughes. I'm here to do collection. I was on collection when she took the job. I gave her the job. The Chief Judicial Judge gave her the job. She shifted here to give campaign money, $660,000 to use Sisolak, campaigning. Taxpayers 1.9, 10,000 donation. Also to Giuliani, she's running for governor. She does her theft of using me as her scapegoat to have a seat. Weekly also, I appointed him to take the money and open up me as a representative of a university school called the Nation of Islam.
Thank you very much for your comments, Ms.
then, and I am credited and due my reimbursement.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Coleman. Anyone else wishing to speak during the first public comment section?
And I wish you guys wake up.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much to the Board of County Commissioners for giving us this opportunity to speak before you during public comment. My name is Katie Norton. I attend American Preparatory Academy, and I'm a senior.
My name is Alexis Jenkins, and I'm a senior at Veterans Tribute Korean Technical Academy.
And my name is Abina Dagar. I recently graduated from Advanced Technologies Academy.
And you can lift up the microphone so you don't have to break your back bending over the whole time. We're good with that. Thank you.
We are so honored and thankful to be representing the Clark County Summer Business Institute, a program that gives interns like us and other high school students throughout the county the ability to gain insight into our future career paths. Not only that, but this 8-week program allows us to perform on-the-job training at our given work sites, mentoring, financial management, providing us with numerous life skills, and a civic engagement project. Interns receive the opportunity to meet and engage with various guest speakers that make an impact on our community. The Summer Business Institute equips each intern with mentors to not only advise them, but to help them navigate through their chosen career paths and life decisions.
Our civic engagement project addresses school safety. School safety is defined as school-related activities where students are safe from violence, bullying, harassment, and substance use. In order to furthermore contribute to this cause and bring awareness to school safety, SBI will collectively host a Soft Serve School Safety Summit. This event will be held this Friday afternoon, July 20th, at the Clark County Government Center, located at 500 South Grand Central Parkway, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Within this summit from 12:30 p.m. to 2 p.m., there will be a special presentation from our SBI team to a distinguished panel consisting of new Clark County School Superintendent Dr. Jesus Estrada, North Las Vegas Councilwoman Pamela Goins-Brown, Judge William Vo, CCSD Police Ken Young, representing CCSD Safe Boys Dr. Tammy Malish, Dr. Tiffany Tyler from Communities in School, and from Jobs for America's graduates Dr. Renee Cantu, and potentially others. We are pleased to say that our County Commissioner Lawrence Weekly will serve as a moderator for our School Safety Summit.
After the panel discussion, we'll be transitioned to the Pyramid Room here at the Clark County Government Center to host our ice cream social from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. At the social, we'll have multiple educational booths where participants can get more information about school and community safety. The booths that will be present so far consist of the Gay and Lesbian Center of Las Vegas, known as D Center, the local branch of the NAACP, Safe Voice, CCSD Department of Student Threat and Crisis Response, Clark County Gang Intervention, Las Vegas Fire Rescue, Rape Crisis Center, and Bully Busters. In order to make this a festive educational event, we'll be serving various flavors of ice cream for participants.
This event is free and open to the entire community. We would appreciate our students, teachers, parents, friends, and most importantly, all of you to take a part in our summit. If you need more information, flyers are made available.
Thank you so much for your time and hope to see you there. There at our 5S SBI Soft Serve Safety Summit, where our hashtag is Ice Cream for Change.
Thank you.
Very well done. Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak during the first public comment section?
Good morning. Most of you don't know me. A couple of you do. I'm Stacy Lockhart, and I'm the Executive Director of the Shade Tree Shelter for Women, Children, and Pets. I've been here a year, and over the past year, I'm sure you've seen in the media, Shade Tree has had its ups and downs. We've been around since 1989, and we plan to be here a lot longer. I refer to last year as Survivor Island, and we made it off the island. This year is all about building for the future. I want to thank Commissioner Sisolak, Commissioner Weekly, and the rest of you for all of your support, for the funding designated to us so we continue the important work we're doing for the women and children. If you haven't been down, I'd like to invite you down. We're doing renovations, we've been remodeling, and the Shade Tree is really, it's kind of like a caterpillar coming out of its cocoon. and it's going to be a beautiful butterfly for Las Vegas. So I just wanted to stop by this morning and take a moment to thank you all.
Thank you, Stacy. For those who haven't been able to visit Shade Tree Shelter, it is truly a gem, and you're an angel for what you do down there and the folks that you help, and we sincerely appreciate it, and we see the vast improvements that are coming along, and the community participation is really, really heartwarming. So thank you for what you do for our community. Thank you very much. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jennifer Bavacqua, and I'm with the FFTA and Eagle Quest. And we just wanted to take a minute to thank you so much on behalf of all the specialized foster care agencies for your time, support, and attention to the basic skills training issue that is impacting our specialized foster care system, and most importantly, our families and children. Spent a lot of time last meeting, and we know there's more discussion today, so we're going to defer more of our specific comments to the item 66, I believe it is, but we did want to extend our extreme gratitude and appreciation for all the time and support of the Commission in listening to the issue that we're facing, and we're hoping for that resolution so we can relax and take care of those kids that are so important. So thank you again, and we'll be back up later if that's okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone? Yeah, you don't have to clap, but it's very nice that everybody claps. Thank you. We're not used to this politeness. Anyone else wishing to speak during the first public comment section? Seeing no one, I'm going to close public comment, turn it back over to Ms. King.
Item 2 is approval of minutes of the regular meeting on June 5th, 2018.
Whoa, Commissioner Brown is in there quickly. For those of you who don't know, Commissioner Brown has a lengthy streak of making a motion at every meeting, and he continues that streak today. We have motion for approval from Commissioner Brown. Is there any discussion on that motion? Hearing, seeing none. Please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Item 3 is approval of the agenda with the inclusion of any emergency items and deletion of any items. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, with the inclusion of one item in your addendum, we now have 76 items on your agenda. Also, for the record, I would like to read a correction on item number 25 under your consent agenda. Please note that on page 2 of the annual report and recommendations, $191 million was erroneously entered for the current funding level for the James Regional Sports Complex Art Project. The correct number should be $191,000. And then lastly, staff is requesting that item number 67 under your business agenda be held until August 7th, 2018.
Very good. Do we have motion to approve the agenda with the addition, the correction, and the hold? Motion for approval from Commissioner Gibson. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Section 2 of the agenda is your consent agenda. Please note that items numbers 4 through 56 comprise of your consent agenda. At this point, I have no items to be deleted, nor do I have any items to be taken separately at this time.
Do we have any commissioners wish to hear an item separately? Anyone in the audience wishing to hear an item separately on the consent routine action items 4 through 56? Seeing no one, do I have a motion to approve the routine action items consent agenda? Commissioner Brager moves approval. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Section 3 of the agenda is your Commissioners, County Managers recognition. Item 57 is to accept donations from the various agencies and private companies in the amount of $42,250 in support of the 2018 Clark County Summer Business Institute SBI program and present a proclamation for their generous donations.
Thank you. I'm going to turn this one over to Commissioner Weekly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Prior to us introducing or recognizing several of the donors that are here with us today, I'd like to take an opportunity to introduce our guests that are with us on the panel. If you don't mind, Mr. Chair, I'd like to
certainly, please,
maybe go down on the end and start with Commissioner Kirkpatrick and her guests, and then we'll conclude with the DA's office. MK. Scoot on up, sister. Let's roll.
Thank you, Commissioner Weekly. This morning I am fortunate enough to have Shade Noel with me. She's from Shadow Ridge. She's actually lived in District B since '03. She has some siblings, so she's went to elementary, middle school, and high school, so that's always huge for me. She wants to become a pediatric surgeon, and she's actually working at UMC today in the pediatric department, and until there's an opportunity for her to get a full-time job, she'll volunteer, and she plans to go to UNLV in the honors program. And I'll tell you that we need folks to stay home and help be part of our growing workforce, so I appreciate that she had the opportunity to participate.
Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. My guest today is Jessica Plummer. She's with Clark High School, where I did mentoring for several years, and my husband was actually the longest mentor, 16 years at the Clark High School. So it's a great school and a great program. We had quite a few people that have graduated from there, such as yourself. Her goal is to be a dog groomer and have her own women-owned business. There's scholarships, there's money out there, there's grant programs, as Billy knows, that are out there available for individuals, especially if you're a women or minority owner. She participated in Project Real, which is one that we funded through the years through our JAG grants, actually. And it's a project, she did a privacy project on how to teach teachers about privacy. And so they're winding that up, I think, right now as well. She's an honor student, a band member. She plays the clarinet at the CCSD Honor Band. She's an organizer with the March for Our Lives, and in fact, because of her project last night, they were not able to attend the Sierra Vista March for Our Lives. They had 3 panels put on by the youth, but it was excellent, and I commend you for putting that together because the march was incredible. She's also an ambassador for the Tyler Foundation, and that is the foundation that was created by Dan Reynolds and the Imagine Dragons in order to assist with families with children with pediatric cancer. And it's not just to pay for doctor's bills, it's really to look at what the family needs out there at that time, and it does a wraparound. So I commend you for doing that part of it. So we have so many exciting youth that give so much back in their community that we should be all very, very proud. She's also secured the Millennial Scholarship, and she'll be attending CSN in order to start her career. So congratulations, and thank you for sitting with me. Have a great day.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With me is Andrew Shepard. He is recently graduated the P.A. Owens Christian Academy, where he was class valedictorian. He is down in Public Works, where he, I'm sure, seen a lot of activity down there. He wants to be an engineer, leaning towards being an engineer, and also very interested in the business management side of Public Works. He's been very active in the community, and one of the most noteworthy pieces here is the fact that he applied in the SBI program in 16 and 17 and stayed with it and was accepted on the 3rd time around, the trifecta. So that perseverance is a great indication. Andrew's going to do well. We certainly need the engineering profession to be built up here in Las Vegas, so we're looking forward for him to go on to school, get that degree, and then come on back and work for Public Works. So welcome, Andrew.
Welcome, Andrew. Thank you, Commissioner. And I have as my guest Alexander Shelton from Coronado High School, who is going to be a college freshman at the University of Alabama. They got a good football team down there. Yep, rolling Tide. Oh, he's already going Roll Tide. Yeah. So, his ambition is to become a patent attorney and eventually a United States Senator. He worked, his SBI assignment was the Carollo Engineering, which is great. His activities were captain of the Congressional Debate Team, president of the CAD Club, and the Coronado Varsity Quiz team member. Those were tough when they used to be on TV. Those questions were a little more challenging than, I commend you for doing that. Thank you. And he was also a finalist at the La Costa Canyon Winter Classic Congressional Debate Invitational. So thank you very much, Alexander, for being with us and participating in the program, and we wish you all the best. Thank you. Commissioner Brager.
Thank you very much. It's always an exciting day when we have the SBI students with us, because it's really what our whole community should be about, is our youth. But next to me today is Kevin Lee from Spring Valley High School, and he's a senior, going to be a senior this coming year. So one more exciting year to continue on. Wants to be a chemical engineer, has been in our Clark County Building and Fire Prevention Department. That must be also very exciting department, a lot of busy work, and people really accomplishing what needs out there in society. Many activities, which is really pretty amazing. National Honor Society, Computer Environmental Clubs, the Alpha Theta Math Honor Society, you tutor there. Volunteer for Toys for Smiles and at various retirement homes. And I know our seniors that are in retirement homes really enjoy when our youth come by. That's a great thing to do. First place in the Spring Valley American Math Competition. We'll have to have you down here when we're adding up our financial budget. And then I think this is really an incredible accomplishment that I'm going to mention that is here. And I think sharing this can help other students and know that we can overcome a lot of things in our lives. And so Kevin is most proud of overcoming his shyness and stuttering and becoming much more social and confident. And having that confidence is what's going to lead you into your future. So thank you for sharing that. Not everyone would. And I think that shows how far that you have come with that. So thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. Commissioner Weekly.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today I'm extremely honored to have with us Bethlehem Daima. Well, she corrected me. Amen. How about that? She'll be a graduating senior over at the Advanced Technologies Academy. Her career goals is to be a diplomat for the State Department or an environmental activist. Her SBI Works location is the Sunset Park in the Park Administration's office. And while at school, she's a school ambassador to recruit students over at ATEC. She's the president of the Environmental Awareness Club. She's a member of the Future Business Leaders of America, volunteer for National Childhood Cancer Foundation and Springs Preserve and Windmill Library. She's completing requirements for her computer technology certification. And one of the things she's most proud of is her environmental work, where her club has raised money for a tortoise group. You'd like that, huh, Commissioner Sisolak?
I love the tortoises. You're right.
Here's one for you, Commissioner G. Cleaned up Las Vegas washes. All right. And here's one for you, MK. Monthly campus cleanups. Yes. So she's an all-around girl here in Clark County, right? I'm very happy to have you. Thank you so much. You want to say anything?
Thank you for having us, Commissioners.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have the privilege of sitting next to a remarkable young woman, Eden Tesfaye, who attends Southeast Career and Technical Academy. A very notable thing about her that's not on the list of things that I have been informed of is that she was actually born in Henderson and lives there yet. So that means that I was her mayor from about 01, that year you were born, 01 to 09. No wonder she turned out the way she did. She will be a high school senior in the upcoming school year. Her career goals are to practice international law and serve as a human rights lawyer. She's working at the, it'd be nice if I had a microphone. She's working at the Clark County Public Defender's Office, and the activities in school are amazing. National Honor Society, president of the Black Student Union, president of Skills USA chapter, volunteer at Salvation Army and Las Vegas Rescue Mission. She placed first in the Skills USA and HOSA state leadership conferences, recently placed top 10 in national conference. And as if that weren't enough, she has time to be in shape. We could all learn a little lesson here. She is the Division 3A cross-country regional champion. And oh, by the way, happens to be ranked first in her class with a 4.8 weighted GPA. A remarkable woman. And we're so grateful to have you here and congratulate you on everything you've accomplished. Is there anything you wish to tell us?
I'm honored to be here.
Don't be like me. Speak right into the microphone.
I'm very honored to be representing SBI here, and I'm honored to be sitting next to Mr. Gibson as well. So.
Terrific. Really nice comments.
Oh, boy. Ms. Miller, you have a guest.
Good morning, Commissioners. It's my pleasure to introduce Alexandro Zavala. He's going to be a senior at Coral Academy. Luckily for me, he plans to specialize in family law, and so this is an excellent opportunity. He's very active in debate and mock trial and has been awarded an Academic All-American in the National Speech and Debate Association, as well as 5th place in a recent competition. I'd like for him to explain to you what his recent posting within SBI is.
Awesome. Thank you very much for this.
Sorry. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak my mind. I was placed with Nevada Hispanic Business Group. We are a nonprofit organization trying to bring the Hispanic business community and non-Hispanic business community together through free and low-cost workshops such as DBE certification and other things that helps get these small companies put their foot in the door and actually compete within our economy and our market. I was actually just hired on officially as the assistant to the executive director at Nevada Hispanic Business Group after they had appreciated the work that I had done. And on behalf of SBI, I thank you for this opportunity to speak. And I want to completely emphasize what we're doing with our Soft Serve School Safety Summit. Coming from a kid who used to not be able to sit here and introduce himself to one person, let alone a group of over 50, 60, it can be very hard for kids who feel uncomfortable in their skin, feel uncomfortable going to school, to speak up, to go out and get that connection. You all have the opportunity to connect with youth in your community and people who need help. So we ask you to come to our School Safety Summit and learn, just absorb this information, because this can be completely gratifying and can change the face of Nevada School District and school districts across this country. I thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay. I guess that's how you speak your mind, huh?
I guess he spoke his mind.
So over 22 years, and we are so very excited here at Clark County that for 22 years, we have been so blessed to have students across Clark County to come and join us with SBI. And I can't thank the HR department enough. If the HR department, would you all please stand first and let us recognize you, all the HR staff and all of the staff. Yep. All the advisors, do we have any other advisors? I see a Cinnamon Thompson who's here with us, and any of the other advisors that work with the program. If you all would please stand and be recognized, please stand. And of course, our other distinguished special guests, our 2018 SBI students. You all stand in the audience and be recognized. We're very honored and we're so very grateful you all are here. And I want to thank the county manager as well as the commissioners for continuing to support this program. It's been a great, tedious undertaking, but you guys do a fantastic job in helping it look really easy, and we appreciate the great caliber of students that we have. With that being said, this program would not be possible if we did not have the support of our community. Today, we'd like to publicly recognize those organizations that provided substantial financial support for the SBI program through donations of cash, the paying of intern salaries, free use of facilities, or the purchase of program materials. With representatives of the following organizations, when we call your name, if you're here, please come forward and allow the commissioners and our dais guests to recognize you. Did you want to read them off and I'll pass them out? What do you want to do? What do you want to do? Okay, she'll pass them out. Okay. We have Dan Geraldo, who's with us from Bank of America. Dan, are you here with us?
He's with us.
Hey, Dan, come on down and be recognized. Yes. Bank of America has always been a great supporter, and we appreciate the blessings of $30,000 from B of A. Thank you guys very good. They deserve a big round of applause. Hey, Bethlehem. M.R. Woodson. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, our next representative, and we want to thank them so very much. And I don't know if he bought any cookies with him today, but we love this guy. He's a great supporter, their entire family. It's Jerry Whitsett and Mr. and Mrs. Whitsett here from M.R. Whitsett, Inc. Yes. They here? Hey, Jerry, come on down. Thank you so very much, M.R. Whitsett. We'd also like to call down Corallo Engineers. We have Representative Kelly Callahan. Is she here with us? Okay, and I didn't see Miss Marie Ray with M.R. Whitsett. Miss Marie, thank you, sir. Miss Ray has been wonderful. She's been a staunch supporter of SBI. We love her.
We appreciate her and we thank her so very much. Miss Ray, as you can see, at my age now, I will have to wear my cheaters now. So you stop wearing yours. All right, there you go. Corallo Engineers have also they also have an SBI student. Hey Jerry, how you doing? All right, they also have an intern in their office this summer. Thank you, Kelly, so very much for your support. Thank you, appreciate you. Thank you. Wells Fargo, are you here? Is Jackie Ingram here with us today? Wells Fargo? Okay, they're not here. Okay, thank you. We also want to give a big shout out here to United Healthcare Services. Any reps? Okay, as well as American Casino and Entertainment. Thank them very much for their support. Let's see here. Following organizations are funding student salaries. Anson, we have representatives. Laura, is Laura here from Anson? Hey, Laura, come on down. Laura Hinojosa and Mary Jones. Is Mary here? Hey, Mary, come on down also. Hey, Mary. They both provided instructor and curriculum for financial literacy training to our students, and we appreciate them. Next, we're calling down Bank of Nevada. Do we have Kerry Gonzalez here? Hey, Kerry, come on down. You can just give it to him when they come on. Yeah, come on this way, yeah. All right. Bank of Nevada has hired one SBI summer intern student, and we appreciate you, Bank of Nevada. The Clark County Department of Aviation, Rosemary Vasiliadis and Christine Santiago. Hi, thank you so very much. Okay, Department of Aviation, they're funding the salary of 5 interns this summer. Y'all, let's hear it for yeah, thank you, Rosemary. Rosemary, you're like the Jerry Maguire of SBI this summer. Come on. There you go. All right. Thank you. The Clark County Recorder's Office is Representative Debbie Conway here, our recorder. Debbie here with us? Oh, she has her staff here. Come on down. Come on down, staff. And Maurice, we want to give them a big round of applause. Maurice was with, he helped run the SBI program for years, and I'm sure you're very proud, Maurice, seeing this program continue to grow. Thank you from the Recorder's Office. Hello. Thank you. Hey, Christine. How are you? Hi, sweetheart. Thank you. All right, College of Southern Nevada, Ashton Ridley. Hey, Ashton, how you doing? Come on down. Hi. Thank you. No, I'm not giving you the mic. I'm giving you a fist bump. College of Southern Nevada provides free use of campus facilities for Friday workshops, and we appreciate you, Ashton, and we sure appreciate CSN for all the support. All right, our next big supporters, Mortensen and McCarthy joint venture from the Raiders Stadium. Do we have Flora Fortson here? Hey, Flora, come on down. Thank you so much, Flora, and the Mortensen and McCarthy joint venture. They're funding the salary of an intern as well. What about My Path? Is My Path representative here? My Path, Tanisha Victor, is she here? Hey, Tanisha. Okay, they provide instructor training, curriculum, and a computer application for the financial literacy workshop. Mr. Chairman, when I tell you it takes an entire village to run SBI, this is what it does. Next, Nevada Partners. Nevada Partners is here. Nevada Partners co-sponsored a 4-day work readiness training for SBI job candidates. And we want to thank the entire Nevada Partners family for a job well done. Hey, thank you. One of my other favorite groups in the community, they do a wonderful job. They're not in attendance, but we want to thank them. Project 150. Give Project 150 a big round of applause. Brenda Pappas from the Water Reclamation District. Is Brenda here? Hey, Brenda, come on down. Hey, honey bun. Hey. All right. Water Reclamation, listen to this, man. I know, Larry Brown. I know. They're employing 10 SBI interns this summer. Water Rec, thank you so much. Wiggin, you're the man up there. You just topped Rosemary. Rosemary, you got to step it up, sweetie. And of course, do we have Shawanda Nance here from Workforce Connections? Hey there. Hey, Shawanda, come on down. Now, here's a great one. Workforce Connections and their partner organizations provided funding for up to 30 SBI interns this summer. Yes, thank you. All right. And then we'd also, while we're giving these big round of applause and shouts out, we'd also like to recognize all the employers. Will you please stand, and mentors in the audience? Employers and mentors, would you all please stand? You all really have been a blessing to us, and we're so very grateful, and we thank you all very much. Sandy, did you want to come and just... Sandy, you have to talk on the microphone.
Okay, we also would like to recognize Building and Fire Prevention as well, Clark County Building and Fire Prevention Department. I believe Jerry is here today. Jerry Stevie?
They hired 4 interns, and Jerry is here.
Come on,
Jerry, come on down. Thank you so much. My name is Sandy Gentette. I'm the Director of Human Resources for Clark County. We love the SBI program. It's one of the most popular things that we do in the department. Love spending time with all of the interns. They're energetic, they're dedicated, they're brilliant, and we're just so pleased to be on our 22nd year. I want to recognize all the staff of the SBI program who work tirelessly to make sure that everything happens. We have John Hume, who's the program supervisor.
Hello,
We have Kavita Thompson, who makes sure that everything is running. Kavita, please stand. We'd like to recognize you. And also Becky Dutro, who's the employment manager, who also lends support to the program as well. And also thank you to Tyrone Thompson and Miss Lois Green as well. We appreciate you. Thank you.
All right, Kavita, I got to get used to Thompson now. I was going to call you Adams, but I heard you's married now. Congratulations. All right. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, please do me a big favor and give all of our employers, our advisors, and all of our donors a big round of applause, please. Thank you.
Thank you all very much, Commissioner. Thank you very much, and we look forward to even more next year.
Mr. Chairman, I do need a vote to accept the donations.
Do I have a motion to accept the donation? Commissioner Drew Callahan moves approval. Let's have a voice vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. We had more than 7 commissioners there voting. That's a good thing. Okay.
Item 58 is to present a proclamation recognizing the Fisher Pen Company in celebration of their 50 years of space travel.
Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt Fisher is going to come on down and receive this proclamation. The Fisher Pen Company was founded in 1948 by inventor and pen manufacturer Paul C. Fisher. The famous Fisher Pen, Fisher Space Pen, rose to prominence when Paul Fisher invented a retractable pressurized pen called the Anti-Gravity AG7 that worked flawlessly in zero gravity. After undergoing 18 months of rigorous testing by NASA, the AG7 Fisher Space Pen was used on the first manned Apollo mission in 1968 and has continued to be used by NASA astronauts on every manned space mission for the last 50 years. In 1976, Fisher moved their headquarters from Southern California to a 30,000 square foot manufacturing facility in Boulder City, District G. where it is still family-owned and operated today, manufacturing up to 30,000 pens a day and currently employing 65 workers, many of whom have been with the company for over 20 years. These are some fun facts. In 1983, the Fisher Space Pen was used by President Ronald Reagan to sign the proclamation inaugurating the Air and Space Bicentennial Year to celebrate man's first flight in a hot air balloon near Paris, France. In 1985, Fisher Pen Company produced the stowaway Atocha pen line to commemorate the finding of the Atocha by the American treasure hunter Mel Fisher. These pens were filled with genuine gold and silver from treasure actually recovered from the 1622 Spanish galleon Nuestra Senora de Atocha. Also in 1985, former astronaut Senator Jake Garn donated his AG-7 Fisher Space Pen used during his flight on the STS-51D space shuttle to the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum. On October 2nd, 1991, the Fisher Space Pen Chrome Bullet was showcased in the Seinfeld Season 3 episode titled The Pen. In 1996, Good Morning America named the Fisher Space Pen as the best stocking stuffer. Also in 1996, Fisher Space Pen Company was licensed to produce the 150th anniversary pens for the Smithsonian. The Fisher Space Pen became the first product sold from space when 2 Russian astronauts wrote QVC on a pad while appearing live on the QVC shopping network. When Jimmy Fallon became the most recent host of The Tonight Show, Carl Reiner presented Jimmy with a chrome Fisher Space Pen Bullet, the same pen he gave to Johnny Carson when he hosted the show. In June of this year, they were featured on the Made in America segment of the ABC World News Tonight with David Muir. Countless honors and numerous accolades have been presented to the Fisher Pen Company and its founder over the years. And today it's my privilege to recognize and congratulate the Fisher Pen Company and the Fisher family as they celebrate 50 years in space travel for upholding the tradition of handcrafted, made in America quality. Matt?
Thank you very much, Commissioner Gibson. This is truly an honor to accept this on behalf of Fisher Space Pen Company and especially my grandfather. Continuing his legacy is a great honor of mine, and he would be extremely proud. So in addition to our pens being built right here in your backyard, they write upside down, they write underwater, they write extreme temperatures, boiling heat, freezing cold, 3 times longer than the average pen, and that's why they're the choice for the astronauts, the military, law enforcement. Anybody who demands functional, reliable pens, they come to us. So it really is an honor. Thank you again, Commissioner Gibson. Thank you all the commissioners on the board. It's really, really appreciate it. I actually brought each of you a personalized original astronaut space pen. So if you're ever climbing Mount Everest, going up into space, or just taking care of our wonderful city, be sure to take your space pen with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Matt. Your grandfather would be very proud of you, too.
Thank you, Commissioner Gibson. Mr. Fisher, we appreciate you. Thank you. Okay.
Item 59 is to present a proclamation to the Conservation Lands Foundation in recognition of Latino Conservation Month.
Got it. Okay, could I ask for Joycelyn Torres to come on down? Come on down. Jocelyn. Thank you, Jocelyn, for joining my colleagues and I up on the dais. Latino Conservation Month was created to support the Latino community getting into the outdoors and participating in activities to protect our natural resources. Latino organizations across the United States will go on hiking and camping trips in national conservation lands such as Red Rock Canyon National Conservation Area, parks, and other public lands. Go ahead. To learn about conservation and show their support for permanently protecting our land, water, and air. Our public lands are assets to be cherished and protected. They're an important element of our national heritage and even contribute to our local economies in a significant way. In Nevada, the outdoor recreation economy generates 87,000 jobs and $1.1 billion in state and local tax revenue. For these reasons and more, this board has recognized and declared the month of July as Latino Conservation Month in Clark County. So we want to thank you and ask you to say a few words.
Yeah, well, I thank you for doing this for a third year. The first year we kind of put it together and had a couple of events, and this year we had 16 organizations yesterday join us for a kickoff party at the East Las Vegas Community Center, and we hope to just keep growing every year.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say really quickly that this month is about community and celebration and unity, celebrating our air, our land, and our water by getting out there and enjoying it. So please do so, and please do a quick Google search of Latino Conservation Week. There's a bunch of events going on here in our city and a lot of great groups putting it together.
Thank you, and please enjoy and participate in Latino Conservation Month. Thank you. Enjoy Natural Resources. Thank you. Thank you, Jocelyn.
Item 60 is to present a proclamation honoring Nevada Highway Patrol Troopers Joseph and Tricia Delabella.
Could I ask for the troopers to come on down, please? Some of my colleagues might not be familiar with this one, and I know we have a video, Eric, tuned up. If you come on. Either way.
Like any other day until this happened.
Just breaking windows with the back of the fire extinguisher and rocks and just trying to get people's attention.
These pictures set the dramatic scene on their day off. Trooper Joseph and Tricia Delabella pulling over and jumping into action after an apartment building went up in flames Saturday. It was the quick action that saved Solenia Stark and her 3 kids.
They're absolute heroes.
Trooper Tricia, no stranger to the pain the Stark family is feeling. In 2007, she too lost everything in an apartment fire. That experience catapulting her to find a way to help them.
When I lost everything, I had a sense of community that rallied behind me, and I needed that. Help me through it.
Now Trooper Tricia is creating that community support with the help of the Nevada Coin Mart.
We want to help rebuild as best as we can.
The business giving the family a $500 gift card to help, and also accepting gift card donations all week at their store that will go straight to the family.
Thank you very much. Is it on? There you go. Thank you very much. First off, let me start by saying Joseph and Tricia are married. And while, that's why they're up here together, but the first incident was together. While off duty and driving with their children, they saw a column of smoke and headed toward it, eventually finding an apartment complex building fully engulfed in flames. They parked their vehicle, got out and ran towards the flames, moved quickly from one apartment to another, and even broke at least one window to get all of the occupants out. Due to their efforts, everyone made it out okay. 6 adults and 12 children were displaced from their apartments that day, and you were instrumental in protecting their safety and providing for their well-being. Then, in addition to that, as if that wasn't enough, about a week and a half ago, Trooper Joseph was following up on a case at a local hospital when a man pulled up in a vehicle, frantically calling for help. The trooper went to comfort the man and his pregnant wife. The baby was crowning, and Trooper Joseph soon found himself delivering the baby girl right there in the parking lot. But the umbilical cord was wrapped around the baby's neck, and the baby did not appear to be breathing or crying. Delabella put air into her mouth, and the baby girl began crying as a result of his actions. For both of your efforts, my fellow commissioners and I have declared it Joseph and Tricia Delabella Day throughout Greater Las Vegas and Clark County. And we'd like to present you with this proclamation. Go with that one. And in addition to that, if I could get help from Commissioner Brager here, we'd like to present each one of you with this medal, recognizing your selfless sacrifice in protecting our community and making it a better and a safer place for all of us to live. So thank you so much for what you've done. Go ahead. And continue to do. Thank you, Commissioner Brager, for medaling these two troopers. Thank you, and thank you for what we've done. I want to hand off the microphone.
Thank you, Commissioners, for taking the time to recognize us this morning. We appreciate this. We really do. We're honored to be here, and of course, we're honored to serve our community.
He doesn't want to say anything. I know we've got some of your colleagues in the back of the room. If you can just give us a little bit of a wave. Thank you very much for taking time to be here today. And on behalf of the entire County Commission, we want to thank you not just for those two heroic acts that you perform, but for what you do every single day in your line of duty. We sincerely appreciate you. Our first responders are instrumental in keeping our community safe, and we thank you, and stay safe out there. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we have an additional recognition item to recognize the Nevada Donor Network for providing hope to those waiting for life-saving transplants and wishing good luck to the Team Nevada in the 2018 Donate Life Transplant Games.
Thank you. If I could get Team Nevada of the Nevada Donor Network to come on down. You want me to do this one? Larry. I would like to ask the Team Nevada and Nevada Donor Network join my colleagues and I behind the dais. Look at all those medals. Whoa, holy cow. A lot of competition there. Holy cow, your neck's got to hurt with all those things on there. Thank you. Good to see you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Thank you. The Nevada Donor Network for years has been doing great work in this community, bringing hope to people across the state waiting for life-saving transplants. In fact, 581 Nevadans are currently waiting for just such a donation. And I have to plug UMC, which proudly partners with the Nevada Donor Network. UMC is home to the state's only transplant center, offering patients top-notch care and opportunity to stay closer to home while waiting on the transplant list. This year, Nevada Donor Network is sponsoring the local organ and tissue transplant recipients who will be competing in a couple of weeks at the 2018 Donate Life Transplant Games in Salt Lake City. This is more than an athletic event. The games highlight the critical importance of organ, eye, and tissue donations while celebrating the lives of organ donors and recipients. My fellow board members and I want to wish you luck and ask you to bring home the gold. We see all the medals that you're wearing down there, and we appreciate adding one more on. And give you this proclamation in recognition of the incredible work you do for Clark County and Las Vegas. So with that, go hold up your signs tall so everybody can see them. There you go. Thank you very much. And with that, we will give you this proclamation and ask you to say just a few words. So thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I just want to say, as a heart transplant recipient of almost 10 years, the Transplant Games of America are so important to us. This will be my second games that I've competed in. Honestly, I didn't know about them up until then. And although I have not won a medal, the games are much more than just winning medals, although you can see we have very decorated team members. It's about celebrating life with other recipients, living donors, donor families, and just sharing our experiencing and being with other people who are just like us, because being a transplant recipient is fairly rare. So I just want to say I really appreciate you honoring us, and we hope to do Nevada proud at the games in a couple of weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All of the county commissioners, on behalf of the Nevada Donor Network, I, Joe Ferrer, the president and CEO of Nevada Donor Network, would like to thank you for your support, your ongoing support for years to help bring hope, strength, and life to recipients like Becky and some of the other team members that we have here. And it really gives hope to the 115,000 people who currently desperately wait for a second chance at life. And that includes 600 Nevadans who are currently waiting for a life-saving gift. And it helps to stave off the deaths of 22 people every day when you support our mission. And so people like Becky and our participants can go on to live healthy, fruitful lives and be very active thanks to the community support that we get from our partners and leaders in the community like the county commission. So I want to thank you on behalf of Nevada Donor Network for your support, and we look forward to bringing good news home from Salt Lake at the transplant games. Thank you.
If you haven't already done so, please say yes to organ, eye, and tissue donation, either online or at the DMV.
Thank you. And you've already made us proud, and I know you'll continue to do so. So thank you very much for all you do for our community. We appreciate it.
Okay, Mr. Chairman.
Could we ask you to hold up, the commissioners to hold up the signs one more time so she can get a picture? Wait, can we hold up the sign one more time? Okay. Got them all up? No, high. Above your heads. Above your head. There you go. There you go. Thank you very much.
That concludes your commissioner
Okay.
recognition.
That concludes our... Yeah, I think she wants the signs back. Yeah. No, you'll be missing one word. You'll be missing a go or a luck along the way. That wouldn't be good. Thank you.
Okay, we can move to, that is it. That concludes your recognition items.
Now, I've been passed a note here that I know I have to dismiss all of these students by 11 o'clock. They have to make it back to their job sites on lunch. So, Sandy, you want to make sure that we get them out of here? Somebody want to remind me when we get close? Thank you.
John's in the front. Bethlehem is here. She got it.
Okay, we can move to the business section of your agenda. Item 64 is to identify emerging issues to be addressed by staff or by the board at future meetings, to receive updates on activities of various regional boards and commissions, and direct staff accordingly.
Commissioners, want to start? Commissioner Kirkpatrick? Emerging issues, do you have any?
I know I'm a little slow this morning. Sorry, it's Tuesday. So I have two emerging issues. One that I want to talk about. So 4th of July, we did our very best at starting the process, and we have a video, and I want to show you what we were up against. So this is like in Henderson. This is one person that we confiscated, and we were literally out throughout the valley. So without the help of police and fire and the fire prevention folks, we probably wouldn't be where we are today. By making awareness to folks that these are illegal fireworks, they do not belong in our neighborhoods. This year, many streets that were a problem in the past were actually quiet. So, but we had more streets, so we have to keep this up. But I want to just remind people that the law says that you have to see them lighting off the firework to get that citation. It does say that we can confiscate some, and we did. I look forward to next year, all of the community putting together the resources that we need to go out and to continue this agreement that fireworks don't belong in our neighborhoods anymore. So the illegal fireworks, I'm hoping the legislature will make it a little bit easier for us, but honestly, 50 citations, $135,000 plus in fireworks confiscated, not counting the 9 citations that we did on the side of the road for the people that were speeding that had lots of fireworks. I really want to thank our county employees, because I know many of our county employees made sure that they were not at venues where illegal fireworks were going on. So that says a lot for our own county. But I will tell you, 25,000 hits on our website. helps us going forward. And you can still report them today because unfortunately we have folks out there that are still lighting off fireworks, although July 4th has came and gone. So you can still use the website, and it does help us map out better the resources. And I can tell you this year we had 16 teams of 3 throughout the valley. And I would just say that maybe we need to go to the legislature or have a legislator take this issue on defining how can they sell it and bring it back into our neighborhoods. And then we have to run the hundreds of calls out there. So I just wanted to bring that. This is a community issue, and we're not going to change it overnight. It's been going on for a couple of decades, but we need to keep moving forward and to stay on top of it. So thank you.
Commissioner Kalani, something. Commissioner Kirkpatrick, is there a way, I know that you put a lot of time in this, is there a way we can get at the sales of these things as opposed to just the users? That's where I think the frustration is coming in.
Well, honestly, and I don't disagree with you, but the tribes are a sovereign nation, so that's what they sell. And so we tried working with the tribes this year to have more venues out there, and their venues were packed. So I don't know how to have that discussion without maybe some federal legislation that defines their part in it, because they are a community that money stays on the tribe, so the county does have to pick up the difference, the community. So maybe there's a way, but I'm going to start conversations right away. And trust me, I own it because I did put a lot of work on behalf of the entire commission into it, and I had a lot of people browbeat me all night long on July 4th why we were not there right away. And I get it, and the paper was kind to say that our efforts fizzled, which I get that too, and I own all of that, but on behalf of the commission, we really did, and people need to understand that we spent almost $60,000 in one night trying to stay on top of this, not counting all of the first responders. What I will tell you is I think a lot of constituents now realize that they're not legal, and I think that we were able to respond faster than we were the year before to the actual medical events and the fire events. So, and that goes to our police and fire. So I own it, and trust me, I'm going to keep harping on it, because at some point, until somebody loses their own house or somebody is injured or the animals that are lost, it costs for them to maybe wake up. So you'll probably hear me say it every month just to be annoying, like they were to me.
Good, thank you. Commissioner, Commissioner.
Thank you. Just I want to piggyback on that because we did talk with late in the game. We had a wonderful working group. We spent about a year trying to come up with a better way to deal with this, to educate not only the public but to help make sure our first responders could actually respond to where they needed to be rather than just somebody illegally letting off fireworks. So maybe next time around, Rudy, I see Rudy's out here, but we could work with Highway Patrol as well as NDOT, because we used to have stations at the county borders for folks bringing in and importing the illegal fireworks. So if we stop it at that area before it even makes it into town, that might be something we might be able to explore again. There also had been conversation from the work group that if didn't really work, that maybe we go back to regional events where the local governments actually control and set off the fireworks for the community, and the community then has access to it in a completely different way, so you're not worrying about, then it's totally illegal with the neighborhood. So there's still some things that we want to flush out, but that that line coming in from Nye County as well is a problem, as you well know, so that might be something else we could pick up on. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown. Good to go. Commissioner Brager. Commissioner Wheatley.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Again, I want to thank everybody, each of you who participated in the efforts to combat illegal fireworks. I agree. We got hammered big time, not only by the press but by the public, that said our efforts fizzled. But it's going to take a community effort to combat this particular issue here. Lots of people want to complain about it. It's a beautiful thing to sit on your street and look at a lot of the great fireworks, but it's not cool when you see someone's house on fire, or the fire and rescue have to be dispatched to go out and put out a fire. So it's extremely frustrating. So we're asking the public, if you want to see something done, you have to join in and help us combat this particular issue here. Also, too, just got back in, thank God, arrived back safely. NACO 2018. NACO 2018 was in Nashville, Tennessee, National Association of County Officials. The conference was excellent. A lot of great attendance. I want to thank this board for supporting. We'll be hosting NACO 2019 here in Clark County. I'd like to thank the Board of County Commissioners for supporting our efforts, but we went out to Nashville to promote our conference here next year, and did we have a time? It was a great show. I want to thank our county managers, Yolanda King, Randy Tarr, Kevin Schiller, and of course, Jeff Wells, who should be returning today, but for your support. It was absolutely awesome. And of course, Marilyn Kirkpatrick, I can't thank you enough for the leadership role you've taken. Marilyn, I represent the state. She's on the national board. And just the leadership that you showed on a national level was so greatly appreciated. People are very excited to come to Las Vegas from all across this country, county commissioners from all over. So had a great showing. Katie and Alex, let me tell you, those two absolutely excellent, Mr. Chair. What they did and how they represented from the booth to the presentation, I think Clark County would be so proud to know that we were very well represented, and it was an awesome experience. And looking forward to NACO 2019. And I'm not sure if MK has anything else or one of the managers want to expound, but you guys were excellent hosts and babysitters. Thank you all. Thank you all very much for your support on that. Stop it, Chris. I was very honored to co-sponsor an event. I was unable to attend, but I want to thank Monique Perkins, Kelly Benavides, and Will Covington in my office co-sponsored an event with North Las Vegas Parks and Recs over at Craig Ranch. We hosted rides, slides, and rock and roll. We featured various water slides. We had a 51-foot tall water slide in the park, and a host of other activities, and a lot of rock and roll music for those. Man, I'm so cowboyed out right now. I've heard more country music than I've ever heard in my life. But to know we had a little rock and roll mix in there. Oh, we went to one place which was so cool, and they played a little. They played a little blues. I kind of felt like I was moving back. Yeah, it was cool though. But at any rate, thank you to North Las Vegas. We had a great time. And then let's see here. I want to thank. I see two of my favorite ladies in the audience. Billy Rayford. Thank you so very much, Billy Rayford and Verna Stringer. These two phenomenal women here. Thank you for so many of the young people that you blessed this past year through your sororities, through the nonprofits that you all are with. You all have helped with the care packages that you all have sent to a lot of those kids in school, to the scholarship monies your sororities and your organizations have donated, Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority and Delta Sigma Theta and the Links Incorporated. You all have been such a blessing, and we can't thank you enough for what you do here in Clark County. Ladies, thank you very much. Thank you. And lastly, I want to thank Commissioner June Kiliani and her team working with the LVCVA. I know that our expansion project has been a headache for some of the surrounding neighbors, but we're trying to get through it. We're trying to, I know Commissioner Sisolak has been helping us in terms of trying to make sure we stay on target. It's a tedious project. It's going to be fantastic for generations to come, but we just got to make sure all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. And Chris, you're holding our feet to the fire. And we're just trying to make sure we do everything we can to make sure that it's right. Okay? I know you do. Those are my emergent issues for today. Thank you.
Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Recently, we held a job fair at the Whitney Community Center. We had a full gymnasium of employers who were looking for prospects who were seeking employment, and we had people who actually walked out of the job fair with employment, which is an incredible thing. I want to thank Workforce Connections, my staff, Blanca and Stephanie and Susan and everyone who participated. It was a success, but it was just the beginning. We're going to be teaming up with the City of Henderson in the district to sponsor another job fair, and these will become a regular thing on our menu. So thank you to all of those folks, and congratulations to those who took the initiative to come out and find something, because they really did do that.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I just have one more. I forgot. My staff will they're probably back there screaming, but on the 24th, which is when? Next week? next Tuesday, Wednesday. We're hosting Service Providers Night. We've teamed up with Desert Rain, and it's a semi-pro basketball organization here in Las Vegas. We've teamed up with them along with 25 service providers to provide, and thank you for sharing that. A lot of workforce readiness opportunities, several employers, several providers that will be there for those who may be trying to reinstitute themselves back into the community. We don't call them ex-offenders anymore. We call them something else. But at any rate, we have services available for those 18 to 25 that are out-of-school youth. We have service providers that will be there for dislocated workers, individuals that are seeking employment, as well as other types of services. And so that's going to take place over at the Doolittle Community Center. We're really excited about it. Semi-pro basketball game going on in one gym, and service providers, information and services in another gymnasium. And that's going to be a nighttime event. We decided, opposed to having people to go to services, we're bringing services to the neighborhood, and that starts at 7 p.m. all the way up until about 10:30 p.m. at night. So that's what we got going on in District D.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Commissioner
you.
Gibson. Anything?
He's
Nothing.
done.
Okay, Ms. King.
Okay, we need to move to Section 5 of the agenda, which are your public hearings. Item 61 is to conduct a public hearing regarding the issuance of its Clark County, Nevada General Obligation Limited Tax additionally secured by pledged revenues Park Improvement Bonds Series 2018 in the maximum principal amount of $150 million.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 61. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 61, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments, you're limited to 3 minutes. I've got a card from Mr. Kozar.
Susan's favorite.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Mike Kozar, and I live in the Southern Highlands area. Let me start by saying, generally speaking, I'm a fan of what this commission does in the direction it's taken our community. Where I become a critic is in how you're handling our parks, which then brings me to this issue of the $150 million. Okay? I believe we should be funding our parks, and more funding is needed. The question becomes is how is it being funded and who's paying the tab? Okay? Trying to determine that question has been very difficult for me. There's a lot of statistics out there that show what the gap analysis, what the number of parks is needed, and what the population is. But what's drastically missing is where's the money going and what's the plan financially to get us there. As late as yesterday, I was down in the commission in the comprehensive planning trying to determine what is this $150 million going to do for us and where is it coming from and how's it going to solve what we understand is just a small drop in a bucket. To that end, let me point out and do some simple math, since I only have 3 minutes here, on the back of an envelope here that will illustrate my point as to I don't believe that the money is being evenly shared amongst all the actors. If I'm going to construct units here in the county, I'm a developer, I'm asked to pay about $1,400 a unit. That's $1,000 for the RCT tax and $364 towards the development agreement commitment on the parks. Okay? That's been there for about 10 years now, more maybe longer. Hasn't changed. I realize the state controls 1,000, but you guys have control over the 364. If I'm going to put together 400 units in this community, I'm going to have to provide this county about $600,000, a little more than $600,000. Those 400 units at the latest is 1,000 homeowners. Those 1,000 homeowners equates to 2.5 acres under your current plan. Those 2.5 acres currently cost the county, based on 2009 estimates, $1.5 million. Now that's in 2009 dollars. Developers are paying less than 40%, or roughly 40% of the total bill. I think that needs to change. That number then, since there's a big gap and will continue to grow as we build more homes, then gets translated over to the backs of homeowners who now have to share in that burden. I'm all for asking homeowners to chip in and pay more for their parks. I think it's the right thing to do. But let's make sure that is equally shared amongst all the actors. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak on item number 61? Anyone else wishing to speak during the public hearing? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 61. Turn it over to the board. Jessica, is that all we need is an approval on this one? Okay. Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. I do think that he brings up a valid point that the 150 million is not going to be enough for us. I mean, in the long run, we have so many regional parks that have never even been completed. I'll use Hollywood as an example. For 25 years, the folks were promised and still an expectation. But at least we're moving forward with something, and I think in the next 2 years, there's another possibility for another couple of cents to come in available that hopefully this board will discuss to continue to work with the Parks and Rec. It's the one thing that communities are based on. It's something place where the youth can participate, and we need to make sure that we're participating in that. So I just want people to know it's a start, but it's nowhere near enough to be able to finish what we need to, let alone build schools. So we need to look at where developers come in and assist. There's some other zoning issues that we should be taking a look at, but that's for a different discussion. Thank you. My motion would be to move approval, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We have a motion from Commissioner
Mr. Chairman, this is just to conduct a public hearing. We do not need a motion.
You didn't need a motion? I thought you said, Jessica, you did. We don't. Okay. We don't. Okay. We don't. Moving on.
Item 62 is to conduct a public hearing to hear any and all complaints, protests, and objections with respect to the assessment roll. Approve, adopt, and authorize the chairman to sign a resolution confirming the assessment roll for the Laughlin Lagoon and resolving all related protests. Introduce an ordinance levying assessments and set a public hearing on such ordinance for Tuesday, August 7, 2018 at 10 a.m. for the Special Improvement District 162A, Laughlin Lagoon, for the dredging work in the Laughlin Lagoon waterfront area located along and adjacent to the Colorado River in an unincorporated township of Laughlin, Nevada.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing. Does the clerk have any written complaints, protests, comments, or objections?
We do not, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone present wishing to be heard on the final assessment roll on item number 62? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Do I have a commissioner move for adoption?
Mr. Chair, I would move for adoption of the resolution.
Commissioner Giuliani moves for adoption. Any discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes. Could I ask to introduce the ordinance and have the ordinance read by title?
An ordinance concerning Clark County, Nevada Improvement District Number 162A, Laughlin Lagoon, and assessing the cost of local improvements against the assessable lots, tracts, and parcels of land benefited by said improvements, ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken, and prescribing details in connection therewith.
Thank you. With that being said, I'll set the public hearing for the ordinance levying assessments for Tuesday, August 7th, 2018 at 10 a.m.
Item 63 is to conduct a public hearing and approve and adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution approving solely for the purpose of Section 147F of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 as amended, a public finance authority tax-exempt 501c3 revenue refunding bond issue in the amount not to exceed $20 million to refund outstanding public finance authority bonds issued to acquire, construct, expand, renovate, improve, furnish, and equip retail stores and donation centers owned and operated by the Goodwill Industries of Southern Nevada.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 63. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 63, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments be limited to 3 minutes. No one. So you know what, I'm going to close the public hearing. I've got some questions on this one, Jessica. So, in spite of the bankruptcy, have the creditors agreed to this, or where are we standing on?
Commissioner, we have representatives from Goodwill Industries that I think would be available to answer those questions.
Okay, can someone from Goodwill come on down? I know we've had a little turnover at Goodwill, but good morning.
Great place to stand. I'm the interim CEO
If
for
you
Goodwill.
could pull up the microphone just a little bit so we can hear
This
you
one?
there.
Yeah, I'm
Just
John.
identify yourself for the record and go ahead.
I'm John Helderman. I'm the interim CEO for the Goodwill of Southern Nevada.
Okay.
And we're currently in negotiation with our bondholders right now as part of the Chapter 11 to be able to negotiate with them and possibly change some of the terms of the bonds. We need to get the TEFRA approval from the county. It's still a work in progress, the negotiation, but this allows us the flexibility to possibly extend the weighted average maturity of the bonds by either extending the time or lowering the interest rate or adjusting the principal.
Okay, so Jessica, this is just a perfunctory movement by us to do this? I mean,
It is.
we don't guarantee the bonds. We let them sell them.
The county is not issuing the bonds. There's no obligation. This is a requirement under the Internal Revenue Code, and it requires the governing body for where the bonds will be issued in the location for the properties, that this board would approve the tax-exempt financing be permitted. But no, the county is not the issuer, and we're not obligated in any way.
Okay, and all we have to do is have the TEFRA hearing, that's it?
Correct.
Okay, so I understand a couple of years ago, 3 years ago, you came before us, we agreed, you issued the bonds. Now you're asking the bondholder to either extend the maturity, take a haircut, reduce the interest rates, all of the above?
Everything that we can get to make it a more viable obligation for us.
Okay. Any questions? Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. I know that it really oversaturated the market, although conceptually it was the model was a good model, because mine in my district is the first Goodwill that was ever in a mall in the United States, and it does very well, and it does career jobs for the neighborhood and things along those lines. I know that this really went to the three other districts, which caused the oversaturation. But because there's no liability on the county, if you can go renegotiate the bond level, I think that helps keep you all swimming in the long run, because it does do good work in the districts. So I would make a motion to. How do we have to word this? Just
to approve and adopt.
the renegotiation.
Approve, adopt, and authorize the resolution.
Okay, so that's what that's what my motion would say.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Giuliani. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Please cast your votes. Motion passes. Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it.
Okay, we can move back to the business section of the agenda. Item 65 is to receive a presentation from the Nevada Department of Transportation regarding NDOT budget. I have Mr. Malfabon here from NDOT to provide a presentation for us.
Rudy, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you for giving us the opportunity today to present our budget. I have a lot of information on these slides, and some of it will probably prompt some questions later, and some will prompt some questions during the presentation.
No, you want the questions as you go, or you want the questions at the end?
At the end would be better, but
okay.
Whatever the pleasure is of the Commission.
I'll do the best to control the anticipation up here.
Very good.
Go ahead.
So the first slide is kind of wordy, but the point is that it's the State Highway Fund is constitutionally protected, so we enjoy that constitutional protection. Primarily what NDOT receives from the State Highway Fund goes to capital improvements, but I'll go over some of the details of our budget later. And it's shared with the Department of Public Safety. Glad to see the NHP troopers getting that recognition for what they do down here in Southern Nevada. And also the Department of Motor Vehicles shares with the State Highway Fund proceeds. The DMV is in charge of developing the projections. And what we do is to try to maintain a minimum threshold of $120 million minimum balance. It's based on the amount of capital expenditures and our operating costs as well. The idea is if something catastrophic were to happen federally, where the federal money wasn't coming in, we'd have to shut down some projects. But that's not likely to happen. There are federal shutdowns, but they don't hit us to that extent. And this slide just shows that we have personnel all throughout the state manning a lot of these maintenance stations, primarily in the wintertime for responsiveness during snow and ice control events and some of the emergencies we have with wildfires and flash flooding throughout the state. Those maintainers do a great job of keeping our highways open and safe. Just gives you an idea of NDOT staffing levels. Nearly 80% of the staff at NDOT are devoted to construction, maintenance, the engineering staff that do a lot of the project delivery, and equipment repair and taking care of our maintenance fleet. And then the rest are primarily some special areas and administration. So here we get into typical budget for state fiscal year 2017. You can see the revenues on these pie charts. State user revenue, $517 million in that state fiscal year. You have the governmental services tax. That will actually increase to about $60 million going forward, I believe. That's a portion of your motor vehicle registration that was created during the recession for the general fund. It was always meant to sunset and go into the state highway fund. But currently, there's a portion that is increasing in the current fiscal year for the state, and then thereafter that the state highway fund will receive. Then you have the motor vehicle registration, motor carrier fees, driver's license fees. A lot of that revenue goes to the Department of Motor Vehicles for their operating. Special fuel taxes and gasoline taxes. Special fuel has to do with diesel, primarily with truckers. You have bond proceeds on the lower left, $180 million, primarily for Project Neon down here in Las Vegas. Going to the top right, other receipts, you have interest income, AB 595 property tax and bond. A lot of that revenue is room tax revenue bonds that the Las Vegas Convention Visitors Authority gave to NDOT by that legislative action. It was used on I-15 South widening and also for pedestrian bridges at Las Vegas Boulevard and the Tropicana. Agreement income, that's where we have an agreement with another entity and they give us some funding. The SB 5 money has to do with leaking underground tanks. The legislature passed a bill that said that if that money is not spent, a certain amount of money goes to the state highway fund to be put to use. And then you have the authorized revenue for DMV and DPS. Federal aid is a large portion of what we receive, $369 million. So the total was about $1.2 billion in revenues. Regarding Assembly Bill 595, so some of that was related to room tax revenue, but other property tax funding was received and deposited into the State Highway Fund. These are some of the projects that funding has gone to down here in Clark County. If it's collected here in Clark County, it has to be spent down here for capital improvements for the money that the State Highway Fund does receive. And I also had a chart there of projections for fuel revenue indexing. As the county enacted that, and that revenue started being collected this first state fiscal year that just ended June 30th. So those proceeds kind of lag a little bit, but we're expecting to receive about $4.8 million in the first year. We were initially looking at putting that money towards the Centennial Bowl project, but the staff felt that they had enough federal programs to use up that we didn't have to program the fuel revenue indexing. So that's the first year's proceeds, and you can see year after year for the term of fuel revenue indexing enactment, how much money is projected to be received in the State Highway Fund. And I'll talk about some of the projects a little bit later. The gas tax has been what it is for several years. 1995 was the last time that it was increased, other than the fuel revenue indexing that you see in Clark County and the Washoe County fuel indexing. They're kind of treated differently as far as those county fuel indexing measures, but the point here is that the state gas tax has been the same, and the federal gas tax has been the same for decades. Special fuels, as I mentioned, is primarily the diesel, also propane and compressed natural gas. So different sources of fuels for vehicles, but again, same thing to note is that there's not been a substantial increase since 1995. So a lot of the money that NDOT receives comes from the feds. The Highway Trust Fund is what basically the federal version of the State Highway Fund, and they receive the fuel tax revenues, some taxes and fees associated with truck and trailer sales and tires. But primarily the bulk of the revenue to the Federal Highway Trust Fund is from fuel taxes. We receive our money through the appropriations process, but they have to pass a surface transportation bill in Congress first, and we're operating under a 5-year bill called the FAST Act. It expires in September 30th of 2020. We were glad to see that pass, but one of the things that we're concerned about is that last bullet point. There's about a $7.5 billion rescission. So basically, they are not receiving enough federal gas tax to support the amount of money that they're giving the state DOTs to spend by that authorization. Because the FAST Act established how much that the states would receive. So they said, we're going to take it back, we'll fix it in the 5th year. We were glad to see a long-term bill, but we're concerned about that $7.5 billion rescission because it's a large amount of money that would be taken back from the states. Now the federal program, there's a lot of red strings attached, but it's apportioned into different pots of money. And we provided the big ones: National Highway Performance, or NHP, Surface Transportation Block Grant Program, Congestion Mitigation and Air Quality is called CMAQ by that acronym. Highway Safety Improvement, or HSIP, is the money that goes towards safety projects and also to other, mainly infrastructure. They did have a policy change in the FAST Act that eliminated our option to flex to the Department of Public Safety, Office of Traffic Safety for some of the behavioral programs and law enforcement programs and education programs. So unfortunately, we lost some flexibility under that safety program, but it goes towards infrastructure improvements, so it's another category of federal funds. On congestion mitigation and air quality, that money has to be spent in Washoe County and Clark County. Those are the 2 urban areas in the state that have air quality problems with air pollution. NDOT did a few years back adjust the formula how we distribute that to give Clark County more. With the growing population and some of the air quality issues down here, we felt that was appropriate. It hadn't been addressed in years, and we told Washoe County they were going to get less, and Clark County would receive more. So it's state money that we receive from the feds, but we give it to those RTCs in those 2 areas to distribute and spend. We just ask that we be able to compete for some of those air quality projects, such as our HOV ramps. Then there's obligation limitations. So the feds tell the states, this is how much you can use each year in those pots of money. So the projects have to be very specific and eligible for those pots of money in order to access that federal programming. But one of the things that we benefit from, you hear a lot of concern about the amount of federally managed land in Nevada. It's actually a good thing in the aspect of how much we have less land available for development because it's federally managed for a large portion in Nevada. So we benefit directly because we have a lower match. So 5% match of state funds or other local funds or developer funds, and we receive 95% federal on a lot of the major projects. Some of the program matches for some of those pots of money are 80% federal to 20% local or state or other match. So, but it is a benefit to note that because we have so much federal land, we receive a benefit by having a lower match for federal highway funds. Another way to get at some additional federal highway funds that are redistributed, not every state does as well as Nevada does with spending our federal money. So they have 2 opportunities for redistribution of this federal pot of money for transportation. One is called last day funds. One is called August redistribution. You can see that last day funds is kind of dried up. There's not as much available. In August redistribution, if states have not spent all their federal allocation of funds, it goes and is redistributed nationally. And Nevada has done a good job of committing our federal funds, programming that money so that we have ourselves in a good position by this time of the year to request for additional federal funds. And you can see, $20 million in 2016, $21 million in 2017. That's a lot of federal spending authority to receive. These are not for new projects because it's so late in the federal fiscal year. The federal fiscal year ends September 30th. It's not for new projects to be added in, but it is for projects that maybe we had more state or other funds associated with a project that was federally funded. So it doesn't mean just because you have 5% match, you could still, to get a project fully funded, you might have to bring in 15% and that additional amount above the match would be eligible to be offset. So basically, it means more reimbursement. Money goes in the highway fund from that federal reimbursement, and it's money that's available for then projects in the next fiscal year. So speaking of expenditures, for the Department of Transportation, you see the $953 million on the left, upper left. The bulk of that goes to capital improvements, including some of the bond revenues that we issue bonds for Project Neon. That money goes into the county, is expended to our contractor on that design build project. Personnel costs, $139 million. Operating, that's primarily to the maintenance forces to do their work to maintain the system, patch potholes, do surface treatments, do shouldering and sweeping, all those operating expenses. And we also have spent about $9 million a year on equipment replacement. We have an aging fleet. A lot of the equipment does meet the replacement criteria of years of service or how many miles or hours of service. But we can't spend all our money on equipment replacement. We put it more to work at capital improvements. And then you see some of the other minor expenses, travel. Maintenance has to travel out to those rural projects. Our construction folks have to manage construction on rural projects, so we pay for their travel, as well as for folks from Vegas coming down here to do some engineering on some of the projects in Southern Nevada. For Department of Public Safety and Department of Motor Vehicles, those numbers are provided. So you have about $200 million for those two. And then other disbursements, transfers to the bond fund, that basically we have to repay those bonds that we sold in previous years for projects. That's a substantial amount of money, but I'll talk about some of our bonding capacity as well. Then for the other areas, we have DMV system modernization. You might have heard about DMV having to re-procure a consultant or contractor for that effort because they weren't getting what they had paid for. Microwave system replacement, that has to do with statewide communications. Public Works, capital improvements, that's the State Public Works, Transportation Authority, Department of Public Safety, and DMV are some of the other minor disbursements. So one of the questions we get asked a lot at NDOT is about concerns with equity. And what we did with these pie charts is to show in fiscal year 17, and the next slide will show you kind of a 5-year average, where's the money going? So you can see with the upper left for capacity projects, those are projects that build new bridges, new interchanges. Mr. Chairman, you were at the Star Interchange groundbreaking. So that's a capacity project where we're widening the freeway just like the one we finished from Craig Road to the Las Vegas Speedway interchange. That's a capacity project. So you see the bulk of the capacity projects are primarily down here where the population is in Clark County, somewhat in Washoe County, and then non-urban is capacity projects in the rural parts of the state, other counties. To the right of that, on the upper right, preservation projects, those are the repaving projects that we do, and you can see that the bulk of those are in the urban areas, primarily because of Interstate 80. We have over 400 miles of Interstate 80 compared to about 122 miles or so of I-15 down here in Clark County. We have to keep that as repaved on a regular cycle, and we prioritize interstates above all other routes because they carry so much freight traffic and other traffic. So repaving projects, there's one going on right now on Interstate 80 by Reno to the California-Nevada state line. There's a lot of projects up by Elko and Winnemucca as well. But you can see that the bulk goes to the rural areas, somewhat less to Clark County and Washoe County for repaving projects. One example of a preservation project down here was Tropicana Avenue. We have to come back next year and redo the sidewalks to make sure that they meet ADA requirements. So that's one of the challenges for preservation projects in the urban area is the Federal Highway Administration requires that we address ADA deficiencies. So a lot of those missing wheelchair ramps or upgrade the wheelchair ramps has to be done on roads like Tropicana and Nellis. In the lower left, other projects, those are primarily safety projects, or they can be intelligent transportation system projects, signals, lighting, just other than capacity or preservation repaving projects. And there are also landscape and aesthetics projects in that pie chart. Then you see the totals. So Clark County in 2017 received about 60%. Now, a lot of that money is associated with Project Neon that's been ongoing for a couple of years now. If you look at a 5-year look at, so you can get 1 sense from 1 year, but you really have to take a good slice of time there. So it's 5 years of what we provided here for the same kind of categories, but you can see that Clark County is receiving a substantial amount of funding for those types of projects, capacity, preservation, and other types of projects. I'll talk about some of the projects we've been working on. You can see in that ongoing programs, there are several that we're working on. One thing to be aware of is the 800 megahertz radio system. So we're upgrading that. It's been used by law enforcement, not just the state patrol with NHP, but also other county law enforcement agencies rely on this radio system. So we're upgrading that, similar to what Las Vegas Metro did to the P25 compliance system. We're in the midst of that procurement. Next month, the Transportation Board is going to be asked to award that contract for the next generation system, which is going to be over $100 million in investment over several years. And that's a joint system with the power company, NV Energy, and also Washoe County. They provide a lot of the infrastructure in the northern part of the state there. But the major projects are identified there. Project Neon was a significant investment, was bonded. Boulder City Bypass, we know that the RTC shouldered the bulk of that investment for phase 2 from US 95 all the way up to near the dam. But it was phase 1 was completed just a few months ago. And we have other projects that we widened in US 95 in the northwest and the Centennial Bowl interchange with the 215 Beltway. We have Star Avenue interchange, which a lot of that, you'll see that money, it included a lot of it was local funds, but NDOT contributed to that project. I mentioned the Craig to Speedway widening and State Route 160 Blue Diamond widening. We also have a new project just got awarded to finish the widening of State Route 160 up by Mountain Springs Summit. In Northern Nevada, you have some other projects that I listed there. One of the largest ones that's coming up, though, is the Reno Spaghetti Bowl, which is going to be viewed as a bonded project subject to legislative approval and approval of the Governor's Finance Office for our biennial budget request. Speaking of Project Neon, you see the schedule there. We're really excited that Kiewit has been hitting that hard. There's a lot of road closures. I know that 95 is going to be closed again for bridge demolition and bridge construction. But our goal is to have them finish up by mid-November, so before the shopping season starts starting at Black Friday, they'll be out of the way and have the I-15 lanes completely open again. And the remaining work after that November milestone would be that large flyover bridge, which was the HOV bridge connecting the center of US 95 to the center of I-15. So they're on track to meet that deadline, but you can see that we sold a substantial amount of bonds in 3 issuances. The most recent one, we actually cut $40 million from that amount because of the way that we've been using some of the highway fund money to pay as you go on Project Neon, and didn't want to issue more debt than we needed to. Speaking of debt service, so you can see that it's a substantial amount of money, but we manage our debt very well. So a lot of the questions that we get about fuel revenue indexing and how much bonding that can be supported from that, I'll get to in the next slide. But we manage our debt well. We have a AAA rating from Standard & Poor's. We have a policy that to not have excessive amount of debt, 3 times debt service coverage on our bonds that we issue, and we have the ability to have up to a $98 million maximum bond payment each year. As far as future capacity, our intention is to submit a biennial budget request that has $300 million. Obviously, it's only going to cover the first 2 years, 2020 and 2021. And then for your fuel revenue indexing bonds, I showed you that we had about $4.8 million this year and more this current state fiscal year that we just started this month. But our intention is to have 3 issuances of $60 million each in those years, 2020 to 2022, for $180 million total. That money has to be spent here in Clark County. And the projects that we're looking at, we are looking at the Tropicana Interchange reconstruction. It's in the environmental phase right now. The Centennial Bowl, and in a couple of years we'll be doing phase 3D and E. It's currently in the design phase. The interchange with the Beltway and I-15 North in North Las Vegas, currently in the design phase. We hope to get that out next year. And then the 515 Expressway and the Henderson interchange with the Beltway, we're just working with the City of Henderson. They started a feasibility study with $2 million of their funding locally and want to get into the environmental phase. Whenever you're using federal money, you have to get this cleared environmentally through the NEPA process, as we call it. And then the City Parkway is a project of interest to the City of Las Vegas and to downtown redevelopment by Symphony Park there. We looked at a slip ramp idea that the city wanted us to pursue, but the Federal Highway Administration denied that request for access at Interstate 515 and City Parkway because it was against some of the federal policies restricting access to interstates. They like to see full interchanges, not slip ramps. But we are looking at another concept to have HOV ramps in the center, similar to what we're building on Project Neon near Charleston. Then I mentioned the Reno project for reconstructing southbound I-580 south of that system-to-system interchange in Reno. Will eliminate a bottleneck that currently causes a lot of crashes on that section of I-80 coming into that interchange for people going south. And now I'm ready for questions.
I guess there's no questions. Yeah, right. Okay. I'll start down here. Yeah, before we get to you, Commissioner Kirkpatrick, I wanted to release Commissioner Weekly. Oh, I lost Commissioner Weekly. Want to release the students? I'll leave it up to Commissioner Weekly when he gets down here. And then we're going to go to Commissioner Kirkpatrick and June Kiliani. Good luck to you. Thank you. Yeah, I do. Go ahead. Release him. Go ahead. That's my next one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner's Manager's Office. Thank you all very much for hosting SBI 2018. Once again, students, thank you for sitting in, and we look forward to your civic engagement this week, and hope you all have a great rest of the summer. God bless you, and good luck in all your future endeavors. Thank you, SBI, everybody. Thank you. Just sit down.
Thank you. Good luck to you. We've got a great future here with these young women and men. Thank you.
Yeah, again, thank you
Much
very much.
appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's good. Yeah, a little bit, yeah. The chair's out of the way. Okay, Rudy, you got a break there for a minute.
Yes.
Commissioner Kirkpatrick, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Rudy, is your budget that you talk about most of this, is it 4663? Is that the budget number that you use, the state budget number?
Yes.
Okay. So, so I sit on a national, as Commissioner Weekly said earlier, NACO, and I sit on the National Transportation Board. So I have a big interest because Tiger grants, which we're very good at getting, are going away, or they're going to change them in a way that I don't think is beneficial for us, right? I think our state's going to struggle. So I am trying to, so that budget, the state budget, it doesn't give me a lot of detail, right? It says 44% is federal funding, 43% is highway funding, 12% is other, 1% is transfers. And if I go back to your sheet, I'm trying to understand that at least for Clark County, what is one component? What what is the budget that they get from the state, then what is our fuel tax revenue money? Because remember, and I tried to get all the counties to support it, and not every county did it. And, you know, I shouldn't have to, it was never meant to supplant, right? It was meant to be above and beyond. And then I need to know where the other 3-cent property tax, right? You hear people are upset that we don't have enough money to do other stuff. And so I'm pretty simple. I just want those $3 values because they should all be different. And that should be the total amount that comes into Clark County. And wearing my Nevada hat, I got to worry about my rural friends as FirstNet comes in and they're digging up all those roads. And how is that money? Because that's part of your shared radio system replacement, I'm assuming. How are they going to have their roads that are still good? Because across the state, and I believe we have some of the better roads being to other places, so I'm appreciative of that. But my constituents are frustrated because Lake Mead is a state road, and they don't understand. They're still waiting for, and now it's been pushed back 5 more years, right? So they're waiting for that alignment to change as the trucks come down. Charleston in 95, that was supposed to start next year. That too's been pushed. So I just need to understand, and I have been following the transportation meetings, but unless you're there in person, it's pretty hard to figure out what's going on. So I'm either going to become your new best friend or your worst enemy, because I'm following the money now, because as the FRI money is coming about, people want to know what did they get, and I honestly cannot tell them what they've gotten so far. So can you just, I can't figure out which slide that is that gives me those very simple things. I get it. DMV, honestly, all you are is a pass-through for them because they need that money to keep going. The diesel money, you don't get very much out of that when it's all said and done, even to cover your staff. So I guess I just need to figure out, I need those 3 lines. That's what I want. Those 3 lines, and then I want the projects that are attached, because I assume that when I work to push FRI, I assumed that that was going to help, in addition to what we already had, us leverage and collaborate together to get more projects. And hats off to you on Project Neon. That is phenomenal, and I know it's a little bit of a headache right now, but you've done an amazing job with that, keeping the traffic moving, keeping them to their time frames. So hats off to that. But now I need the money for the people that are impacted, the residents, right? The residents.
So, Commissioner, the best way to tell specific projects is to, if you Google Nevada eSTIP, the STIP stands for Statewide Transportation Improvement Program, Nevada eSTIP, it has all the projects that go through the RTC of Southern Nevada as the Metropolitan Planning Organization. All of the entities, the cities, Clark County, NDOT, and RTC have to filter their projects through there. So it has a complete list and a complete breakdown of the funding on those projects. Now, with the fuel revenue indexing, as I mentioned, we were looking at putting it towards the Centennial Bowl, the project that just is probably going to be awarded next month by the Transportation Board. But the staff felt that they had a sufficient amount of federal funds allocated to that project. So we haven't really spent the FRI. We wanted to see how much we received the first year of proceeds before we could kind of sell bonds against that. Traditionally, we'd want to see how much revenue is coming in, is it meeting projections, and then sell the bonds. So we will be putting a budget request in, but we can use some of that initial proceeds as pay-as-you-go for a project down here in Southern Nevada. It must be spent here in Southern Nevada. But so if you were looking for FRI that the state receives, it has not been spent yet. There's about, we expect $4.8 million from the last state fiscal year that just ended that was collected. Now we'll do the due diligence of bonding and ask for Governor's Finance Office approval for our annual budget request, and then legislative approval early next year.
So then if that hasn't been funded yet, then so what about, and you're financing the Spaghetti Bowl up north, with 100% of Nevada's federal funding component. So is that coming away from something else? Or, I mean, what do they do with their FRI dollars? I mean, they didn't have to give it to the state, and they didn't have to go back, and I don't begrudge them for what they did, because they did a good job. They gave everybody new ideas, the FAST Act. I mean, that's all been they started a trend, right? So what are they doing with their FR? I mean, here's the deal. People just they think all of their roads should have been done by now with the first 2 years of some of this money. And as much as they hate orange cones, they hate potholes too.
So in response, Commissioner, to your question about what Washoe County is doing with their fuel revenue indexing, they put a lot of it towards their Southeast Connector project. It's a new extension of a road called Veterans Parkway in the east side of Washoe County, I'm sorry. And they've also put some money towards some state roads like Pyramid Highway and McCarran Boulevard, and also some widening of McCarran Boulevard. It's a state highway. So that's the way that they spent some of their money, but it's a completely different scenario up there where the RTC controls their revenue that comes from indexing, versus down here with the second round of fuel revenue indexing. It does get deposited in the State Highway Fund for projects here in Clark County.
But we shouldn't be penalized for trying to collaborate, right? So, I mean, we said, let us work with you because you could use it too, because I remember every time we were taking money out of the transportation budget, right? Because there were other things that had to be done. And so we shouldn't be penalized for including the state as part of the discussion, because I can only figure about $20 million on the preservation component gets spent here. How much is that? I can't. I wish you were smart not to give me a paper copy, because I can't thumb through it real fast. So where is that? How much do we get for preservation? So if you were to say to the district, right? So our transportation district, no, I want you to go back, because that doesn't tell me nothing, Rudy. Nice try. Doesn't tell me nothing.
Oh.
So I want to know, what is that? 47 what? For
47
preservation
million.
in 2017? 47%, 47,
47
31%
is the
of
millions of dollars spent in Clark County in state fiscal year 17 for preservation projects.
How much?
47 million.
47.
Primarily, it was in 17 is probably associated more with the Tropicana overlay project. We repaid Tropicana in that area up to, I think it should have been up to Boulder Highway, from there kind of to the east towards the Strip. I think we stopped at Maryland Parkway, but
so
we
does that belong
repaid.
to the county now?
No, but we are working on a separate road transfer agreement with Clark County to take over some of the Beltway in exchange for certain roads. I could look up what roads those are and inform the commission, but that agreement is in play. It's under negotiations. The lawyers are nearly done reviewing it. And so initially, NDOT would take over maintenance of that portion of the Beltway. It's the southern portion.
But if we did Tropicana, I struggle with that, because Tropicana falls under the resort corridor dollars when we do different stuff. So I think I would like a longer conversation with you, because if you're spending $47 million on areas where we already have other dollars and it's not getting fanned out. I mean, some of these older and newer areas, they need the opportunity as well, and we can't, and if you're telling me we got to do a pay-as-you-go, I sure hope everybody's doing a pay-as-you-go across the state, because I don't remember that happening with some of the big projects that we put in place. And I get it on the I-15 and the 93, so I want to have a longer conversation with you, because I think and I'm watching, because I sit on a national transportation committee where we're talking to Secretary Chow on how do we keep some of this money coming, because right now they want to take it all away, right? So,
correct. But the appropriators in Congress are not listening to the president's desire to take away some of those grant programs, and they're funding those programs. They're appropriating the money
They're
for it.
funding them today, but I'm telling you that they're trying to figure out the plan on how to change. We just spent 2 days hearing that whole discussion. So $47 million, and I feel like that is just not those three pots of money. So I want to understand that. And then so the city's projects, because I didn't see you have any unincorporated county projects on your little list of wishful thinking for 2019. How are their projects determined? Do you work with the RTC to determine that? Because it's everybody's money, right?
So if it's depends on what kind of project it is, but if it's a preservation project, what we do is, like I mentioned, prioritizing the interstate system first and the U.S. routes, and then the state routes. But we do a review process, see what the conditions of the road are. We don't want the road to deteriorate to a point where it costs so much to reconstruct it. So there is a process, and it's every couple of years they go out and review the highways to see what condition that they're in. If we have a really harsh winter in some of the areas of the state, we have to go out there a lot sooner to check it out and reconstruct or do some repairs to it. But there is a certain process for prioritizing preservation projects. I would agree that we have some other roads that we have to pay attention to. I think there's a project coming out on Nellis, one coming out on Jones for repaving. We did Cheyenne, I think, recently, or portions of. And I know that on Lake Mead Boulevard, the issue that we ran into was to do a complete street. The budget was starting to get blown because of the layout of that road and just the profile of the road. We were going to have to reconstruct the sidewalks, the roadway, and the budget was getting blown. So we decided to do the safety improvements for pedestrian crossings first, while we figure out what the true cost of that reconstruction would be. And we're getting a lot of interest expressed by Mayor March to do a complete street on Boulder Highway as well. We're jointly funding a study with RTC for Boulder Highway all the way to Fremont Street. So there's definitely a lot of interest in addressing some of these local state highways.
So where does that discussion take place, so I could figure out what, I mean, maybe I just need to fly up to the Transportation Board meetings on a regular basis, or, because I can't find it in the minutes, I can't find where that discussion is had. So where would I look for that kind of?
The electronic
You
STIP.
know me better than I like the details, and this is too
Yes.
broad for me.
The electronic STIP would be the best project list to look at. It'll have all of our projects in there that NDOT sponsors, and they go through the RTCs throughout the state, through Tahoe, Carson area, Washoe, and RTC Southern Nevada to compile that list, and then we add the rural projects into that list as well.
So could you get on my calendar so we could have a bigger discussion?
Yes. Well, we'll give you the backup information on which projects specifically make up these charts.
Give it to me first before we meet, so I could be ready.
Okay.
Mr. Giancarlo, do you have questions?
We talked about this at RTC. I just wanted to reconfirm. I thought the FRI money was 60 million statewide projected, but maybe that number is tied to something else, Rudy, versus the 4.8 that you mentioned.
Let me get to that slide. So these are the projections in the table in the lower right for FRI2 for the state portion.
Okay, and Washoe doesn't do a state's portion because when they did their
get it all.
ballot question, it was done ahead of ours and
Yes.
it was differently configured, right? So does any of the Clark money that's generated for FRI for the state, I think the legislation said it had to go back to the county of origin, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then, maybe I was just being overly positive. 4.8 versus 60 million, so a big difference. So why would Tropicana not have been turned over now that it's up to somewhat great other than the ADA? Because we met on the ADA thing 5-6 years ago. And I know that still has to be done. How is that process? I know you're working with Public Works, but it's like, you know what, either give us the money and let us take the state highways and we'll fix them instead of having to wait. So explain just a little bit further on how that's being decided.
So the road transfers, typically when we do a repaving project on a state highway that's here in the urban area, the feds require us to do the ADA improvements at the same time. but we've negotiated a deal with them to say, well, as long as we get a project within a couple years to follow up to address the ADA, because it takes a lot of right-of-way work, easements from the property owners, utility relocations. It takes a lot of advanced work to set up an ADA project of that magnitude like
I
we're
know.
doing on
I
Trop.
worked with your staff 5 years ago, I think, or even longer on that whole thing, and I was bothered that we were separating the two, but they were having difficulty, I believe, getting the easements. Was the bigger
So when
issue.
we did Tropicana, I think it was either Maryland or Eastern, all the way to Boulder Highway as a repaving project, we committed to do the follow-on ADA project, and that's coming out this next fiscal year to reconstruct a lot of those ADA ramps and put in the missing ramps and redo some of the driveways. So but the idea is to look at all the projects and what the preservation needs are for some of these urban state highways. But it is, as you saw on some of the charts, we're putting a lot of the money towards the capacity, the interchanges, the lane widenings. So that's less money available for the repaving projects. And if we do a repaving project, we have to do the ADA as well. And that can be a
And
substantial
I understand
amount.
that, but it's, as Commissioner said, those are our city street or our county streets that people are driving on every day, and they don't see it, especially now with Charleston and 95 being delayed as well. You have Lake Mead, I have Charleston, we have Trop, we have Nellis, we have all of those are state highways, and it's bothersome to go to your constituent and say, sorry, I don't have any say-so because it's a state highway. Some of those are a mess, and I think we should be really redirecting those dollars to that versus the capacity issue, because it's always the people that live here and have been paying taxes longer that subsidize when growth or other factors are coming into play. So maybe we can revisit that somehow or another. Tell me again about the Charleston 95, because that was supposed to have been moving. I know it's a mess. Just trying to get onto the highway at that point.
Yes, Charleston and what a lot of folks call 95 or 515 is under a construction manager at risk contract currently. So it's under design, and it has to be, there's some modeling that has to be done to show air quality conformity associated with that project. But I think that it's supposed to come out for construction in 2 years. Let me see my notes here. It's in 2021 in our statewide transportation improvement program for that interchange at 95 or 515 as we call it in Charleston.
At our RTC meeting, we got into discussion of lists, but I do believe that one was noted for 2019, not 2021. Was that one of the ones that got bumped?
No, it's I don't know what the original date was. I didn't know that it had been bumped. What our project manager said was he had to show conformity, but it's in the design phase, so we're under design, and typically the construction phase will follow. So I don't know if it would be ready for 2019, even if we accelerated it, but I could check on that.
Okay, I would appreciate that. I think anybody that drives in that area, because three of our districts kind of are linked through that. So do we need to maybe have a discussion with the ESIP and how that's all done, Mr. Chair of RTC, so that commissioners all know how things got onto what went to what list? I know Mayor March raised some issues at the RTC board meeting as well. But I do think we need to get a better handle on exactly, we're never going to get one-to-one on funding from Southern Nevada to the north. That's not responsible, but we can get closer. But it's also making sure that our everyday streets that everybody's trying to get to work on are repaired before we worry about an interchange. And so I think that unfortunately the priorities got a little bit skewed on that. So those are some concerns that I still have. Thank you. Oh, I know, I have one more thing. I know your office said no, but I want to know why, because I have to get back to a lady that lives in our district and goes to church in the other. Why can we not place no loitering signage at the entryways onto the highway ramps?
So you've requested the no loitering signs. What we feel is it's more of an enforcement issue, and you see someone panhandling at every interchange.
We're not worried about that part. I think for the constituents, they do it all through California. That's what triggered it. She was on vacation with her family there and saw the no loitering signs and thought that it might be at least a deterrent of some sort. So yeah. I would hope NDOT, we don't expect you to go enforce it, or Metro really for that matter, but it's sort of, for those that are just out there coming and hanging, it might at least give a little something to be able to take a look at. But if California can do it, there's been no liability or legality issues, maybe you could take a look at that part of it again.
We could, and we have no trespassing signs, and it really has no impact on
Right.
people still living there next to the highway. And if I could add, I looked at the list of Clark County roads to be transferred in exchange for the Beltway. So we're looking at the Beltway from Stephanie to Warm Springs. And the county would take portions of Charleston Boulevard, portions of Sahara, which is kind of half city, half county, Sunset Road from Las Vegas Boulevard to Annie Oakley, and Russell Road from Polaris to Las Vegas Boulevard. So those are the roads. It doesn't include Tropicana yet.
So
but
like,
there are many portions of the Beltway to still get into an agreement.
and the
for
Beltway
transfer.
makes sense. That should be NDOT's anyway. On the Charleston, I know the city of Las Vegas just did a bunch of remodels. Is that the portion you're talking about? That goes up to...
It could be the on the city portion, we're looking at the city taking a portion of Charleston, Sahara, and then we take over Summerlin Parkway from the city.
And then Boulder Highway got pushed back too. We were concerned about that last week. That feeds from city all the way over to Henderson. And I know that we were doing a joint survey with RTC, but that was one that I know that when we first met was supposed to be moved along, not just the pedestrian safety issues. I know you got 2 already done. There's 5 more to be done. But it was also looking at the traffic flow on there. And so from what you said the other day, do you mind restating what you're doing now?
So the Boulder Highway project, it's a study currently, so I wouldn't say it's been pushed back. We really want to know how much is it going to cost to do a complete street on Boulder Highway. We know that our focus has been on these capacity projects and eliminating the bottlenecks at interchanges and widening of the freeway system. But we also know that it's an area that the city of Henderson, Clark County, and on the north end, the city of Las Vegas, are interested in looking at what should it be in the future. So that's why RTC and NDOT jointly funded this study to look at a complete street concept. But I don't have any information as far as what's the cost for that. So I wouldn't say pushed back. It's just that it's in the process from planning. Now eventually it goes to the environmental and the utility relocations and design for a project.
I think it was, we did the joint funding on the study, but
Yes.
it was NDOT's responsibility. And I think what we heard the other day was now we have to have all the entities have to kick in if we're going to implement anything within the study. And that was a different approach than what we had discussed initially regarding the funding
Yes,
part of
that's
it.
what I feel is that if the focus isn't on completely reconstructing Boulder Highway to a complete street, I would want to look at joint funding and a road transfer. It's not the type of facility that NDOT typically maintains. We look at high capacity, high speed routes, and that's why we're doing these road transfers for Summerlin and the Beltway.
So remind me what all is entailed in a complete street in that kind of a circumstance. Is that bike lanes? That's...
Yes, bike lanes, dedicated lanes for transit, for buses, landscaping and aesthetics, which a lot of that is
It's
already
done.
landscaped.
Yeah.
But it would be a kind of a uniform look through that section of Boulder Highway. Wider sidewalks for pedestrians, other pedestrian safety improvements could be looked at as well.
So could, if say it didn't make sense to put bicycle paths on that highway, is the study going to at least allow us to maybe peel off 1 or 2 things, or so that it doesn't get as expensive so NDOT pays for it rather than?
Yes, it could be that if the volumes of traffic are sufficient with reducing the number of lanes,
Right.
we could look at things like that. It just whether it has a better uses for transit or for dedicated for bike lanes, we'd have to look at that. I don't really know for Boulder
Yeah, because
Highway.
the volume is quite down
Yes.
on the highway itself. So maybe that's something we could talk about with RTC, Mr. Chairman, as well, to see if there's a way to get that moving faster, and maybe there's some sense that doesn't make sense for a true, fully dedicated, complete street in order to at least get the pedestrian part and some of the widening done on that highway.
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brown, did you have anything? I've just got one, Rudy. Could you, and I don't need it today, but if you could send it to me on page 6, the one you've got up here right now, where we've got the fiscal year and the projected FRI 2 money, that one. Can you make another column? No, that was the one that was there. Could you make another column and add what the effective tax rate is going to be with all the additions?
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's like a third column. That's all I've got. And just send it to me. I'd appreciate it. Commissioner Brager, Commissioner Weekly, Commissioner Gibson. Okay.
I just want to ask, Commissioner Kirkpatrick, when you meet with Mr. Malfadon, are you going to bring back a report on information that you've gathered from him, or how is this going to work?
I can if you want. I just am worried that this pot isn't separated enough for us to be able to tell our story, right? I think that the state and the county need to tell the story. The constituents stepped up. They voted for it, and we have a responsibility to show them the accountability. So I could put something together for everybody.
That would be great. I think that would be good for us to be able to show a map of what projects have been completed, what projects are in the coffer, what have you, just so that, again, we could be responsive to those constituents who are asking those questions. And then I think I'd like for you to maybe get information so that we can take back to our next NACO board meeting in terms of the rules, because we've been talking about that, and they've been dependent on us to assist them in terms of, what's going on with, I think it's Assemblyman Gokachia, am I saying that correctly? He's sponsoring a bill that's going to deal with gas tax for the rules.
The diesel tax, right?
Diesel
Bring it
tax,
back.
that is. The last time we went up and lobbied with them, they had a really tough time getting it passed, but they're struggling with the roadworks projects up there in their areas there. And so if you would talk with them about that, and let's maybe have some information to take back to that next NACO meeting, that'd be helpful.
I'll do that, and I'll also have Rudy give me a list of the rating of the roads so that we can look at it, and maybe we can help prioritize with RTC as well.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Rudy, thank you very much. Appreciate your patience and your presentation. Thank you.
Item 66 is to discuss the state of Nevada's Division of Health Care Financing and policy changes to Medicaid services related to basic skills training for family services and juvenile justice youth. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Schiller has an update to provide since the board last met and discussed this issue.
Kevin, thank you.
Good morning. To refresh your memory, at the last meeting, two big issues. One was the policy, the change in the Medicaid policy and rate structure tied to basic skills training. That hearing is scheduled for July 26th. I've provided a plan that we have worked with Richard Whitley, Director Whitley from DHHS on, related to really two primary components. One is in Clark County, our assessments, or the assessments that drive the basic skills training, are conducted at a couple different levels, and because of that, some of that data.
I've got to apologize, Kevin,
Okay,
and I made a commitment. Deacon Roberts was here and wanted to address the board on something and had to leave to get back to Catholic Charities they couldn't wait for the public comment section. So I'm going to take it out of order to let the deacon speak, and then we'll come back to yours. I apologize.
All right, thank you.
Just noticed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Commissioner, Commissioners. Deacon Tom Roberts, President and CEO, Catholic Charities of Southern Nevada, 1501 Las Vegas Boulevard North. I really wanted to thank staff. Yolanda King, County Manager, Kevin Schiller, Assistant County Manager, and Director of Public Works, Mike Pollock. We recently, and today you approved the agreements for our shelter. Commissioners, that every evening we have hundreds of people that have no place else to go that spend time in our shelter. Last night we had 501 men spend the night in our night shelter. And right now we have about 275 gentlemen in our day shelter, staying out of this deadly heat and being connected to other services. This morning we fed 700 people in our dining room, children, families, veterans. Anyone who needed a meal was served with dignity and compassion at Catholic Charities. So I'm very thankful for the support that this commission and this county gives to the help and hope that we try to provide. I also just want to take a minute to respectfully remind each of you is that we've started to see some level of economic recovery, thank God, both here in Southern Nevada and across the nation. There continues to be more polarity between those that are seeing a recovery and those that are struggling. And I know many of you have spent time with us at Catholic Charities. Staff certainly has. And you understand the veracity of the need. And so I came this morning to both say thank you and to just remind you that those that are struggling, that are often the silent sufferers, are ones that need you to be their help and hope. And our job at Catholic Charities is to be the conduit for that. So with my thanks on behalf of them, because they can't come and stand here this morning and thank you for the work that we do on their behalf and on your behalf. It's my chance this morning to come and say thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate it, Deacon, for you coming down and making those comments.
Great.
Appreciate
God bless.
it.
Thank you.
Thank you. God bless. Thank you, sir. I apologize, Kevin. I want to get back to the agenda now, but I thought
No,
that was
it's fine.
important for you to hear as we get into another issue that you handle, which you juggle so many. So,
To summarize real quickly, that public hearing, as I was talking about, is scheduled for July 26th. Two key pieces we've been working with Director Whitley with Department of Health and Human Services. One of the key pieces is the assessment data. In Clark County, those assessments in some cases are billed to Medicaid, in other cases aren't. So some of that data has gaps. So one of the key components that we've come up with a plan related to this change, effective on July 27th, is really a new assessment process. And that assessment process would essentially use an independent assessor separate from the provider of the services. That's one key tenet. And then the second piece, a month later in August, I want to make sure you remind you that the August 27th date where the providers had been giving notice was really tied to a rate reduction. So the other key piece of this plan is working collaboratively, continuing to, for the next 180 days, on either a waiver or a bundled rate. So to plain and simple terms, the gap funding that we talked about at the last hearing, it would be working over this next 180 days to come up with a different reimbursement structure to support specialized foster care. And then what I would be recommending is probably a 90-day update from myself related to the current progress. Director Whitley is in the audience and can speak to this in a little more detail, but I wanted to summarize at least the two key tenets, being that in this 180-day transition plan with the providers, trying to keep them whole and working on a permanent solution, which then we can then take forward so that we no longer have the funding gaps.
thank you. Director, do you want to come on down and please make some comments? Thank you.
Hi. Hi, for the record, Richard Whitley, and I serve as the director for the Department of Health and Human Services. And as Kevin said, we've worked during the past week to look at how best to utilize Medicaid as a healthcare payer to maximize the resource for specialized foster care. And I would just clarify that Medicaid itself doesn't pay for specialized foster care. It can pay for services that children who are eligible for Medicaid receive in that setting. And I actually think that in the work that we do in the next 90 days, that we could look to see how best to even maximize Medicaid reimbursement. You know, right now in Nevada, about 5,000 people statewide get basic skills, which is a rehabilitative service based on an assessment. That's what's supposed to happen. But when we looked at kids, some kids were just getting basic skills. And so I have a real concern, just looking at our billing data, that we need to assure that kids are medically assessed and that they get all the services they need. And some of those services could take place in a specialized foster care. And that gets at what Kevin mentioned about one option is a waiver to actually put together a service that's outside of the federal CMS rules, that actually we as a state say, we think this is a good package of services that would benefit our residents. Or we could look at the existing services that are already approved and bundle them and make billing and reimbursement easier for the providers who provide specialized foster care. So I'm here to commit that certainly a vulnerable population that we don't want to go without services, but we want to get them all the services that are appropriate.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Richard, first I want to say thank you. You've done a lot for Clark County in the last few years, and it's very appreciative. And I knew that we could come to some collaboration because I know you pretty well, and you really just do care about the kids and how do we get there. So I just want to say thank you for coming, and thank you for giving us some documentation, and however I can be a resource as well to help figure out what is that magic ratio or that magic formula because we had a phenomenal kid here last time, Robert. It was great. He got up, he spoke, he said how much it changed, and I know that that's really what you want to do, is to see all the kids have that opportunity. So I appreciate you coming. I appreciate you emailing with me, and I am sure that we're all headed in the right direction. And you know, you've done a lot for Clark County in the last 2 years that really should be commended. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got Commissioner Weekly. Commissioner Junquillo, you want to go now? Okay.
Thank you. I just want to thank Kevin and Richard for working on this. I thought we all got everybody's attention. You weren't trying to scare anybody, but the deadline came in and it made us feel like, oh my God, what are we going to do? We don't want the kids left hanging. That's the most key piece. So I'm glad we're still working on some kind of conclusion on the BST. We have to deal with, I think statutorily, maybe Richard, down the road, we could take a look at maybe temporary allowance for the department to do temporary permitting for FQHCs, but I don't know if that's controlled by the feds or not, but there may be some other steps that we need so we don't get into a crisis like this on services. And I know we do it differently in the county. We do agency through the agencies. Washoe does it differently. So you always have to balance that part of it, but it's what works for us in our community right now because we just don't have those individual families and the volume is down here. So just thank you for continue to work on this dialogue. I know we'll get it resolved in a timely manner. And I do want to say thank you for bringing the Medicaid into the jail to sign folks up. That was a creative way of thinking out of the box, and there's several more of those things that are actually helping us. So thanks for being here today.
Yeah. Thank you. Commissioner Weekly.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I concur with both the ladies' comments. Mr. Whitley, you've been wonderful to work with, and your team have absolutely been fantastic. Kevin, thank you so much as well on the work that you all are doing here as it relates to specialized foster care. This is an extremely serious issue, and of course, we've gotten so many phone calls as a result of this. A good friend of mine over in California reached out to me after they heard we've been discussing this, Mr. Whitley, and I'm not sure if many of you know Mr. Dash, who's in the audience with us. Dame, raise your hand if you will. Dame Dash is a well-renowned recording producer and works with a lot of artists, and he heard about us talking about this, and he's been talking with the young man who, these two young men who are in the audience with us, these guys here are both teenagers, Mr. Whitley, and they're here today as a result. They flew all the way here. They're from, actually, I believe they reside in Texas, and they're here because of this item in terms of why it's important that we step up to the plate and do what we need to do to help young people who may have been in the system. I asked the chairman if it's okay if I ask both these gentlemen to come up because they're using their voices today on behalf of their friend who lived here in Las Vegas. He was a part of our system, and as of today, his life looks pretty bleak. And these guys here, if you guys don't mind, I got permission from the chair for y'all to come up and introduce yourselves. They're here. Commissioners, if y'all don't mind, if we can beg your indulgence just for a couple minutes, if you will. They're going to share a situation that I believe, Richard, is so important as to why we all have to get together and work on behalf of these young people. Sir, introduce yourselves.
Is it good? Hello? All right. How you doing? My name is Toby O'Neaton, and I manage TK.
I'm Ezra Averill, and I'm also one of TK's managers.
Okay. Tell us the situation, please.
So we managed TK, and Tay's actually, he lived in Vegas for a very long time, and then he moved to Texas. While he was in Vegas, his father was arrested, and he was placed in a foster home for about 3 years, him and his older sister. And he's spoken to us, and he told us many things that kind of he's been through, and as a result, kind of shaped a lot of things in his life. And we know through his story the importance of how what goes on in your childhood can shape you and can affect you in negative and positive ways. And our biggest thing that we wanted to make sure was that, and he wants to do it as well, is that we can at least change the narrative for other children that may be put in situations that they can't help, but the rest of their lives get affected by these kind of situations. And we want to do whatever it takes because even though he was in foster care and alive, he was happy in his life, he was able to change his narrative and become a multi-platinum selling artist before he was even an adult. He's only 17 years old. And we just want to be able to support and do whatever it takes for us to help this cause because this is the source of everything. This is where he came from. He came from the city, and everything that he's achieving now branched off of things that he's been through and places that he's been.
I want y'all to share with everybody what's his situation now. He's 16 years old, and now he, from my understanding, he's been certified as an adult, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you please explain to everybody his situation currently?
He's currently in Texas facing pending charges, and he was certified as an adult even though the crime was committed while he was a minor.
Right. So the importance of these guys standing here today is they're here serving as spokespersons on behalf of a young man who was in our foster care system while he resided here in Clark County. And they wanted to use their voices to just share once again the importance of, as lawmakers, as those who fund cases like this, that why it's important that we step up to the plate and fill in those gaps. And, you know, it's unfortunate that, you know, you're a young man that you guys are both, how old are both of you guys here?
I'm 17.
Yeah, I'm 24.
Okay, so young men today are serving as managers, and you guys are in the entertainment business, of course, and you're here speaking on behalf of your friend. And what is it that you all want to do as far as your advocacy here today?
We just hope to support on behalf of Tamor to help with specialized foster care and help provide for younger kids in similar circumstances that he was in. He just wants to be a beacon of hope and provide like a sense of if he was there and he was able to do this, so can you. You're not alone.
All right. Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just wanted to give them an opportunity to speak on behalf of their client. Thank you guys both for being here.
Thank you.
Anything? Mr. Dash, did you have anything you want to share?
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner Weekly. I've also become friendly.
I'm sorry, I've got to ask you to identify yourself for the record. We have a worldwide audience watching me from up above my head here on these cameras, and they're going to want to see you. Right up here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hey,
not to them, to the microphone. It's okay.
Okay.
Not that worldwide audience.
My name is Damon Dash. I too am from an extreme circumstance, and what we were able to do was to take our experience and let people learn from it. We were able to monetize it. We were able to use it to help our future, our children, and we also want to use our platform to help other people. Now, I've been in the music business. I've managed Jay-Z, Kanye West, or rather they were signed to Rockefeller Records, and I know what it is to be signed, to sign these artists and to work within extreme circumstances. It means sometimes you have to deal with the problems that come with it. And these kids, not even kids, young men, they're 17. He's 17 and 23. And they're doing things that adults have to do. Not only are they fighting the law, they're also fighting the record companies with the record deals. They're fighting Spotify, the way you're distributing information in the music these days. They're doing so much and so poised. And I just wanted everyone to understand, I'm very impressed with these guys and what they have the ability to do in the future. I think because of what they're going through with the TK situation and knowing what they want to do, they want to bring as much attention as possible to the fact that because of an extreme circumstance, you can do better. It's cool to survive in extreme circumstances. Because you're a foster care child doesn't mean you're over. It actually makes you a little stronger because we all come from extreme circumstances and we're all doing it. And anything that we can do to bring awareness to this, whether it's entertainment, whether it's movies, anything we can do, we'll do to help this bigger cause in this bigger situation. And I also wanted to give these guys a round of applause because I'm just so impressed with them. And I personally wanted to come and bring them here to talk directly to you because they're doing big things young. And I think they're going to be the ones that are going to influence the future. TK is 16 years old, and he's one of the coolest kids to all the 13-year-olds. I have a 15-year-old that's amazed that I even know anyone that knows TK. And the fact that they have a voice like this, I think it should be utilized. I think these guys just have a big future. So whatever we can do, whatever they can do to help bring awareness to this in a cool way, to make it cool to survive an extreme circumstance, we're here to do so. And anytime Mr. Weekly would love to have us here to do anything, ping pong tournament, anything like that, we're down for it. And we want to do all these kind of things, and we're just happy to be able to be heard. And thank you very much. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Come here, you play ping pong too now?
I'm sorry?
You play ping pong too now? You ping pong? No, I asked him if he plays ping pong. That's all.
Oh, yeah, he does.
He does?
You should ask him about it. We've played a couple times.
Yeah. I'll ask him later. Okay, got it.
Mr. Whitley, you want to come on back? I apologize. You want to come on if we've got some more questions for you? On which way, where was I going down the list here? I want to thank you for working so closely with Kevin on this issue. You know, when we heard it a couple weeks ago, it was obviously extremely eye-opening for a lot of us, and I think the board was united in coming up with a resolution to dealing with the situation and continuing to provide these services for these young men and women that were here. So appreciate your commitment to working with Kevin, and hopefully we're on the right road now.
Yeah, and the only thing I neglected to say in my initial statement, for the providers, one of the key components, I think, that this new assessment process and what we're going to have to work on, it's going to be some hard work to get it in place. But I also want them to hear, back to making sure we don't have disruptions, that I know as a board you're very committed to that. And so in that 90-day update, we'll be able to speak to really more of what we're seeing in the data and kind of evolving that plan with Richard. So I just want to make sure you guys are aware of that and that the providers also hear that.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being here to address us and talk about this. Did anyone else have any other comments they wanted to add?
Just one thing.
Commissioner Gibson.
The resources for the assessment, how is that handled?
So in the proposed process, what we'll be looking at in the assessment is utilizing the Federally Qualified Health Center. That's been the recommendation from DHHS. As you guys recall, in our comprehensive mental health contract award, we've been working kind of with the Healthy Minds and the FQHC related to that. So that FQHC is a direct pipeline, honestly, to Medicaid in terms of that billable service. So that's where we're going to try to utilize that. And then there's two agencies here under you. There's Juvenile Justice and DFS. So as an example, on the juvenile justice side, they have their own assessments that they're conducting, for example, in detention, whereas on our side, it's a little more mixed. So we're going to have to work on that process and how we funnel that and funnel those assessments, which are billable, but we need to make sure we can do them timely so kids don't sit and those types of things. So to answer your question bluntly, from a funding perspective, it will be billable.
Okay, so you'll be able to report to us on the experience we're having in the assessment process in addition to everything else.
Correct.
In your 3-month report.
And Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Weekly.
Thank you. And earlier in public comment, we had a number of service providers that stood before us. What umbrella do they fall under? And when we talk about the assessment, how are we ensuring that they have all the necessary resources that they need so that we don't have more of these kids like this gentleman that these young men spoke about fall through the cracks and find themselves in a situation where they're in court and they're being certified as an adult?
So I'll echo a little bit of what Director Whitley said, at least on the service provision side. When we look at the bundled rate, or if we look at the waiver side, I think that's one of the key discussions is in the provider of those services in the specialized foster care environment. We want to make sure we maximize that. So to your comment, so that we address the gaps and improve the system. So I think that's issue one. I think the second piece for the agencies, as I said earlier, the agencies from the perspective of the provider of service will be separated as a provider of the services from the initial assessment. So the devil in the detail, so to speak, is that in that assessment process, making sure we can get that timely as we place kids into that therapeutic environment for the same services you're talking about. And I've had a provider representative on the calls that we've had with DHHS so that we're continuing to discuss where we see, what are the concerns going to be, how do we address them in a fairly quick time frame in this 180 days. So there'll be a lot of work to be done.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you very much, Kevin. Director Whitley, thank you very much for being here and providing us with that update.
Okay, item 67 has been held until August 7, 2018, Board of County Commissioners meeting. Item 68 is to discuss lifting deed restrictions throughout Clark County and direct staff accordingly.
Do we have a presentation on this one? Mr. Tower?
No, there's no presentation. Commissioner Brager's asked for the item, and I think she's looking to give some direction to staff.
Okay. Would you want to make a few comments?
Yeah, if I could, that would be really great. What's different about this time is the previous deed modification policy was written to be a one-time only opportunity. That was difficult for staff. It was difficult for people. Most of this would be in District A and District F. I don't know if anyone else has anything, but from what I could see, it was really A and F. The last policy was 2013 and 2014, so it's been pretty much, 4 or 5 years. And when we talk about, sometimes we hear up here that, we have infill properties, why aren't we doing anything? Well, some of them are the deed restriction policies. So at this time, I would like to request county management and staff to create an open-ended policy for the deed modification process that doesn't have an expiration end date to address what may be a few parcels. And I think that we can do this. After speaking with Randy, I think he went back to you, and thought we could do it in the next 30 to 60 days. It'd be a new policy, it'd come back before us. Staff should have the amount of time to do that. If not, they can let us know, because we know you have many, many things that you work on, so I respect that. And then the internal departments would create it. But I think what everyone here needs to know, and especially for Commissioner Sisolak and myself and the public that's out there, is that it still needs approval. They would come in and meet with whichever commissioner is in their district, say what they feel like they would like to do on that land. They have the appraisal they'd have to pay for, and then if they paid for it and felt like it just didn't work with what they wanted and walked away, then so be it. Then they wouldn't build would not build there. So it is a condition of approval, and that's what I like about that. Anything that you feel like you need to add to that, because I think it just makes it a much better process. And speaking with staff, that it's not all of a sudden you would be bombarded, but if someone wanted to do it in 3 months, well, after we had a policy, 3 months or 6 months or 2 years from now, it would be an open-ended situation to decide if the commissioner sitting in that seat felt that it was a viable project. They still have the expenditures that they'd have to pay for us.
Lisa Creamer with Real Property Management. I agree with your statements. I think that developing a policy that's more open-ended would be easier on staff to administer. So within the 30 to 60 to 90 days, we would work with, RPM would work with the Department of Aviation as well as Comprehensive Planning and the DA's office to come up with a policy to bring back before the board for consideration.
So I've just got to ask Lisa a question. So is your intention that the appraisals and the value of the deed restriction lifting would go up and down with the cyclical nature of the real estate market?
Basically, it would be, it would be at the request of the developer or the landowner at the time. So if it happens, if they want something, the end of this year or the beginning of next, that's fine. But it doesn't provide a specific time frame for everybody to come in all at once.
Right.
So it would just be whenever they were ready to move
Okay.
forward.
Mr. Tar.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and you guys know I've talked to both you and Commissioner Brager quite a bit. These are all in both your districts. The batch process, we came out and implemented. It was a lot of work, but I think it went very well. But not everybody participated, and those developers and those landowners are still approaching you. They're going to the airport, and this is just, it really came about in a briefing with RPM with Commissioner Brager as to trying to go to this policy, and it makes sense. It just allows these developers to still have the deed restriction on there. And to your point, Commissioner, to go up and down cycles, they're now approaching us, and the land values are a lot higher than they were 4 years ago when we did this. So they'll likely be paying more money, but to go forward, I think the parcels will clean up shortly, and we won't be doing this all the time.
Okay. I've got Commissioner June Kiliani and then
it
Brager.
is, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, go
She
ahead.
needs to go next. And it is conditioned on the commissioner, like I said, in the seat that they're in, to determine, just as we do now, but then this one, it's lifting the deed restriction if it goes any further, and then Lisa's team with the appraisal factor. So we're very protected, and it would still be with the constituents, would have a say in, how we always do, from town boards to public works to everyone that works with that. So just so everybody's real comfortable with that.
Commissioner June Kiliani.
Thank you. So I'm just trying to understand what triggered this. How many cases or requests have you had since 2014?
Well, I can say I've probably had a handful of phone calls from either representatives of landowners or the landowners themselves. I've probably spoke with Commissioner Sisolak on a handful of occasions. So like I say, there's probably 5 to 10 properties out there that they either financially weren't in a position to participate back when it happened, and there's one in particular, they didn't think that their property would go to a potential hotel use, and the Raider Stadium changed that dynamic. So there are some circumstances that, very logical, that they didn't think it would be welcome. And the process that Commissioner Brager is describing, still for RPM to sit down with both the other departments, is the thought, it's just policy to bring back to you, is that the applicants will come into you, get the land use. If it's approved, but it's a deed restricted parcel, then they go to RPM. They can concurrently start their way through the permitting process and then also concurrently with RPM do the deed mod. If zoning's not approved, there's no work on staff. So it seems very simple. We probably should have come up with this a few years ago. The original one, this would have buried staff and we would have been playing with valuations across the entire Southwest. Like I say, there's probably a handful to 10 properties, I think, that will take advantage of
And
this.
so what makes it not financially capable for the property owner? You mentioned the word financially.
Back in the recession, I think some of these landowners were hanging on to cash. They did not want to step forward and participate in the batched process. They didn't want to, and that we were just coming out of the recession in 13 when this happened. We also have had some challenging auctions out in the Southwest for Clark County.
So the policy won't change the fair market value that has to
No.
be, or the appraisal part of it. It's the
And that's
process.
the part where the DA has to be involved as well.
I think it would be helpful to see the actual policy in writing, so we know what we have currently. I would like to see a list of each of the properties with the actual deed restrictions that are on them. But if we're going to go through this effort, we should be looking, because a promotion hopefully of infill, which we don't tend to do, is if there's BLM land internal, there's other land out there that we should be looking at that are deed restricted, so we kind of have a good picture, maybe a map. I have one but it's quite old. So maybe an updated map for folks if they want it. So at this point, it'll be, tell me again what you're doing then. So staff will go ahead and work up some potential policies before you bring it back to the board and then brief us on that part of it?
Commissioner, so today was just the requested by Commissioner Brager. With direction from the board today, RPM will go put together a written policy. They'll come back to you, put it on the agenda for your review and approval.
Okay, because sometimes we do agenda item for discussion, but it sounds like we're doing an agenda item with the discussion with the work already, the direction already being done.
No work's been done.
Okay.
It's concept. We want direction from you to proceed.
Okay, so
With
make sure
that, today we will go put together a policy.
So make sure that we have a list of, I don't know what deed
We'll bring-
restrictions, because I remember the arguments from years ago with the airport land, where they were going to give to certain developers where low-income housing, so low-income people had to sit underneath a air flight zone over. I don't want that kind of garbage happening here either, so we have to be very sensitive to that part of it.
Commissioner, if I may, and just to clear it up, because it also came up in briefing yesterday. What we're talking about is the parcels of land that are privately owned, that were sold in the early to mid 2000s with deed restrictions. The noise contours for Department of Aviation have changed, and those properties for the airport regulations do not need to be deed restricted. This is allowing those private owners to come forward to Clark County and have that restriction modified because it was placed there by Clark County. And that is all we're doing.
We changed the AE65 like 3 years
Correct.
ago, I think it was.
More than that.
And so that's part of what you're talking about. And that's
That is-
fine, I understand
that is
that,
these
but I still
properties.
remember the days.
Oh, I know. I
And
just
you
want to
got to be
clarify.
sensitive. The developers, with no disrespect, or these folks that may be privately owned, but there were reasons that some of those restrictions were put on.
Correct.
Okay, I've got, did you have anything else you wanted to add? I said no, okay. And I appreciate it as supportive of the policy. This is a very limited number of parcels. This isn't a huge, go ahead, Randy, if you want to.
I believe so as well, Chairman.
Yeah, it's a limited number. I've got one card from someone who wanted to speak on this. Sharon Sampsel, I think.
Hi, my name is Sharon Sampsel, 7302 Sundown Glen Avenue. And our neighborhood is currently in one of these next to one of these locked parcels. And we've been working with Jennifer Lazovich, who's the applicant's counsel, and the land that is right next to our rural estates. We have 100 houses, and I'm on the board. Is being looked at tomorrow in the zoning meeting. Maybe I think they pulled it for another month, but for MD zoning next to us, and obviously, it's locked under this deed restriction. And as a board member, I just want to find out where I get information about if this could possibly be unlocked and talk about a more transitional zoning.
Thank you, Sharon. I'm going to ask Ms. Lazovich to give a brief. This is one that Director Vasiliadis has spoken to me about. This particular piece is not suitable, my understanding, for any residential whatsoever, that they would have a problem with. But if you could expand.
Yes, Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. We have been working with Sharon and her neighbors for quite some time on a project. It is a conforming zone change, and just for the record, we have asked for that item to be held tomorrow for 30 days, sent staff and the neighbors a copy of that letter so they know, so it's not being heard tomorrow. But I've had several conversations with the airport about the ability of this property, which was previously purchased from the airport, contains deed restrictions on it which prohibit any form of residential. And I have asked them every way that I can think to ask if it is possible for this property to ever have the deed restrictions modified so that residential would be an option. And I have been repeatedly assured by the airport, or told by the airport, that that is not an option. And so I understand this process, and our issue is kind of, a separate kind of zoning issue, but I understand also why Sharon wanted to come up and talk. I just want to make it clear for the record that I've been asking that question of the airport, and they have told me that even with the ability of this commission allowing for deed modifications to come forward on various properties, because of the location of where this property is on the flight path of the AE 6065, it will not be eligible for residential.
Right. I appreciate you clarifying that. And sure, what she's saying basically is, I know the parcel you're talking about because it's in my district. You want residential there, but the airport's saying we can't put residential. They don't want residential there because of the flights and whatnot, and the noise contours that are associated with that. So you can't take away from the landowner their ability to do something with their property. If they don't want if the airport is saying it's too close under the contours to be residential, they might ask for zoning to put something else on it that's MD or commercial, whatever it might be. That's separate and apart from this discussion here. And that would be handled on a case-by-case basis as they have to come forward. But we can't deny a property owner the ability to use their land for something. Even though the neighbors would prefer it to be residential, sometimes airports or somebody else will say, look, that's just not appropriate.
Correct, and I understand it's just a vexing issue when it's surrounded by residential already, and so some people got that, got that privilege, and some people didn't. So that's the vex, and then the next thing, of course, would be to meet with you, hopefully sometime next week, and
Sure.
Jennifer and our people.
Absolutely.
Yes. Okay.
And some of them just had the restrictions, some didn't have the restrictions. That's how this all came about, with being kind of spotted in there. And we're happy to meet with you, and hopefully we'll come up with some compromise everybody can live with. But that particular piece, I can attest to the fact that the airport does not want housing built on that particular piece because of the contours. What's there is there, that they have to live with. So, but I appreciate, we'll get together.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Jennifer, appreciate you being here. Okay, so Commissioner Brager, you good with direction, staff, any policy to come forward?
Yes.
Okay. Good, so come back with that one.
Item 69 is to appoint Gene Withelder as a qualified individual to serve on the Las Vegas Clark County Library District Board of Trustees for the remainder of the 4-year term ending March 5th, 2019.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to appoint William Gene Withelder to the Clark County Library District Board?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to appoint.
Everybody got one from Commissioner Weekly. Sorry, slow on the trigger there. Commissioner Weekly moves the appointment of William Gene Withelder to serve on the Las Vegas Clark County Library District Board. I think you're still tired from that, Rudy's presentation. We have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Weekly. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Item 70 is to appoint a qualified member to serve with the Whitney Town Advisory Board for the remainder of a 2-year term ending January 7, 2019.
Commissioner Kirkpatrick, do I have a motion to approve and appoint Christopher Forbes to the Whitney Town Advisory Board? Or whose is this?
Motion to approve. I think it's Gibson.
Okay, well, who wants to make the motion?
I'll join in that motion.
Commissioner Kirkpatrick, June Kiliani, and Gibson make the motion. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Item 71 is to receive a report on proposals for bill draft requests for the 2019 Nevada State Legislative Session. Determine the 4 BDRs to be included in the county's bill package. Direct staff to transmit the BDRs to the Legislative Council Bureau and take any action deemed appropriate. Mr. Chairman, Ms. Leslie Schell will have a brief overview of the BDRs that are being requested by either you all over the last year and a half or from our county departments.
Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. As Yolanda indicated, it's that time of year again for us to start talking about BDRs. The legislature has authorized the county commission up to 4 BDR requests, and those do need to be transmitted to the LCB by September 1st. So our hope today is to initiate those conversations about items that we've been monitoring during your discussion since the last legislative session, as well as a couple of items we've received from departments. And I will start with those 2 items we've received from the departments. The first request was from Real Property Management. They would like this board to consider a change that would allow the statute to be altered. Currently, the appraisal process for selling of surplus properties requires 2 independent appraisals, and we have to use the highest of those 2. They would like the consideration that we use the average of those 2. The second item from a department, well, actually from an agency, was a submission from UMC, and we are required to include their requests in our 4 to expand their ability to access purchasing organizations. Currently, statute allows them to do that for supplies, materials, and equipment. They would like us to consider adding services to that in ability to access those organizations with some limitations for professional services. I have 7 other items, and generally they're items the board has discussed, may or may not have clear direction. We haven't done a deep dive into some of these issues until we receive the direction from you to do so. One of those items is the ability for us to somehow handle non-responsive contractors. We've had discussions that individual contractors are allowed to bid on projects that maybe we've had some concerns or issues with them, and without the state actually excluding them as a bidder, we are kind of limited into how we allow them to bid on projects. A couple of other items that the board have had some discussions on, issues related to the constable's office. Wanted to reach out to you if you had discussions about if there were any statutory changes you wanted to make related to that issue, as well as the discussions we've been having ongoing about the wedding tourism fee and how that reporting requirement comes to the board. A couple of items that are really kind of more administrative in nature, not necessarily specific to board requests, but increasing the threshold for the engineering and architectural services and when we're required for public works projects to go out to get those services. The current statutory limit is any project over $35,000. We have to go and get that service bid for us. That threshold's been in the statute since 1983. So whether there's some consideration as to whether or not we want to increase that threshold. Another item that we would like to have you consider is during October 1, it was determined that we as an entity did not have the ability to establish a 501c3, which during that process could have been helpful to us as an entity. We did speak with some other entities who reached out to us, Boston, Orlando, who had that ability, and it helped them streamline some fundraising efforts, not really fundraising, but folks who wanted to help during that time period. And we are statutorily not authorized to do that. We have spoken with other members of NACO as well as some of the cities, and they may be interested in pursuing that as well. Obviously, we would want that to be for a very limited purpose. One of the items that had come up during a board discussion that actually, if we would get some more clarification on this, is the planning commission appointments and whether or not the code and the statute are kind of in lockstep there. So that's one of the items. And the final item I have on my list is the timing of the disposal of properties with tax liens. That had been raised specifically, I believe, by Commissioner June Kiliani, that, in order to get to those vacant properties, to get them out for auction, that process takes approximately 3 years and 8 months by the time all of the notice requirements are out, and then we actually do the auction. So those are the items on my list. Oh, with the addition of Commissioner Kirkpatrick's, if there's anything you wanted to add for fireworks, I have that on my list too. So with that, if you have any questions, or if you would be generous enough to provide us with some direction, I'd be happy to have a hand.
So it's these or any other ones that we have? That's what you...
Absolutely. This is a non-inclusive list. If there's additions you would like, that would be fine.
We can start at one and go to the other. Commissioner Kirkpatrick, and then June Kiliani, then Brown, then...
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would hope that maybe we could find some legislators to do some of these ones for us. But I personally would be curious and interested in supporting the UMC one. So would it say like a county hospital to provide professional services? What are you looking at? What there's got to be more meat to that.
Yes, I believe there are some representatives from UMC here to field that question.
And then why he's coming up, I'll tell you for sure, absolutely. I think 18 months is too generous on these property tax liens because they play the system, and I think you should add a piece that says we don't care if you file bankruptcy, right? So 18 months, bottom line. Mason, you have some examples?
Yes, ma'am, and good morning or good afternoon, Commissioners. Mason Van Houweling, Chief Executive Officer of University Medical Center, and I'm accompanied by our General Counsel, Ms. Susan Pitts. So essentially, Commissioner, back in 1999, there was an Assembly Bill 251 that introduced allowing public hospitals, and UMC is not the only public hospital in the state, but certainly the largest, allowed us to enter into group purchasing organizations. Really brings UMC, instead of operating as and negotiating as one hospital, we're part of Health Trust, which allows us to align with 1,500 other hospitals, but also 31,000 surgery centers, doctors' offices that really leverage buying power and get tier one pricing. The current NRS under 450 allows us to buy supplies, materials, and equipment. What we would like to do, since a lot has changed since 1999 and the menu has really opened up related to services, and we want to be able to leverage that buying power at UMC, but also other public hospitals in the state, to allow us to things such as linen services, food services, but also clinical services such as dialysis and perfusion within the hospital. Again, just opening that up to be able to improve our efficiency, our continuity of care for patients. A lot of these things are within the normal operations of the hospital day to day. So a lot of it impacts patient safety and life safety. And then also we anticipate by adding this to allow us to purchase through our GPO conservatively about $500,000 a year savings at UMC. So again, adding services to that language would allow us a lot more flexibility.
So Mason, with all due respect, I'm asking this question, so don't hate. But I'm gonna, on the, the appraisal process for the liens, I feel the same way about it. So the reason those went into place is because there were shenanigans that went on, and people were getting into contracts for a very long time, and there was no watchdog. So would the legislation have some clawback provision, some watchdog component? Would it allow for a reporting system just so we can see if it works? Because you know, we were with a bunch of NECO folks this week, and one NECO, one county went into a 25-year agreement on a food company. That stresses me out, right? If somebody went to do that without any real process. So I would be supportive, but I wouldn't be supportive if it didn't have all the right provisions in it, because it only takes one person to ruin it for everybody.
Sure, and I'm probably going to ask Ms. Susan Pitts to step up and talk about, but many of the same rules regarding our contracting process, our vetting out process, would still go through our governing board and approvals. So I'm going to kind of bring up Susan to talk about some of the terms and conditions, but I think personally it'll strengthen that, so we won't have some of that you were referring to. And again, it's just not UMC. We're partnered with other public hospitals within the country, for-profit, not-for-profit, so it is a big consortium to be able to vet that out.
But at least so that maybe there's some parameters or some expectations on how it's reported back.
Sure, absolutely, and Commissioner Kilpatrick, it still wouldn't change anything related to governing board approval, the ultimate approval of the Board of Hospital Trustees. All of those same parameters would still apply. This is just something that has been in NRS 332, which would allow the hospital to utilize the group purchasing organizations for those services where that wasn't contemplated in 1999 when the statute was first enacted.
Well, I'll just show you, it didn't get changed for a reason over time, but maybe it's the right time. Okay, that's my question. So then the other one, the non-responsive contractors, I support that. I mean, I think that I think you could do it based on a threshold. If they have non-performance and documentation over a certain threshold, then maybe you could get it passed through the legislature as opposed to trying to fit that criteria in. I think you could do it over a money threshold. And then hopefully we never need another 501(c)(3). But I'd be curious if we couldn't already do it if it's not allowed within statute. Throwing that home rule thing. I don't have anything to put on that dang paper yet, so I keep trying to use it. But those would be the ones that, and maybe a legislator would look at the architect engineering services, because what I would tell you, to Lisa's defense, 280 days, 30 days to go out to a bid, 10 more days for the appeal process. So for all of us trying to get projects done, that is about 346 days if you push them. So it would save almost a whole year if you could get some of those other things out. Okay, that's my thoughts.
Okay, I'm going to go in order. I know you had something you wanted to piggyback on there, Commissioner Gibson, but we'll piggyback it at the end, okay? Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. Bless you. Yeah, I think that 501(c)(3) makes sense now that we know that there were issues there, but maybe there's someone else that could pick that up. The non-responsive contractors, I think, is very key, and maybe not just poor performance. We've had folks that we've just sued and gotten sued up with, so however you have that language in there. Planning Commission, maybe we could double check to see if it does only require code change. I think the issue that was discussed there was you should be able to remove your own appointee if they're not following through or not doing the type of work that you thought as a planning commissioner. But if it takes statutory change, then maybe we can find someone to actually do that. The wedding tourism fee, I think we kicked around, just going back to the original so that we don't get caught up in what was going on. I did talk to Senator Parks, and he will be happy to help with the constables legislation, so we wouldn't need to necessarily do that, including just take them off the books like they are. They don't exist anyplace else but in Southern Nevada, so that I think is, rather than just keeping to try to fix it, I think he's willing to go to that direction. Increase the threshold on architects. Yeah, that $35,000 is so low in wages any longer, you probably don't have any cost of living. And Commissioner said maybe if we rolled up what that cost, it would probably be closer to $100,000 or something along those lines at this point. The tax lien, I just had a meeting this week with our code people as well as Laura Fitzpatrick, and it is a problem. It's not just the 3-year period. It's the court, somebody can just go in the last day of having to pay and walk into the court, and the court overrules the county, and then you start the whole cycle all over again. For those of us with so many empty homes in our neighborhoods and squatters, that's just gaming the system. So I think it would need to not allow for the court to intervene, or somehow, legally, how we stop that part of it. But I think an 18-month period would make better sense for notification. You have to make sure people don't have their property taken from them, but there's some better steps that need to come into play. UMC, I think maybe it's a staggered piece, Mason, of contracts not to exceed 5 years unless there's a review process and there's some public scrutiny, because there were some shenanigans that were done with extended contracts back in the day. And so that was the genesis of some of that legislation. I would ask us to take a look at, and I apologize, I don't have enough language on it, but the possibility, some communities with the housing crisis that's going on have created community land grant opportunities, and I have to do more research myself on that, but if the board wouldn't mind, if I could just add that as a concept for discussion purposes. I thought we had some other stuff. I haven't been going through my notes, but I haven't found, I thought we had some other things that were more detailed, but I apologize. I wasn't able to find anything else, but that's kind of my thoughts. Does NACO have any legislation that they're working on at this point that we know of? And I'm hoping that the adjustment or the readjustment of the property tax cap, their bill comes back again. If not, we should be talking statewide, because it's an issue for all the counties as well as the state government. Throw that out there. Thank you.
Commissioner Brown. Commissioner Brager.
The only thing that I would ask is, Mr. Schiller, if there's anything on the mental health crisis, and maybe if anything in legislature, that we at least stay on top of it and give us reports on that. I know that's next year, and I'll follow it outside of this board, but it's so critical here. And I'm finding out more and more all the time that there is just nothing, literally nothing in our state that benefits our citizens, and they do have to leave the state. And it's just a crisis that needs to be attended to, so I would like that.
Commissioner Weekly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, she left out. I was going to say I'll have Dagny email her the draft of the NACO's BDRs that we are in discussion about, because I know that we have it on our agenda for our next meeting to finalize that. So I'll get that emailed over to Commissioner June Kiliani. The first question that I want to piggyback off of Kirkpatrick's questions to Mr. Van Houweling, reference to the UMC BDR. Is there a not to exceed monetary threshold? Did we say that in the language?
Not so much in this language, Commissioner, but we do have the authority limits at the hospital, both with the governing board and the board of trustees. So much as Commissioner June Kiliani talked about terms as far as number of years and extensions, we typically do a 3-year contract. Some are 1 years, but we don't exceed 5-year contracts at the hospital. And there are certain dollar authorities that are within the audit and finance, within the Board of Governors, but also that come to the trustees as well. So those are all, those checks and balances are certainly in place that was alluded to.
I appreciated the comments and questions from Commissioner Kirkpatrick in reference to this. And I wanted to know, Les, will we get an opportunity to see the language again before submission, or how is this working? Because there are a lot of great comments that's being added today.
Correct.
How will we know which ones we approve, and then what's the language that's going to be attached to these?
So the intent, I believe, would be we built in enough time that if we want to have one more discussion about this before submission, depending on the direction that you give us today.
Sure.
And then I will need to clarify with LCB how distinct that language has to be when we submit the BDR request, but obviously we will have conversations about what's included in that language. Generally, we don't include the entire language with the BDR request, the full intent of the language, but we possibly could do that. So.
Okay, thank you. And then I'll turn it over to Commissioner Gibson, because I do concur with his comment for you, Mason. He's going to ask.
Commissioner Gibson, thank you. Now, piggyback.
I'll do the piggybacking now. So one of the things that kind of falls out of the discussion, Mason, about the providers that are available that you could become a part of in group in a group that contracts with them, is the local providers, and how do we do what we ought to do to encourage local participation as much as humanly possible so that we don't lose the jobs and the revenues and all the rest of it locally, while at the same time we're trying to capture opportunities to save money at the hospital.
Yes, Commissioner Gibson, I certainly appreciate that. And again, we focus very much on local jobs and local vendors. Many of these vendors that we do business with today are part of this GPO, but we're not able to access them through the Health Trust group purchasing organization. So we're certainly not getting the best terms and conditions, but also some of the contract negotiations that we would like to do. But many of the vendors that I'm talking about, instrument repair or dialysis services, are all very local within the community, elevator repairs. So we're talking about those type of normal operations within the hospital that are all done locally. Any type of big construction projects, whether it's remodeling or construction, is always going to be part of the prevailing wages and that going through that RFP process at UMC, but also all the other county hospitals within the state. But again, we are very sensitive and we want local jobs and local vendors in part of this.
So, and I don't know whether there's language that could or ought to be included in the way we describe the bill that we're after, but please give some thought to how we might frame that.
That's a great suggestion, and I do support that.
Okay. I support increasing the threshold for the services that we're talking about here when it comes to engineering and architectural services. I think it makes a lot of sense to do that. The average on the appraisals makes a lot of sense to me. One of the things that I've been concerned about, because we have a couple of homes we have more than a couple, we have a lot of homes where there have been defaults, maybe foreclosures, that have become chronic nuisances. And we operate with our own code, but it's kind of an obscure part of our code, and I'm wondering if there isn't something that could be done in the state law to really provide remedies when you have a chronic nuisance. So what happens is someone will fall behind, there's a default, one way or another they end up moving out of the house, payments aren't ever going to be made again, but the banks move slowly for whatever reason. And many of the banks are not local. In fact, in most cases, the ones that we have the difficulty with are not local. And I've tried to track down who now owns the note. And it is not an easy thing to do. And when you finally find out, getting the right person on the phone is even more difficult. I think we could catch their attention if there were some statutory authority that gave us the ability to do pretty dramatic things with properties that have become a chronic nuisance. And in some cases, homeowners or neighbors would love it if the lot were just leveled, if the home were leveled and there were a vacant lot there. And so I'm hoping that we could do something to strengthen the law at the state level to help us with chronic nuisances. And I'm more than happy to talk with you about some of the ideas that I have, and I've met with the DA's office on some of the things that might be available to us, but there's probably some clarity that could be given to all of that. Thank you very much.
Had two comments, and I'm not going to get into picking four, but the non-responsive contractors, I think, is extremely important. We run into this all the time on our briefings, and I don't know how you circumvent or deal with the part that, and I don't see Dennis or Adeline here to answer a question, but if you change company names or you change a certain amount of the principles and how you deal with that whole situation, but they're, withdrawing bids and we're suing them, they're suing us, and I think that's really important for commissioners to be able to eliminate somebody if they're not responsive in that way. And the other one, Lisa, is the RPM appraisal process. We run into some of these that the appraisals are so ridiculous. One is so remotely high that it's just, you get this highest and best use in what they analyze and what they use as comps, which is all subjective. I would like the idea of using the average, getting it out to bid the auction and the market will set the price. And if it was the right price, that's what it's going to go for, because somebody's going to want to bid for that. But it ties our hands when it's not done that way. Delays getting the properties out there, I think, Randy, and we'd get the money into the county and we'd get the project developed. So I would like that. Those two in particular, I'm really supportive of. So come back to us. So you've got one more meeting to come back, and hopefully we can come to a resolution then. Perfect. Thank you.
Item 72 is to receive a report on the challenges and progress in recruiting critical staff. Mr. Chairman, we do have a brief presentation by Sandy Gentet, and this was an agenda item at the request of Commissioner Gibson.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Sandy Gentet, Director of Human Resources. As you know, we have a request from Commissioner Gibson to provide a report on challenges and progress in recruiting critical staff in both the Public Works Department and the Department of Building and Fire Prevention. So I will provide some information and updates on those two areas, as well as some additional information on other positions that we encounter some difficulty in recruiting for. So to begin, with the Department of Public Works, I'd shared information with the board that we have two or three positions that we do experience some difficulty in recruiting. One of those areas is with engineers, specifically with senior engineers and associate engineers. Just generally, we do have a labor shortage in our community of engineers that we experience. So that's one area of concern. And secondly, the other area that I reported on were right-of-way agents. So specifically with the engineers, there's a few things that we're doing and working with the Public Works Department. First of all, Dennis has been hiring more associate engineers in his department, more assistant engineers in his department. The thought process being, if we can bring people in with the lower level requirements and experience, then certainly, obviously, over a period of time, those individuals will meet the requirements for the higher level position. Dennis has also reinstituted an internship program in his department that he's had previously, again, for the same ideas. So the thought process here is to obviously grow the applicant pool that we need so that we'll have internal candidates that will ultimately have the sufficient number of years of experience and ultimately get their PE so they're able to fill the higher level positions. Of course, this is not a situation that will occur overnight. It's something that will happen, certainly will happen in time. At the moment, we have 5 senior engineer vacancies that we're working on and 1 associate engineer vacancy that we currently have in the department. The other position is the right-of-way agent. We currently, at the time that I provided information to you, we were having some difficulty just with information in minimum requirements on the job description. We've made those changes and we now have filled all of those right-of-way agent positions, so we no longer have any vacancies in that particular area. So moving on to the Department of Building and Fire Prevention. There are a number of titles there as well that we experience difficulty in recruiting. First of all, there's senior building inspectors and combination inspectors that we have some issues with, and also the building plans examiner specialist. So part of the problem with these, with the inspector positions, obviously in the organization and in the building department, we have responsibility for inspection, plans examination, and oversight of commercial and design, and commercial and industrial design. So these specific job duties require specialized certifications. These are not certifications that you're generally going to find with applicants or candidates in the private sector. This is a regulatory function and oversight function that we have, so that's part of the issue. This is not unique to Clark County. The other jurisdictions locally also have the same difficulty in recruiting for these particular positions. So similarly, what Jerry is doing in the building department is he is hiring more building inspectors. Again, same process. We will grow the workforce that we need in that area. In time, people will be able to obtain, in some cases, you have to have more than one specific ICC certification. So in time, they will gain the experience as well as obtain the additional certifications that are needed to then meet the requirements for senior building inspectors as well as combination inspectors. The same would be true of the building plans examiner specialists. So currently, we have two senior inspector vacancies in the department as well as one combination inspector. So we currently have a recruitment going at this particular time and do have some applicants for positions. So we also are making some changes in the job descriptions. We've also found that it's necessary if we provide some more clarity in the job descriptions, then those applicants will have an understanding of the differences between each specific division, so we're working on that as well. And similar to Dennis, Jerry will also be starting an internship in his department. That will begin in the fall. And so again, hoping to obviously generate interest in positions in the building department and to help individuals obviously gain the necessary experience with the hope of retaining them over the long term.
Mr. Chairman, could I just ask?
Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped. I
don't think she's done.
Oh, she's got it.
Do you want to go now? Go ahead.
I just had a question on the plans examiners.
Sure.
How many openings do we have?
We have 4 openings right now for the building plans examiner specialist. 4 openings. We have an open continuous recruitment, which I'll talk about in a minute. So at this particular moment, we do not have any applicants that we can refer to the department for that specific position, for the 4 to fill. So it certainly is a challenge.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so moving on to, I wanted to share some additional information with you regarding open and continuous positions that we recruit for. So our definition, open and continuous recruitments, it's a recruitment strategy that we use to continually accept applications for positions that we have vacancies that are either difficult to fill or positions where we frequently get vacancies, so we want to ensure that we have an applicant pool that we can pull from. So some of the examples, obviously we have positions from both building and fire prevention as well as public works on this list. Not just limited to those titles that I talked to you about previously, but other titles such as senior engineering tech, the construction management inspectors. I had also previously shared information with you that in some of our departments where we have these job families, this is particularly true of public works. When you have promotions, you have this domino effect. And so you have people promote, then you need to, refill those positions. And with such a large department with a considerable number of positions in this area, certainly, that can be difficult to keep up with. So that's part of the reason why we're continually recruiting for those positions. Other positions that we're currently recruiting for, open and continuous, include bailiffs. Bailiff positions at the courts. There is a rigorous background check process that bailiffs need to go through, so it's not unusual to have applicants go through that process, and in some cases they fail out of the background check process, so we're continually replenishing that list for the courts. We also have some IT-related positions that are more specialized that can be difficult to fill. We have some senior financial analyst positions in ERP. This is a technical IT type position that supports SAP and also our financial systems. We have a couple of positions in the IT department, senior business system analysts and programmers, that we continually recruit for as well. And there are some unique challenges with IT in that individuals with specific skill sets that are needed are in high demand. So we are obviously competing with both the public sector and the private sector to fill those IT positions. A medical examiner in the coroner's office would be another specialized position. We currently have 2 vacancies in that area, so that will soon be coming off of our list because we have positions that have been, we've made job offers, so assuming that those go through, those will be filled. And also there is the principal planner position in comprehensive planning. We also have been recruiting for open continuous. At this time, we do have some applicants that are pending review by the department, and then we should be able to fill the principal planner position. Also, this list of continuous recruitment, open and continuous recruitments, it changes. It changes based on the needs of departments. You may have, one position that's on the list for several years, and then we have other positions in other departments that we add on. So we're just continually looking at that based on what our particular needs are. So some other things that we're doing, other recruitment strategies in HR that we're working on that will not only hopefully bring some progress in the areas of those positions in building and public works, as well as some of these areas as well. So we continually look at job descriptions, we review job duties, we review minimum qualifications. When I talk to departments all the time when they feel that there maybe is some change that needs to be made in order to increase the applicant pool. We also use working titles. We do this a lot as well. So sometimes we may have a title that is more unique to government, and so we want to use a title so that we can also get interest from the private sector as well in our positions. We also have a partnership with Careers in Government. We're expanding our membership, so it will include a social media component. We'll also have a specialized professional advertising component, and of course it also includes a diversity component. So we're excited about that opportunity. And also, as you all know, I did receive 2 additional positions in the supplemental budget, which I'm extremely thankful for. So with those 2 positions, we're currently in the process of scheduling interviews for those positions. Then my hope also is it will allow for more opportunities for my staff to have some additional time to focus on outreach, focused advertising, and have more communication with other public sector employers to find out what are other people doing that are having similar challenges that we're having. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Commissioner Gibson, you follow up on your item?
Just one or two. So in some of the cases, for instance, the engineers who are degreed and registered, in those cases, and maybe some of the others, have you concluded that our wages are adequate to compete with the private sector and other jurisdictions? And do you have a strategy to evaluate the value of the job and whether or not there are issues there that we could remedy?
Certainly. So we did look at the engineering series last year, and what we found when we're looking at associate engineer classifications, we are competitive. We are competitive in terms of our salaries. There are some jurisdictions that may have a higher level entry-level salary, but our top-end salary is higher. And when you get to some of the higher-level engineer positions, the principal level or the principal level primarily, you do have some differences in the county's compensation, but that has not typically been an issue for us in terms of recruiting those principal engineers. That's not been a problem that Dennis has experienced. So, we certainly have the ability to look at our salaries based on market. We do that from time to time. As mentioned, we've done it with this particular series. It can be challenging because when you change the salary schedule for one particular position, we have salary schedules that are set and negotiated. So we do have the ability to say, for example, if you have a schedule that's a Schedule 29, based on market information, that we're now going to increase that salary schedule to a Schedule 30. But sometimes, again, because we have these job families, now you may have a position that supervises that particular area or the manager, and so when you move one, then there's the potential for your compensation structure to be sort of out of whack, so to speak. So it's certainly something that we can do. It's something that we have done, but it does have implications to the compensation structure. In terms of your question of just evaluating sort of what a job is worth, we do look at that when we have either new positions or a request to reevaluate a position if job duties have changed over time. We have an internal tool that we use in that situation to reevaluate positions, so we do that as well from time to time and make adjustments to salary schedules based on that as well. But this certainly is a challenging situation.
Well, as a practical matter, we need to be realistic. Not looking to upset any of the schedules that we have or any of the interrelationships between the various employees and their duties and scopes. But I am anxious that we're competitive because we have some of these jobs. We have need for them many of them today.
Yes.
And to the extent that we don't fill them, then we continue to fall behind. And I think we all know where the biggest struggles are. We understand that those who are managing those departments are doing everything they possibly can do. What we don't want to do is arrive at a time where everything they can possibly do just simply isn't enough, and we have no solutions. So I thank you for that, and that's something obviously we need to keep our eye on.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I don't have anything more. Appreciate, Your Honor, I do appreciate very much this briefing. I know that many of us, or maybe all of us, have received pieces and parts, but for my part, I hear so much about some of these jobs that I thought it would be helpful if we got a sense of what we're really looking at kind of overall, particularly in these two departments. I know that there are other departments that are challenged. That's something that you can report to us on otherwise, but in this case, I really appreciate having the discussion that helps put it all in front of us at once. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Gibson, I would just like to add one thing as well. We obviously, in all of our positions, we have a salary range. So especially in those departments where it is more competitive to compete for resources, we have the ability to offer salaries at a higher range than the minimum of the range. So that's something that is absolutely utilized when it's needed. We obviously do also consider internal equity as well when we're doing that analysis, but we also can offer that salary at a higher level. And again, in my experience, some of these issues fall back to sufficient number of applicants, and typically we're able to be competitive when we're negotiating salaries.
Thank you.
Thank you. If I could, Sandy, I've just got one suggestion or one request, if
Sure.
I could. And I appreciate your presentation and the detail and whatnot, specificity. If you could just make a simple matrix, one sheet of paper that lists the job, the salary, and how long it's been vacant, it would be very helpful for me. If we've got some of these that have been vacant for years, there's clearly a bigger, deeper problem than not just getting applicants. So maybe it's a salary range, maybe it's 5 days a week instead of 4. I don't know what it is, but if you could just give me those 4 columns, that'd be great.
Sure. So job salary, how long the position has been vacant?
Jobs, the salary range, the specific job title, the salary range, and the length of time it's been vacant.
Okay, certainly I can do that. And is this for every position or certain positions?
Well, for what you had there.
For Public Works and Building?
Yeah.
Okay, I can do that, certainly.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you very much. Much
Thank you.
appreciated. Did you want to add something to that, Yolanda, or Randy, or no?
No, I was letting
Okay.
you know I understand your direction.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, item 73 is to discuss the creation of a 1 October Memorial Committee and direct staff accordingly. Mr. Chairman, this was a request that came from you, and if you don't mind, I did have Ms. Schell research what other jurisdictions have done with regard to a memorial committee and what that looks like.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. So I did take some time to look at some different memorial approaches that unfortunately, there's a lot of other jurisdictions that I could use for the research. So what I looked at is I looked at Oklahoma City, Columbine, obviously September 11th, Aurora, Sandy Hook, San Bernardino, and I had a long conversation with the owner of the Pulse nightclub. In speaking with her, she did recommend that the Oklahoma City model was probably the most usable model. It's kind of what they've been following as a community as well. Post that event in 1995, the mayor appointed a task force, and it was comprised of 350 community members. They did something called the Year of Listening, and they reached out to these community members, victims' families, survivors, workers, community members, and they had long and drawn-out discussions about what was appropriate, what wasn't appropriate, what they wanted to see, what they didn't want to see, how they were going to raise money, what that money could be used for. And the Pulse nightclub owner did indicate that they're very willing to, they spoke with her directly, she made a visit to them. And when you look at the other entities, Columbine, September 11th, they did use some sort of similar committee. Not to that extent, that's a very large committee, So that's kind of the model I would suggest that the research indicates. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
I appreciate you doing the research on it, and I've just done some anecdotal reading on it, which has been beneficial for me to try to understand. And what I would like to propose to my colleagues and bounce around and see what they think about it. I know we've all been getting individual survivors, family members contacting us, voicing opinions, sharing ideas and whatnot. I don't know if this is possible, but what I would like to suggest, and it's a little out of the ordinary, I think, is ask Governor Sandoval to chair up a committee that would be comprised of whoever the commissioners felt would be appropriate, whoever he thought would be appropriate, some survivors, some artists maybe, some community leaders, to deal with some of the various issues about the timing of because these have all been brought up to me by family members, the timing of the establishment of the memorial and the construction, the design of the memorial, certain people want certain things, the location of the memorial, how you're going to pay for the memorial and maintain the memorial, and kind of assign this task to a committee that we would ask the governor, and hopefully he would accept, to chair and take on the responsibility of handling this in a very sensitive way. And I can tell you sensitivity is the most important part. I think that we're going to be dealing with this, and I think his demeanor lends very well to that possibility. So that was why I asked to put this on and just see what everybody says. Commissioner Brager.
I would be able to support that. I think taking it kind of away from right here makes sense to me. So I think it's a good avenue to go down.
Anybody else? Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. I likewise support that, and especially if the governor would accept that role. I would just add that I think it would be wise to make sure it is a community involvement and not perceived as Clark County driving this process. And this, as you mentioned, a lot of different people have been approached by different constituencies and a lot of activities going on. So there's, and all very special in their own individual way. So to try to get a community-based committee together, I think would be critically important.
Go do my hope. Anyone? Commissioner Giuliani.
I would echo that. I think especially we don't want a city doing something and someone else doing something. You need that coordination that comes in. Perhaps then a backup plan if the governor, just because of time or whatnot. I know we had the working committee that you worked on with the Compassion Fund. There may be some other individual that was independent of all of us that might be able to take that chairmanship. So maybe take a look at that part of it as well.
We'll try that. We'll see what he says, what the governor says. And there might be other things that they need to decide upon, the magnitude of this. And I can tell you, in the little bit of contact I've had with family members, they are all in different places.
Totally. We've all been reached out to by survivors, and I don't want to take something away from them. So there's going to have to be some ability to coalesce that recognition for them.
So we can reach out to the governor's office and see what he would do, and then come back with a recommendation of what I don't think a committee of 300 people would be useful. Personally, I think that would be difficult.
I think their point was that you want to do exactly what you said. You make sure the net is wide and that people get heard. And the other important point that Ms. Poma from the Pulse did indicate to us, this is a long process.
Yeah.
Some of them took 5 years, some of them took 10. So not to rush it, and just make sure that you engage the community.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So we'll reach out and try to do that. Yolanda, thank you. Well, then I just want to add one more thing. I was one of the, or several of the family members have established a 501c3 called Children of the 58 to deal with scholarship education funds for any children that were left behind as a result of losing a parent. I think there were 40-ish number of kids that have lost at least one parent as a result of the tragedy, and they're having a kickoff on Friday, July 27th at UNLV for anybody that might be interested in that, to raise funds for that project. Yolanda.
Okay, item 74 is to ratify the appointment of Tim Birch as the Administrator of Human Services. Commissioners, you all know Mr. Birch. He is returning to Clark County as the Administrator of Human Services. Tim actually worked for Clark County from 2000 to 2016. He was the assistant director as well as the director of social services, and then in his last position with Clark County, he was director of family services. Tim has over 20 years of working in the human services programming area. He has a BA in criminal justice and a master's in public administration, and I respectfully request for your ratification of this appointment to Mr. Birch as Administrator of Human Services.
Okay, I'll turn it over to the board.
I'm glad he's
Where?
back, so I would make a motion to see if Tim wants to say anything, but his work ethic was excellent. We had really, the employees really worked well with him, especially when we had to put him over into the other department during that period of time. So I think it will be an asset to the county, and welcome back.
You want to speak after we take the vote? You might be better off because it's looking pretty good right now, so I would wait until after we take the votes. Okay. We have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Giuliani. Is there any discussion on the motion to appoint Tim Birch? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes. Now you can speak, but we can reconsider for 5 days.
Thank you for the support of the commission and leadership. I'll just piggyback off Sandy's early item and say that Mr. Schiller and Ms. King are very persuasive recruiters in their efforts, and I look forward to getting spun up with staff and leadership and the support of the community providers that have stuck around for this as well. I look forward to working with them and getting some issues moving forward for our community. So thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it. Okay, Yolanda.
Okay, item 75 is closed door. We do not have any closed door items. And your last item is item 76, which is to discuss a potential resolution to become part of the Citizenship Promotion Campaign. This was an item that was requested by Commissioner June Kiliani.
Thank you. I have a couple members here that come and talk about it, but briefly, this is a grant opportunity for us to be able to take a look at the fact that many of our legal permanent residents here in Nevada, this process would help them naturalize into citizenship. And it's a national program. Cities and counties are working on it. The Citizenship Project in Nevada has been functioning for over 20 years. It was started by the Episcopal Church, and then the Culinary Union participated in it. And then ACDC has been, oh gosh, I've been working with them probably 7 or 8 years maybe. Eric can probably tell us. But it's the Asian Community Development Program, so they're also working on citizenship issues education. It's expensive, and people don't realize how expensive it is to take that final step. So I felt that it was appropriate for us to maybe have a discussion to see if we could go on record and support through a resolution or something of this grant so that they've got a local presence that's here. But if I might ask Eric and Senator Kinsella if they could come down and just briefly.
Senator, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. I haven't been to a full county commission meeting in a long time. Thank you all so much for all you do. I will keep it brief. There's a national campaign.
I've got to ask you to identify yourself for the record because we're keeping a formal record of these
very
proceedings.
Very, very important. I'm Ivana Cancella. I'm the executive director of the Citizenship Project, and I'm at 2807 Geary Place.
Thank you.
We have a tremendous opportunity in Las Vegas to help people get to and through the citizenship process. We have a big number of legal permanent residents, almost 100,000 people, that are eligible for citizenship but haven't applied. And it is a big difference to a family to have someone make that change. It turns out to be about $2,000 on average that that family ends up earning, and it creates permanency and opens up all sorts of civic participation routes, including voting, which is really important. I think as a community, we have an opportunity to really promote citizenship and make sure that people know that there are resources available to get them to apply. So at the Citizenship Project, we help people apply for naturalization at no cost. It's a pretty cumbersome application, and we help about 1,000 people a year apply, and then we offer free classes to help people prepare for the exam. And in partnering with the county, we would be doing what cities and counties across the country have done, which is saying that we believe in citizenship and we want folks to participate in the citizenship process. So cities like Anchorage, Alaska, and counties like Miami-Dade County are part of the national campaign. It's called Cities for Citizenship, but it is municipalities. And it would be tremendous to have
Clark County get on board, and then hopefully get our cities to follow suit.
Thank you. You might want to wait. I don't know if there's questions or not. Oh, go. Commissioner Brager.
Years ago, the challenge used to be, and I actually volunteered at the library on Flamingo to teach people English so that they could have a better way to go ahead and pass the citizenship test. They would do that, and then they would continue through the process. It was called CALL, if I remember correctly.
Huh.
So
I don't know if that, Ivana Kinsella for the record.
No, you don't only have to say it one time.
It's only
here.
one time.
It's in the legislature. It's a one-time shop here.
Right. Fair enough. I don't know if that program is still in existence. We at the Citizenship Project have a partnership with the school district where we have a teacher that comes in 4 nights a week and helps people with the English part, because there are a lot of people who are nervous to apply for citizenship because they don't feel that their English capacity is where it should be. So that piece of the process is just as important as the applications.
yeah, I don't know if they do it anymore, but it was fascinating to sit with adults to really help them learn the language so that they could move on towards the process.
Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. Somewhere on the website, there's a pretty extensive library relationship. Have we done any outreach with the Clark County Library District?
Not yet. They are on my list of groups to reach out to. The Citizenship Project has been tiny but mighty in that we really are self-contained at Nevada Partners. We average anywhere from 40 to 70 walk-ins a day. And in my coming on board, the first step was really getting us stabilized and make sure that we have the revenue we need to operate. And now that we've done that, we need to expand and build the partnerships to really promote citizenship across the valley.
And this is a nonpartisan organization?
Completely nonpartisan.
Good.
There's nothing political to it. And actually, if you've never been to a citizenship ceremony, I would encourage all of you to go, because there's nothing that makes you feel more proud than after seeing people take their oath.
And last question is, what would the county's role be as far as partnering, funding?
Good question. So initially, it would just be signing on to the Cities for Citizenship campaign and then working with the Citizenship Project with ACDC as a partner in promoting citizenship and making sure that folks know that our public bodies are also invested in getting them to and through the process.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for being here, and thank you, Eric. If the board does not object, I guess, could we give direction? I don't know how we would do that. Do we give direction to lend our support, or do we have to bring back a resolution? I forgot to ask what your timelines are.
No, you've got to come back up.
The answer is sooner the better. So I don't know how, process-wise, do we need to bring back a resolution?
We've got these rules here that they make me follow. Sorry.
I'm learning. So certainly the sooner the better to sign on to the campaign. It opens up opportunities for resources for groups like the Citizenship Project and ACDC, and we're working with the Culinary Union to do some big citizenship fairs in the fall, and with ACDC further in the fall, so the sooner the better.
Okay. Thank you very much. So whatever our process is, Mr. Chair, to either bring back an agenda item for adoption of a resolution in support or something along those lines.
Can you bring back an item, Yolanda?
Or just join, however, if you can just join.
Yeah, but bring back an item to get us to join.
Formalize that part of it then.
Rather than just direction.
Yes,
That'd be great.
will do.
Thank
So,
you.
Mr.
Mary's
Chairman,
nodding yes.
can I just clarify? So would
Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Thank you. Can I just clarify? So would we? Could they use us now today and say, okay, Clark County's on board, so that they can keep moving forward, or do you need to wait to that full resolution done? I just feel like the more people that we can get through the citizenship program, the better it is for many parts of our communities, and for so many times they don't know where to start. So the sooner we get started, the easier it is.
Ms. Miller.
Right now, the item is just a discussion item. So, but once it's brought back for a resolution or whatever document you like, and a formal vote's taken, then people can represent that the county's on board.
take a couple of weeks.
It says the governing body, so the governing body, that's the form of a resolution that would come back. You all would vote on it as opposed to, I mean, that's a formal document rather than just sitting here and talking.
Well, I mean, I'm the only reason I was asking, because I don't want it to get political, because we know how stupid it gets out there and political, and then people give misinformation, and everybody gets bombarded. So that's why I was just wondering if we couldn't at least get past all that. So, okay, I tried.
Mr. Chairman.
You tried. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, for
Commissioner Gibson.
my part, just to kind of follow on what Commissioner, he calls her Kirkpatrick, he's got me doing it now. What the Commissioner just said, I would formally, that is on the record today, just express my support for such a thing. I mean, I think that they can relate to the fact, and they can talk about the fact that they heard a lot of support from the County Commission. We can't take any formal action until we have it in front of us, but that, I think it's not a bad idea to do that, and so I do that.
So within Ms. Miller's confines, you can express what you heard as a support of the commission, but we will bring it back in 3 weeks to have the discussion and to formalize it. Okay, does that work? Thank you. And the record reflect that there was a nod of yes from Senator Kinsella as it relates to that issue. Okay, that's it. This is the second time we don't have a closed door session. This is the second time set aside for public comment. Anyone wishing to address the board on any item, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments be limited to 3 minutes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome back.
Okay. First? Oh, okay. Good afternoon. My name is Valerie Hicks, and I'm the Executive Director of SAFE, Specialized Alternatives for Families and Youth of Nevada, Inc. I'm here today to thank our commissioners and Clark County government for their support in our journey to secure sustainable funding for children served in the treatment foster care program. I also want to thank Director Whitley for making the trip down here to talk a little bit more about what is going to happen for our children and to prevent the crisis that's coming. We want to prevent the crisis for children like Annie. Annie is 18 years old. She's had 20 placements throughout our state. She's now in a SAFE home. Annie witnessed her sibling being murdered by her parents, who are now incarcerated. She was held captive by her parents for years, so you can imagine the trauma that she's experienced. We've wrapped services around her, but most importantly, we've taken the time to see who Annie really is and what her needs are. Although 18, her trauma has left her emotionally operating like a 10-year-old. We know that aging out without critical support would make her a prime trafficking victim. My colleagues at SAFE have done mining on her record, and they were able to find a person from her past who cared about this youngster and cared about what was going to happen to her after she turned 18. And because of those efforts, she has a place to go, and hopefully the gains that have been made while she was in foster care will be sustained. But we've talked about some of the changes that are coming quickly, and those are still of great concern to me and to other providers. We've talked about the BST rates, and we know that that has been put in abeyance. But what is still concerning to me is the changing in our assessment process. The question I have is, for what reason? If it was not a problem, why spend time on this issue with so many more pressing things facing us? Adding more clinical and administrative work adds to the service delivery cost. Inserting a new entity, First Med, as a sole provider, now I've heard that we're going to have also Healthy Minds adding to that mix, will be a situation where we're adding more complexity to an already complex system. Our standards of care are in adherence to accreditation quality standards that are nationally recognized. We are a COA accredited agency. Clark County also has standards from their child welfare for our care, and we have Medicaid and state standards. The question I have is, what are the standards of those who are going to be doing the assessments for us? Why are we doing this? I have not heard that there was a problem with the assessments. I had heard while I was on vacation that you were told that we did not do assessments, but we actually have been doing assessments, and we have them in all children in our care. So, why are we doing this? What standards of care does First Med have, and is the need for an independent assessor warranted? If so, why specifically is this needed? These changes
Thank you very much
Thank
for your
you so
comments.
much, and thank you for your time.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Did you want to speak?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Again, good afternoon. This is Jennifer Bavacqua. I'm with Eagle Quest and the FFTA. Again, we appreciate your time hearing the issue earlier, and sorry we didn't get to speak during that moment, the agenda item. I wanted to say, you know, how much I appreciate the youth that spoke up earlier, because I don't think it can underscore enough the importance of what we're doing and the responsibility that we have with these young people in specialized foster care. And we do appreciate the attention that has been given to this issue. I also appreciate that Mr. Whitley and Mr. Schiller have been working together with their teams to try and come up with a solution, and we're still learning about this plan, and as my colleague said, trying to understand all the ramifications. They talked about a new assessment process. We are always open to change. We've shown through history that we've been able to adapt with change. But the challenge is the significant change in process really does concern us. It's a lot to change in a short amount of time. So we would ask that some consideration be made to delay that change, 90 days perhaps, maybe 180 days, so we can ensure processes are in place to make a smooth transition and minimize impact and stress, not only on our children, but the foster families. It's another new change in process. And like my colleague said, we seem to be putting efforts to change something that wasn't necessarily the problem or a full problem. Assessments already are in place. They've been done. We've had even independent assessments be done on a regular basis and following Medicaid guidelines. There was also a question about capacity issue for all of a sudden having 350 or 400 children to one provider, which again does concern us. We're not opposed to change. We just want to have more time to adjust and adapt. We also wanted to confirm that at the end of the 180 days, there be approved state plan amendment or waiver from Medicaid, like was discussed, for specialized foster care. That is very important to us. Specialized foster care providers would like to see the SPA waiver, something implemented as soon as possible, as it would be a more long-term sustainable solution to the funding issue. More importantly, a solution that more accurately takes into account the evidence-based model that we have been implementing as part of our programs, as well as other services we provide as specialized foster care agencies, instead of just singling out the BST. This was a process that was started by DHS last year, and Mr. Whitley referenced this SPA or state plan amendment, something that's a more long-term priority process to end. So we would respectfully request that the SPA waiver be made a priority for all parties. Specialized foster care providers will do whatever we can to assist with the process. We also, and they talked about some level of accountability so that we can ensure we're on track, and if there's any barriers that are encountered, we can discuss those. We as providers would like to be included in that process because we do work with these kids and these families and understand what our services are. We would also respectfully suggest we hold off on those proposed assessment changes until the SPA can be finalized, so our efforts can be focused on the longer-term solution of the SPA rather than having two projects going on at once.
Thank you. You got that in, Lynn. Just one breath. Very good. Thank you. And
thank you.
You can give them to Jessica. I'll take them for you. Thank you so much. Anyone else wishing to speak during the public comment portion of the agenda? Anyone else? I don't know if you're going to come on down or nope. Hearing and seeing no one, we're in recess until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
These beautiful people deserve somebody to look out for them. It just hurts that, what happened that awful evening.
Tonight, staying Vegas strong.
To see so many in one instant is something that we never thought would happen, and we never really knew exactly how we would begin to process that.
We ask, how does a community heal?
We've talked to federal disaster consultants who've been involved in the Boston Marathon bombing, Sandy Hook, Pulse nightclub, even 9/11.
What are the short and long-term effects?
Yeah, this kind of trauma, it happens to everyone. I mean, at least
if it happened to one, it happens to the whole family.
What resources are needed?
I think right now the concern is just getting people connected.
Giving you a call from the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center.
And are there enough?
It seems like in a lot of ways there's a lot of things we don't know.
Exactly, but I think what we do know is people are going to need help.
Vegas Strong. We see it on billboards, on bumper stickers, t-shirts, and signs. 2 simple words that unite and connect our community after the unthinkable. On the night of October 1st, 2017, a gunman sprayed bullets from a high-rise room on the Strip across Las Vegas Boulevard and into a mass of people who were dancing and simply enjoying themselves at the Route 91 Harvest Festival. 1 October became the largest mass shooting in the United States to date. 58 killed, hundreds injured, tens of thousands affected. Tonight we begin our look at how a community recovers. The needs, the fears, the support, the road ahead.
I live about 2 miles from here. I try to be here every day.
58-year-old Andre King spends most of his days at the Healing Garden in downtown Las Vegas.
I'm doing this because for myself, it's healing for myself for the tragedies that I've been through.
Known to most as Brother Dre, he is the unofficial greeter, cleaner, and caretaker.
I must have hugged over 3,000 survivors since I've been here. And each one, each story is beautiful and remarkable.
At the Healing Garden, 58 trees represent each life lost at the Route 91 Harvest Festival. Photos, handwritten messages, and mementos cover what's known as the Remembrance Wall.
A lot of people were hurting, a lot of devastated lives, and just wanted to do something to help.
The garden grew from an idea Jay Plegancool and his co-worker had the morning after the shooting.
On Monday morning, I was having breakfast with Daniel, who's my construction manager in the company, and we were just trying to figure out what we could do. How can we help? What do we have to offer? And it just didn't seem right to go about the day's business as usual, because everything changed again.
The city donated the land, volunteers helped plant, and within a week, what was initially conceived as a pop-up park became a place to gather, to remember, and to heal.
And it just seemed appropriate because that's why we were doing it, is to help people heal, to move forward. So it just became the Healing Garden.
For victims, it will take time to heal.
I don't think there's a step-by-step guide for how to move on from something like this.
Yet life is moving forward for 24-year-old Morgan Starnes. She is back at work as a social media manager at a Las Vegas-based PR firm.
I think I have done a pretty good job of getting back to normal.
On October 1st, Morgan and her best friend were at the concert, about 30 feet away from the stage. They ran and dropped to the ground and ran some more. Morgan lost her phone in the process. She fell on someone who had been shot and ended up on a nearby runway with about 24 other people just trying to get away from the pop, pop, pop.
I don't think anyone that was there has ever been part of anything like that before. So I think it's different for everyone. I think everyone moves on at a different pace. I think everyone moves on differently. I think everyone takes different steps to move forward from a tragedy like this.
What's your guess on how long people will be affected by this?
Well, that's the million-dollar question, I think.
Kevin Schiller is the Clark County Assistant County Manager and oversees the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center. It's a support center for residents, visitors, and responders affected by the shooting at the Route 91 Harvest Festival.
As you look around, you'll notice the design of the center has photos of memorials. It has photos of different components of the event. That was all very intentional. There was outreach done to Boston and to Orlando that had similar type recovery resiliency centers, and so we really tried to model it after that.
Why these photos? What are they supposed to do for folks who come here?
Well, I think in the simplest terms, there's really two things. There's the connection to the event, and in terms of that recovery effort, connection to other individuals. I think there tends to be a human response. When something like this happens, you don't want to think about it. And for victims and survivors, one of the things we have to make sure we're focused on is them and what their needs are. And one of the things we do know with trauma and events like this is trying to keep them connected and engaged. You know, something as simple as a photo and or something that ties them to the event that is remembered. Because as much as others may move on from the event and say it's over in kind of a simplistic fashion, many others aren't, and they're dealing with it every day. So it's part of that recovery process.
A process that staff at the Resiliency Center want to help victims through. But first, they have to find them.
Not that anybody in this town has forgotten about this, but can we talk a little bit about the numbers? How many people were there, where they are, that sort of thing? I know you have some general numbers. Give me those.
The first number really is you have an upwards of 23,000 plus victims and survivors that were affected by the October 1 mass shooting. When you break that down a bit, you get into about, from a local level, Nevada, about a 30% number of that total. When you get into California, that goes up to about 60%. And then the rest were spread across really the country as a whole, and then internationally also.
In Canada, there's some in Canada.
Yep,
as
there's
well.
some in Canada,
Yeah.
and that inherently is one of the challenges we have.
Right, that's the problem that you have, is why do you need to get in touch with them?
Obviously, with an event of this magnitude and the impact to those individuals, what we're really trying to do is do outreach to assist all those individuals in recovery, providing services, coordination of services, and then eligibility is really one of the key components as a potential survivor or victim, making sure we get them eligible for those funds and those support services primarily within the first year.
It's not as simple as just everybody had a ticket. Can't you just get their name and address? It's not that simple, apparently.
No, and you know, if you go onto secondary sites tied to ticket sales, a lot of tickets are bought in lots. So they may have been bought in Nashville, Tennessee, but they're distributed throughout the country. So that's one of the challenges that we're dealing with. And then I think the second piece also is then also at a local level, you had vendors, you had employees of those vendors. You have people that were managing in hotels. All of those components are all considered essentially survivors and victims, and trying to get outreach to them also.
Good morning. My name's Loraya, and I work at the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center. And I'm
So staff at the Resiliency Center regularly makes phone calls to check in, reach out, and remind victims about timelines for benefits, such as the Nevada Victims of Crime program. Every person who attended the concert the night of the shooting, no matter where they reside, is eligible for assistance as long as they apply within 1 year.
Tell me the kinds of things that you cover.
Sure. The things that we cover are crime-related expenses that result from a violent crime.
Rebecca Salazar is the manager of the Nevada Victims of Crime program.
So things like medical bills, counseling, funeral, relocation, crime scene cleanup, home security. There are a variety of benefits that we pay.
The 5-page application asks for information about the victim, the crime, crime-related expenses, and other information.
In all of last year, you had about 3,000 claims?
About
right?
3,000 applications.
Applications, okay. The October 1st event surpassed that?
It
Just
did.
that one event?
Just the one event. We've received about 4,300 applications so far.
And what are most of them seeking?
Primarily counseling for the majority, but we're trying to make sure that we not only reach everyone, but also reach all the injured so that we can take care of all their medical bills and follow-up care that may be needed. So the vast majority that we've received so far are counseling, but we're working on reaching everyone.
Okay.
The application can be accessed online, as well as at the Resiliency Center and other local nonprofits that work with people in trauma, like the Rape Crisis Center.
One of the things that we do with our clients is assist with the State Victims of Crime Assistance application. And it was something that our staff and volunteers, who wanted to help, I think everybody afterwards, wanted to do whatever they could.
Staff at the Rape Crisis Center were among the many who jumped in to provide assistance immediately after the shooting.
People have dramatically different experiences. Whether they have other forms of trauma in their background is going to very much color, their interpretation of that event.
And trauma is something Danielle Dreitzer works with every day.
It's an ongoing concern for our clients. There was certainly no excess of mental health resources in the community before this happened. And then to add in, all the folks that are looking for support, looking for help, and capturing someone at the time they're reaching out for assistance is a huge issue. And so when the resources and the connections and the access are challenged in any way, it becomes even more of an issue, because if you don't kind of capture someone in the moment that they're reaching out and in the way that they're reaching out, to where they either feel like, oh, nobody really cares, or, well, they don't have the services I'm looking for anyway. They're just going to say, nobody really cares. I'm just going to have to suffer through this by myself. And then they don't reach out again for help.
Making that connection after such trauma is a concern for many, including local law enforcement. I'm sure you've talked to, and your staff here have talked to many officers. What's your concern for them and their mental health?
There is stigmas and barriers associated with seeking help. And so I think my concern is that we may have some that are really hurting and in need of support, emotional support, but we keep it all contained. And so I think right now our primary concern is just connecting people that really need to be connected.
Lisa Hank oversees the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department's Police Employee Assistance Program, otherwise known as PEEP. It's a crisis intervention and counseling program that offers peer-to-peer support to officers and their families. In the general business community, I feel like most every company I know, a large company, has an employee assistance program, but for Metro officers, it's vastly different on the kind of issues and things that they're going to see on a daily basis. Tell me about the difference.
Absolutely. The exposure, the level of exposure for first responders on a daily basis, it's probably not normal. Day to day, you're seeing the worst of the worst. Every day, they are interacting, with people who are hurting, responding to calls that some people are running the opposite direction from. And that's why we call it what would be cumulative stressors. It's constant, consistent exposure to things that are simply not normal.
That's on a daily basis. And then there are things like October 1st, the shooting, which is something that many people never imagined would happen on the Strip in this town. Tell me about that effect
that's
on officers.
That's tough.
Yeah.
As much as it's something that you just cannot even imagine. I think you could sit and begin to think about, okay, how would I respond? What would I do? How would I handle this? And you create different scenarios in your mind. But I really do believe October 1st was so vastly different, almost it's just very unimaginable.
I understand that officers are meant to go into a situation and gain control and take care of it and that kind of thing. Tell me what are the specific reasons that they just would not want to talk to someone even who is part of Metro?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they?
I think that it's just with first responders in general, I think they care for others. And I think the thought of maybe, just maybe, someone having to care for them is very uncomfortable. I think that there are some fears about where would the information go, concerns about who might learn of my situation, confidentiality issues. Where will this, how will people